Chapter 1. Fortunately, it is a nobleman. The storm gradually stopped, just as the clouds and rain had cleared. The golden sunlight once again reflected on the sea, sparkling, and people had to sigh the impermanence of wind and rain. Sir Link, this sea navigation is really not easy. On the deck of the three-masted galleon, Sean Montel, the first heir to the Montel family, looked at the sea and couldn't help expressing his emotions. Even though Sean had taken a boat in his previous life, it was only offshore, and the boat he was on was also a steel giant, which was completely different from the sailing ship at hand. After hearing Sean's emotions, he was wearing a gentleman's uniform and holding a mahogany-paved gentleman's cane. Sir Link with a mustache and two mustaches said, "Sir Sean, life at sea is like this, but we have already crossed the Watcher Strait. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach the pioneer city of Memphitos in the New World in about 7 or 8 days." The voice is low, and Sir Link may be trying to comfort Sean, but the words are simple and direct, which is very different from the general aristocratic accent. In this regard, Sean expressed his understanding. After all, this Sir Link is different from the ordinary traditional nobles. He is a vassal of the Montier family. He leads the marine fleet of the Montier family and travels between the old and new continents and spends time at sea. It's far more time than on land. Under such circumstances, Sir Link's words are inevitably contaminated with the atmosphere of the sea, just like in Sean's eyes now that Link is dressed like a gentleman in the kingdom of Sudelt, but he is dark. His skin, weather-beaten face, and calloused hands all revealed his difference. "Sir Link, you have been traveling between the old and new continents for a long time. I wonder if you can give me any pointers on this trip to the New World." Hearing these words, Link didn't move his expression, and then he muttered slightly before speaking. "Sir Sean, the Montier family's pioneering territory in the New World has gone through 5 years of construction, and the infrastructure is complete. Sir Ilika, the clerk of the territory, knows more about specific things than I can. The only thing I can remind you is, there is only the black market in Memphis." Black market? Hearing this word, Sean couldn't help being a little surprised. Yes, Sir Sean is the black market. Unlike the transcendence in the kingdom, transcendence is almost a semi-public matter in the New World, and this gave birth to the black market. "Oh, since that's the case, I'm going to have a look at that time." His eyes flowed, the azure blue pupils showed interesting colors, and Sean had to admit that he was tempted. Sean had never heard of the black market in the kingdom of Sudelt. I don't know if it doesn't exist or it's hidden deep. It's a pity that he also searched for similar places at the beginning, but he didn't get anything. In the end, he could only stop it, and now he got it by accident. After receiving the news, Sean will naturally not miss it. After all, his cheats have a big demand for extraordinary resources. Thinking of the black market, thinking of his golden finger, Sean's thoughts could not help but fly away. He has been in this world for more than 3 years. He has adapted to the current life, although the living conditions are much worse than in the previous life. There is no games and no small children. Video, but as a nobleman, he can also enjoy many things that he could not enjoy before, and he does not need to check in at work, and he is running around for food and drink. Isn't this kind of life bad? What's more, he still has his own golden finger alien door. Looking at Sean, who was obviously distracted, Link didn't speak any more, but stood quietly on the side, like a statue. For Sean, the first heir to the Montel family, Link maintains the respect he deserves. After all, although this heir has nothing to do with success, there is nothing ridiculous, and he is considered a well-formed and qualified heir. The sea breeze was slightly smoked, and after regaining his senses, he glanced at Sir Link standing beside him, and Xiao En's handsome face showed a smile. It was night. After sending away the beautiful maid, Sean lay on the bed and fell into contemplation, or to be more precise, into his own golden fingers. A grey stone gate stands in the void, with nothing around it, without any reference, which makes people wonder where it is. What is even more strange is that this grey stone gate has only a door frame without a door panel, which is the least like a door. Door. Spiritual cohesion. Without stopping, Sean walked directly through the grey stone door frame. Outside the door frame, there is nothingness around it. Inside the door frame, although the surrounding area is still empty, there are 9 more bubbles of different sizes. 9? Isn't it 8? It wasn't until this time that Sean realized that his golden finger had contained another item unknowingly. In this regard, Sean couldn't help feeling a bit of surprise, although he had known that his gold finger containment items depended on recklessness, and were often unreliable, such as the dirt floating in a bubble at this moment and the wild dog in a bubble. The leg bones, but there are also extraordinary things. For example, he obtained the seeds of the devil fruit tree, the founding tree species he used to practice the secret of the wizard, the secret of nature, and he wanted to exchange it but failed to achieve it. Some of his practice notes are still floating in bubbles at this moment. Spiritual rotation. Even though I know I can't afford to change it, it's okay to take a look. Soon, Sean found this new bubble. And seeing what was inside, Sean's spirituality couldn't help but stagnate for a while. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The bubble floated in the air, and there was a corpse lying inside, but it was different from ordinary human corpses. This corpse was 4 meters tall and looked like a little giant with a big hole in its abdomen, which seemed to be alive. Pierced. Of course, if only this were the case, Sean would be surprised, but he would not be spiritually stagnated. What really surprised Sean about this corpse was that it had an iconic crescent-shaped white beard. After several confirmations, Xiaoen still couldn't believe it. He couldn't help but penetrate his spirituality into the bubbles, and soon received feedback from the gate of the other world. Item: dead body. Evaluation: a corpse of a pirate from another world on the verge of shattering. He may have been stronger once, but now it is just a living corpse. Price: 34 source power points. Seeing this evaluation, Sean was no longer confused. This corpse was indeed a white-bearded corpse. Like the demon fruit tree seeds he had exchanged, it all came from the One Piece world. After confirming the identity of the corpse, Sean diverged spiritually, and couldn't help but think of the purpose of this corpse. Was it used to make puppets or directly transform ghouls? Of course, this was only a momentary matter, and Sean soon woke up. After all, he had no source of strength. Through these years of exploration, Sean has only found 2 ways to obtain the source power point. One is to absorb the source power from the strange things, and the other is to kill the extraordinary, and both of them are very good under the situation of extraordinary hiding. Hard to achieve. The source of Sean's exchange for demon fruit tree seeds was that he used the power of the Montel family to make it hard, and after the exchange, his balance was only 0.5. In this regard, Sean's only feeling is that it is fortunate that he is a nobleman. Chapter 2: 4-Winged Flying Fish. Life at sea is always boring. Fortunately, Sean, who has lived in this world for more than 3 years, has become a person who can stand loneliness. Although the concentration of magic power on the sailboat is far less than the meditation room specially built for him at home, meditation has become a habit of Sean. As long as he has time, he will do it. Ending the meditation again, just when Sean was about to go out to let the wind out, his beautiful close-fitting maid Guriah walked in. "Master, Sir Link invites you to the deck." "Oh, is that so? It's just right, I originally planned to go to the deck to get some air out," said, got up, let Guriah tidy up his clothes, and Sean walked out of the door. "Sir Sean." "Sir Link." After saying hello politely, looking at Sir Link at this time, there was a hint of curiosity in Sean's blue eyes. Sleeveless shirt, knee-length sailor pants, barefoot, this is a typical sailor dress, very different from the gentleman before him. Seemed to be aware of Sean's curiosity, and Sir Link showed a smile on his firm face, slowly speaking. The watchman just reported that a group of flying fish is coming to us. The number is about 100 or so. I think there should be 4-winged flying fish. Hearing this, Sean suddenly understood why Sir Link became a sailor. Ordinary flying fish have tender meat and rich fat. They are very popular among the middle class and small nobles and are of high value. 4-winged flying fish are genuine and extraordinary creatures. Although they are only first order, they are very valuable. After finding the right buyer, the 4-winged flying fish can sell for a sky-high price of 100 jin jialong. Stood on the splint and looked into the distance against the salty sea breeze. Xiao En was not disappointed, and a school of flying fish soon appeared in his sight. Flying fishes agile and leapt up from the surface of the water, bringing out thin white waves, which are especially bright in the golden sunlight. Such a cycle, watching the smooth movements of the flying fish, Sean didn't feel bored. At this speed, the school of flying fish quickly approached Sean's sailing boat. At this time, Sir Link's expression beside Sean was straight, and he took the 3-tooth harpoon handed by the first officer. The static change suddenly accelerated, and jumped into the water. Walking on the water at extremely fast speed, Sir Link's figure pulled out a phantom on the surface of the water, and this scene also caused the applause of the sailors on the sailing boat. Of course, this did not include Sean. After all, this is not in line with his identity. As the first heir to the Montel family, Sean knew Link's extraordinary abilities far better than these sailors. Unlike the traditional wizard system he chose, Link took the potion system, which was the first sailor pathway. The 3-level trendy man has extraordinary ability to walk on water, breathe underwater, and control water, which is quite impressive. And just as Sean was distracted slightly, Sir Link had already narrowed the distance with the school of flying fish. As a good fisherman, Sir Link did not run into the flying fish head-on, but to the side of the fish, because as an extraordinary creature, the 4-winged flying fish has a certain amount of wisdom, and a head-on collision can easily arouse its alertness. This is what Sir Link didn't want to see. Extraordinary power surged, and a small water vortex quietly appeared on the moving route of the flying fish school, which happened to divide the flying fish school into two. The current was turbulent, turning faster and faster, and many flying fish were swept into the bottom of the sea by the whirlpool, and even more directly squeezed into a ball of blood by the turbulent current. Under such circumstances, the originally orderly school of flying fish suddenly became chaotic, and countless flying fish leaped up to get rid of the entanglement of the sea vortex, but most of them were struggling to death. The 4-winged flying fish, as an extraordinary creature, can naturally get rid of the vortex of the sea, but the group is in trouble. As a leader, it can't leave. For a while, its movement speed is greatly slowed down, and Sir Link, who has been watching for a long time. This is the opportunity. Extraordinary power surged again, and a huge palm made of sea water appeared quietly, holding the 4-winged flying fish in his hand. Under normal circumstances, the speed formed by the giant hand of the sea cannot trap the 4-winged flying fish, which is famous for its speed, but it is a pity that this 4-winged flying fish has fallen into the spider web woven for it by Sir Link. Of course, as a wild transcendent creature, facing such a desperate situation, the 4-winged flying fish does not lack the courage to fight to the death. I saw the extraordinary power flowing around it, spreading its 4 wings, and with the help of the wind, it hit the water curtain like a drill. And Sean, who discovered this scene through Lingxi from a distance, couldn't help being a little surprised. After all, he could perfectly combine his extraordinary power with his powerful body. The aptitude of this 4-winged flying fish should be outstanding among its kind. Sean in the distance could perceive the movements of the 4-winged flying fish, and Sir Link in the vicinity would naturally not be ignorant, and he could even clearly sense that the 4-winged flying fish was about to break through the confinement of the seawater cage. Of course, although Sir Link was a little surprised by this, he was not flustered. The reason why he used the seawater cage was because he wanted to catch alive, not because he had no other means. Now that the four-winged flying fish wants to get out of trouble, they die. It doesn't matter that he is used to eat, not to sell, after all. The muscles of his right arm bulged, and with a sudden flick, the three-toothed harpoon slammed into the four-winged flying fish that was about to get out of trouble with a harsh wind. Smashed hard to break through the predicament. Before the four-winged flying fish had time to let out a cheerful neigh, it was pierced by a harpoon hidden behind the water curtain. The hunt is over. After catching a dozen common flying fish, Sir Link returned to the sailboat with his prey to welcome the cheers of the crowd. Sir Link, the hipsters are really the darling of the sea. Looking at the figure of Sir Link coming over, Sean greeted him, half flattering and half sighing. And upon hearing this, Sir Link's dark face showed a slight smile. Sir Sean won the award, and I am a hipster who is a bit useful at sea. Sean is non-committal about this. After all, he knows what Sir Link said is the truth, but he can't agree with it either. Reading www.yunshu.com, after all, this is just Sir Link's humility. If he agrees, it's not about hitting the jazz in the face. Under such circumstances, Sean can only change the subject. Sir Link wondered if I was lucky enough to be able to admire your prey. For the nobles, it is a social courtesy to admire each other's prey after hunting. Upon hearing Sean's words, Sir Link seemed to have noticed the incompatibility between the previous words and quickly followed Lord Sean's words to change the topic. Turned around and avoided embarrassment. When Sean followed Link over, the chef on the ship had already bleeded the four-winged flying fish and was breaking down the fish. Four-winged flying fish is the best, and the most valuable part is the belly of the fish, which is naturally enjoyed by Sean and Link. I saw a small kitchen knife in the chef's wide palm without obtrusiveness. He raised the knife and cut it from the back into two. Then he took out the internal organs, dried the remaining blood, and then used the knife in the case of destroying the appearance of the fish. The bones are removed, and finally the fish is separated from the skin. After it is processed, there is no need for too much cooking, just cut the fish into thin cicada wings, which is a good umami, and this is how the four-winged flying fish finally appeared in Sean's eyes. The color is pink and lustrous, the oil is distributed in the shape of snowflakes, and the taste is plump. This is Sean's evaluation of the four-winged flying fish. Of course, it is worth mentioning that as an extraordinary ingredient, the four-winged flying fish has a good effect on improving the physical fitness of the extraordinary, but whether it is for Sir Link or Sean, the most important thing about the four-winged flying fish is its deliciousness. Because Sir Link's rank is too high compared to the four-winged flying fish, its effect is minimal, while Sean has eaten similar supernatural ingredients many times, and has produced similar drug-resistant effects. Chapter 3, Memphis. Monphotos, the name of a giant sea beast. Legend has it that this sea beast has the head of a wild elephant. According to legend, no one has seen it before, and now a city named after Memphis appeared in front of Sean. Monphotos was upgraded to a city by the Kingdom of Serdald 2 years ago. The background is still shallow, and it is far from magnificent for now, but this is just the beginning. With the flag of the Montel family, the sailboat that Sean was on boarded directly into the port without having to wait for a long time. After actually walking into the city of Monphotos, Sean really felt the city's dynamism, like a burning flame, exuding scorching light and heat. Through the glass carriage window, watching the people coming and going and the goods coming and going on the main street of Monphotos, Xiaoen's handsome face showed a contemplative color. It is obvious that Monphotos is a pioneering city. It is extremely abnormal that this situation can be formed in just a few years, and the intervention of major forces is indispensable behind the scenes. The magic wave is about to rise. It seems that the major forces in Serdald have reached a certain consensus, at least in the development of the New World. As the first heir of the Montel family, Sean clearly understands that it is not easy to achieve this. As an old kingdom, Serdald has a small land area, but industry and commerce are very developed. These forces are intertwined. On the bright side, there are the royal family, major nobles, and churches of gods, and in the dark, there are various organizations and cults of various sizes. With so many forces, contradictions are naturally indispensable. After all, the cake is so big. Among them, the most obvious ones are the contradiction between royal power and theocracy, the contradiction between the royal family and the great aristocracy, the contradiction between the real power feudal aristocracy and the emerging commercial aristocracy, the contradiction between the orthodox religion and the cult, and many more. Under such circumstances, the major forces can reach a certain consensus, which shows that they attach great importance to the new world or the demon tide. Thinking of these Sean, he felt a little heavy inexplicably, and felt like he was about to be overwhelmed by the billowing waves. At this moment, Sean had a deeper understanding of what the body's father, the contemporary patriarch of the Montel family, Heston Montel, said before leaving. You must know that the Montel family sent him, the first heir, to the New World not to allow him to develop a pioneering land, or that this is not his first goal, to use the stronger magic power and more extraordinary power of the New World. The resources to enhance his own strength as soon as possible is the fundamental delegation of power, extraordinary strength. Various thoughts continued to emerge in his mind. Amidst the sound of horseshoes, Sean arrived at a small manor of the Montel family in the noble district of the eastern part of Memphis. Xiao is only relatively speaking, and Sean himself is very satisfied with this manor with the atmosphere of another continent. Saying goodbye to Sir Link and agreeing to go to the black market together, Sean can finally relax his tired body. Although the body of the First Order wizard is much stronger than ordinary people, it is limited after all. The 4-month sea life really makes Xiao unbearable. Under the service of the maid, he took a bath comfortably, and Sean fell asleep until dawn. The energetic Sean rarely wore complicated noble costumes the next day, and it took him about half an hour, but it was necessary. After all, he was going to visit Monfitos, the nominal master of this city. Arrived at the city hall in a magnificent carriage. As a result of handing the greeting card in advance, Sean met the current mayor of Memphis, Asim Bansane, smoothly. Of course, smoothness is only on the surface. At least there are 2 waves of censorship that Sean feels, but it is normal if you think about it. After all, as the nominal controller of Monfitos, Asim Bansane is safe. Is very important. Under the guidance of the secretary, Xiao En walked into the office and saw the goal of the trip. Looking at the slender, even thin, silver-haired, meticulous man, with gold eyes, holding a quill and looking down at the document, Sean couldn't help but recall information collected by the Montel family. Asim Bansane, 43 years old, a branch of the royal family of King Sudilt, a court count, served as the Minister of the Interior, a Third-Order Orthodox Knight, trained in the secret iron-blooded banner hidden in the royal house, fighting strength powerful. According to assessment, it has the ability to be comparable to ordinary Tier 4 potion professionals. To be honest, the true image of Asim is very different from what Sean imagined based on the data. Sean wants to be able to cultivate to the 3rd level in the cruel iron blood banner under the current situation. To the extent that Asim was not a big man with a full face, he was also a knight with strong limbs and a cold temperament. He did not expect to be a gentleman with a gentle temperament. What? Sir Sean has any doubts? I don't know. When Asim put down the quill in his hand and looked up at Sean, the broken golden pupils symbolizing the royal family with a gentle smile. Hearing these words, Xiao En, who was a little distracted, showed a right smile on the corner of his mouth, stroked his chest with his right hand, bowed slightly and said, "Salute to you, Earl Asim." Under normal circumstances, Sean should call Asim the Earl of Bansane, but Bansane is the royal family, and only the king in Sudilt can represent Bansane. UU reading www.uuganshu.com can only be called Earl of Asim. I don't have any doubts. I just lost my mind. After all, your current image is quite different from what I imagined before. Oh, well, then it seems that I disappointed Sir Sean. Was mild, and when he looked at Sean, who was outspoken and admitted that he was distracted, Asim's eyes were more smiling, and he even teased Sean a little bit. Without waiting for Sean to reply, Asim immediately said, "Sir Sean, please sit down and talk." As he said, Asim walked out from behind the desk. Hearing this, Xiaoan did not refuse, and went straight to the sofa to sit down. Took out a wine from the wine rack and opened the bottle neatly. Asim poured a glass for Sean and himself. "Try it, the blue flame, a specialty of Monfitos, is not as good as the beauty of the moon of the Montier family, but it has a special flavor." Sean took it and took a sip. The entrance was cold and the taste was slightly astringent. After that, a fiery sensation rose from the abdomen. It was indeed a distinctive wine. During the next hour, Sean and Asim had a good wine, and the royal family had a cordial conversation with the glory of the Montier family. Stepping out of the city hall, sitting in the gorgeous carriage, the smile that had been hanging around Sean's mouth suddenly disappeared. Although the 1-hour chat did not say anything about the topic, Asim's attitude had already indicated everything, for Sean's arrival. "He is welcoming, at least as it is now," confirmed Asim's attitude. Although Sean had expected it, he was relieved. Then he only needs to deal with the trivial matters, and he will be able to open up the green field of the Montier family in the new world. Chapter 4, Black Market. Memphis is quiet in the dark. As a new pioneering city, Memphis is mixed with people, and darkness is a breeding ground for evil. Therefore, except for a few places, the night in Memphis is quiet. The black market is one of the few places. The black market of Menfitos is not in the main city, and it is even said that it has been separated from Menfitos because it is in the sea. After waiting for 3 days, the black market opened, took a boat, took 2 soldiers, and under the guidance of Sir Link, Sean came to a small island not far from Monfitos. Of course they did not go to this moment. The island is still waiting on the boat. At this time, the moonlight is just right. With this bright moonlight, Sean can barely see the appearance of the small island in the distance, and the light of the lighthouse of Monfitos is faintly visible. As if worried that Sean was not used to waiting like this, Sir Link took the initiative and said, "The island where the black market of Memfitos is located is a bit peculiar. The surrounding reefs are densely covered. Without the guidance of people familiar with hydrology, ships can easily hit the reefs." Hearing this, Sean's face showed a pensive look. It's not easy to find such a place near Memphis, the black market. At this time, a little light came on from afar and got closer and closer to Xiaoan and others. It was obvious that the black market had attracted people. Someone guided, and Sean and his party went to the island smoothly, but the scene after getting on the island was beyond Sean's expectation. Since it is a black market in Sean's mind, the participants should all wear black robes and masks. In fact, although there are such people, most people do not do too much disguise, and the number of people in the black market is also out. Too much of his expectation. "Sir Link, this black market is very lively." "Yes, Sir Sean, the black market of Memphis was established very early, and its reputation is very good. There has never been a story of black eating black, so it has attracted many people, not only the people of Memfitos. There are other people who pioneered territories, and even the aborigines of the New World." After listening to Sir Link's words, Sean's rating on the black market has improved again. Walking on the periphery of the black market, looking at the scattered and fragmented stalls around, Xiaoan's eyes flashed with curious light, perhaps he could also pick up and miss. Of course, after walking around, Sean knew that he was thinking too much. Although there were a lot of things on the periphery of the black market, there were few things that might have attracted his attention. The only flame gem, the stall owner, was a sensible person. Sir Link followed Sean around the periphery of the black market and didn't say much, because he could understand the psychology of Sean, a young man who had just come out of home, and he thought it was the same way back then. looked at the time and then at Sean, who was obviously not interested in going on shopping. Then Sir Link said, "Sir Sean, the time is almost up. The trade fair in the black market is about to begin. There will be some good extraordinary items inside. Maybe we can go and see." After hearing this, Xiaoan understood why the extraordinary items on the periphery of the black market were all concentrated in the inner periphery. Under such circumstances, Sean naturally had nothing to say, and followed Sir Link to walk inward. After paying a deposit of 50 gold gallons, Sean and his party entered the black market or black hall. With 50 jinjialong as the threshold, the number of people in the black hall is much less, but although the number is small, the quality has risen. Just a little inspection, Xiaoan found the existence of no less than 3 suspected transcendents. There are also some good gangs, most of which are fully armed and should not be underestimated. Some of them even carry the same Lester single-shot rifles as Sean's 2 guards. You must know that Lester's single-shot rifle, as the latest research result of the Kingdom of Sudelt, has only a few main forces changed, and these people can get it. There must be a lot of tricks, but all of this is in parallel with Sean. It doesn't matter much, he naturally won't be troublesome. After a while, about a quarter of an hour later, the magic crystal lamp hanging in the center of the black hall lights up, the entrance and exit gates are closed, and the black market fair officially begins. The black market presiding over the trade fair is a dwarf with thick reading glasses and a bushy white beard bound by a copper ring. Yes, it was a dwarf, and also a grey dwarf known as the Shame of the Dwarf. To be honest, the appearance of this dwarf really gave Sean a surprise. After all, the dwarf on the old world has long been lost and only exists in the history books. "Everyone, I believe that many acquaintances know me, but I still have to say a few words. The rules of the fair are very simple. Those who have good things can bring them to the stage for trading. In this process, if you tell the sellers if you have any doubts about the item, you can go to the stage to verify it yourself, or you can let the little old man appraise it." "Okay, I'll say so much." And then the trade fair will begin. Although the grey dwarf is old, the voice is still loud and loud, so that everyone in the hall can hear clearly. "Sir Link, don't people from the black market participate in the fair?" After listening to the grey dwarf, Sean was a little confused. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. "Sir Sean, people in the black market will not participate in the small black market fair once a month, but every year the black market will organize a large auction. At that time, the black market will come up with some fine products to attract popularity." "I see. The black market's routine is simple, but also very effective." When Sean was communicating with Sir Link, someone stepped onto the trading desk. The trade fair in the inner circle is indeed very different from the outer circle. The extraordinary items that are rare in the outer circle are constantly appearing here, although they are not of high grade. Of course, the fairs are not all extraordinary items. There are also some things like gems and antiques, but these items have one thing in common, that is, the origin is unknown. In the first few transactions of the trade fair, Sean did not make a shot. The only first-order strange thing, the small fireball ring, was also given up because of too many competitors and the asking price. After all, he bought this strange thing. The purpose of the object is to absorb the source force, and the cost-effectiveness of this small fireball ring is obviously not high. But soon, an item that made Sean really fascinated appeared. "Everyone, my trade item is the corpse of an extraordinary first-order brown bison. There are no other requirements, as long as Jin Jialong is fine." As the scar-faced man's voice fell, 2 strong men came to the stage carrying a brown bison. Boom, there is a sound on the ground. The brown bison weighs about 400 catties. It should be considered a calf. There are bullet holes in its head. It should have been shot at close range with a large caliber shotgun after falling into a trap. After all, it was shot at a long distance under circumstances. Ordinary firearms may hardly cause fatal injuries to such bison. There are not a few people who are interested in the carcass of an extraordinary bovine creature. After all, as an extraordinary food, it can cut a lot of meat. Chapter 5, Kachi Raspberry. 50 golden galleons. 50 hardware garan. 65 jin jialong. The sound of bidding price keeps coming and going, which shows the popularity of this supernatural creature of cattle. But Shan did not participate in the bidding. The reason why he was interested in this supernatural being was mainly because this supernatural being was not a brown bison. In fact, if this extraordinary creature is really a brown bison by fluke, then it really won't attract Shan's interest. Although this extraordinary creature looks like a brown bison on the surface, the four hooves of the oxen show a faint red color. It's just that this bison or the extraordinary creature's blood hoof is still young and is covered by mud. Obviously, if this extraordinary creature is a mature blood hoof, then its four hooves will be as red as blood. Blood hoofs are natural transcendent creatures, most of them are first order, a few can grow to second order, and they generally live in groups, rarely live alone. A corpse of a cattle-like transcendent creature, Shan cannot care. But Shan, a group of extraordinary creatures that may exist, cannot be ignored. This is not only a small living gold mine, but also a considerable source of strength. It was at this time that the bidding price was coming to an end. In the end, someone got the corpse of the bloodhoof at the price of 71 jin jialong, and looked at the happy scar-faced man on the stage taking the money bag, Shan's. An unexplained smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Go and follow that person to see if you can find the trail of the bloodhoof beasts. Shan's voice was so soft that he could barely hear it. Even Sir Link, who was sitting next to him, didn't notice it, as if he was talking to himself. The shadow behind him shook slightly and there was no other movement, while Shan continued to watch the trade fair as if nothing happened. A professional potion apprentice, in exchange for a pair of fire-striped bat eyes. The words are concise and concise. This time the people who came to the stage couldn't see their faces, and their whole bodies were covered in black robes. But everyone in the audience fell into silence for a while. The professional potion has the only effect, and its value fluctuates greatly. It varies from person to person. Although the eyeballs of the fire-striped bat are only first-order extraordinary materials, they are relatively rare and possessed. There are not many people. The silence continued. Seeing that no one took the stage to trade, the black-robed man changed the trading conditions after pondering for a while, saying that he could exchange it with Jin Jialong. After modifying the trading conditions, the originally sluggish transaction went on quickly, and finally someone exchanged the professional potion for 60 gold gallons. The trade fair continued, and towards the end, the appearance of an item detonated the audience, and even Shan began to participate in the bidding. Kachi raspberry, a member of the berry family, a shrub plant, but unlike other berries, the fruit of the kachi raspberry does not grow between the branches and leaves, but grows on the part of the fruit tree near the ground. Above the trunk, it is quite wonderful. There are many people in the Black Hall who are interested in kachi raspberry, but very few people actually ask for the price. There are only 3 people including Shan. There are 2 main reasons for this situation. One is that the asking price of the kachi raspberry is too high. Generally, the price of the first-order transcendent item is between dozens of gold coins and more than 100 gold coins. The high price of Jin Jialong. The second is that although the kachi raspberry is good, it is not easy to cultivate it well. Faced with the constant price increase of the 2 opponents, Shan offered a high price of 400 gold gallons after being silent for a while. This is the highest estimate in his mind. After exceeding it, he will give up the purchase of kachi raspberries. Although he has money, he will not spend wrong money. The value of the berries of kachi raspberries at one time is 30 gold gallons. Or so, based on 400 gold gallons, it will take about 13 years for Shan to recover the cost, and he has to bear the risk of the death of the kachi raspberry. The price/performance ratio is really not high. After Shan quoted the price of 400 gold gallons, the other two parties chose to give up after a little thought. After all, the price of 400 gold gallons was indeed high. Taking the Kachi raspberry into his hands, in the next transaction, Shan bought 2 pieces of chicken ribs, which were naturally born, for 70 jin jialong, namely the knotted hair band and the farmer's. The rice bowl, in which the knotted hair band is actually a lady's hair band that automatically knots, and the farmer's rice bowl has the ability to add a bit of saltiness to the food in the bowl. Shan doesn't know what to say about these 2 strange things. What's so good? Fortunately, he bought these 2 wonders only for the source of power. After the trade fair was over, the soldiers were asked to hold the Kachi raspberry in their arms. Shan and Sir Link walked out of the dark room side by side. Although many people looked at Shan's wealth, everyone was not a fool and could see Shan. It's not easy for a group of people, so no one turns this enthusiasm into actual action. Baron, do you want me to get the Kachi raspberry back? Some people are afraid of Shan and his party, and naturally some people don't care. This brawny man with a mouth full of golden teeth is one of them. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.cm. Oh, Dajanya, do you know who that person is? Whoever he is, besides which executioner of Memphis in this sea area, who else do we need to fear? He, Monter, 1,000-year-old inheritance, golden oak bathed in glory, this is not easy to mess with, and it is unnecessary, after all, I just want to buy a gift. After finishing talking, I closed Mori's poetry anthology and sorted out his gentleman's outfit. The man got up and left the Black Hall. At this time, if someone familiar with pirates was here, he would recognize this well-mannered man as Notorious. The great pirate Lisk Holder, known as the Pirate Baron, got on his own boat and stroked the wooden ring on his middle finger. Shan received Kachi raspberry into the ring. The gift of nature, the name of Shan's wooden finger ring, the third-order space system and nature system double wonders, in addition to the ability to store dead objects and plants, it also constants the magic of natural healing. The specific effect is based on the user's. The strength is determined by the lowest tier 1 and the highest tier 3, and the only use condition is that only talents with strong natural aura can use it. It can be said that this is a very good tier 3 wonder. The main reason why Shan didn't use it directly when he was in the dark room was to avoid trouble. The space wonders were so valuable that it was inevitable that someone would take risks. Now his strength is still very weak, and the shadow with the strongest combat power has been sent again. Go out, so the necessary caution is still needed. Collected the Kachi raspberries and recalled his experience on this trip. Shan was generally satisfied. Not only did he harvest the Kachi raspberries and the possible bloodhoof beasts, but he also saw a different scenery. The only thing, it's a pity that there are fewer strange things purchased, only 2. Chapter 6, Green Field. After returning from the black market, he took a rest for 3 more days and received some nobles. After leaving instructions to collect cheap wonders to the manor housekeeper Hag, Shan said goodbye to Sir Link and set off from the port of Memphis by boat. Go north along the coastline. Monfatos is located on the west coast of the New World. The green fields of the Montel family's pioneering territory are not far from Monfatos. It takes about 2 days to reach the estuary of the Tam River along the coastline, and then sail up against the current for half a day. We arrived at the town of Greenfield, the pioneering territory of Memphis. Compared with Memphis, Greenfield town is much simpler, but this is normal. After all, Greenfield town was established by the Montel family alone. The boat docked on the pier, and as soon as he got off the boat, Shan saw where a group of people were waiting. Although he is not familiar with these people, Shan is introduced by someone familiar with him. After some greetings, Shan has a general understanding of the power structure of Greenfield town. The clerk Sir Ilika is in charge of the administration of Greenfield town, and the military officer Farrells is in charge of the military of Greenfield town. There is a 200-man infantry brigade under his command, equipped with a new Lester single-shot rifle, which is quite powerful. Sheriff Elos, in charge of the security of Greenfield Town, Guard Officer Mons, who is not in charge of the specific things in Greenfield Town, but only responsible for the safety of the Lord's mansion. Although there is only a cavalry squad of 10 people under his command, all of them are extraordinary, and these 4 people constitute the power center of Liuyi Town. At night, after a rather grand dinner, all the people in Greenfield Town know that the real owner of Greenfield Town, Sean Montel, the eldest son of the Montel family, has arrived in Greenfield Town. In the study room, Sean stood by the window, savoring the red wine in the glass, and quietly listening to the secretary Irika reporting the big and small things in Greenfield Town. In addition to Liuyi Town, the territory under the jurisdiction of Liuyi Town has 5 villages and 18 large and small plantations. Its registered population with the Government Affairs Department totals more than 10,000 people, including free men and serfs. As for the native slaves, they are not among them. In the eyes of most Surtilts, these natives are not of the same kind at all. After 5 years of development, Greenfield Town has now passed the initial stage of requiring blood transfusion from the Montier family. Although there is not much output, it has been able to achieve basic self-sufficiency, which is considered to have laid a foundation in the New World. After listening to Sir Ilika's report on and off for more than an hour, Sean had a general understanding of the situation in Greenfield Town. Sir Irika has worked so hard for you all these years. I only thank you for your contribution on behalf of the family. Speaking, Sean also bowed and half-bowed to Ilika to show his gratitude. Ilika's full name is Ilika Montel, a collateral of the Montel family. He graduated from the Management Department of Foster University, the #1 university in the Kingdom of Sutilt. Although he is not an extraordinary person, he is in administrative terms. But his talents are outstanding. For such a person, Sean is naturally much closer to each other. Sir Sean is serious. As a member of the Montel family, I'm afraid that I haven't done enough to make the glory of the golden oak tree dust. It's been a courtesy, and the atmosphere between Sean and Ilika has become more harmonious. Sir Ilika, the two of us have the same surname, and we are bathed in the glory of the golden oak tree. I will just say some things. This time I came to the New World and the family has another task assigned to me. I'm afraid I don't have much energy in administrative management, so I still need to work hard for you. Hearing Sean's words, Ilika was a little bit mad. Before he came, he was ready to hand over part of his power. After all, as a new lord, Sean took back part of his administrative and military powers after he arrived. His direct power is a normal thing, but now the facts are completely different from what he thought. Lord Sean, I will do my best to make the glory of the golden oak tree brighter on the New World. After reaction, Ilika immediately expressed his attitude to Sean. For him, dealing with complicated administrative affairs is not only a burden but a kind of enjoyment. He likes the feeling of dominance. Seeing Ilika's statement, Sean's mouth showed a smile. On the second day, Sean received 3 other persons in charge of Greenfield Town besides Ilika at the Lord's mansion. The whole process was very smooth and there were no twists and turns. After this interview, Sean had a good opinion of these 3. For a deeper understanding, the military officer Farrell listed as a knight family, but has fallen, and only 1 knight is left. He is not a traditional knight himself, but a professional, a swordsman of the first rank. He is a founder and seems to have a good talent in leading the army. Sheriff Elrose gave Sean the opposite feeling to Fang Zheng's Farrell. He was slippery. Of course, slippery was not a shortcoming. At least in the process of talking with him, Sean felt very comfortable. As for the last guard officer among the 3 men, Moons is the person that Sean values most. His experience can be regarded as more inspirational. He was born as a servant, and was the father of Sean because of his steadiness and goodness. Heston Montel took a fancy and gave an extraordinary opportunity, but unexpectedly he did not accept the professional potion. Instead, he asked Heston for a piece of the incomplete knight's secret heart of steel. And with his own efforts and some resources given by the Montel family, he became a second-order knight. Since then, he has changed his own destiny and became a real knight, although only in reputation. Of Knight Mons, before leaving, my father mentioned you to me, saying that you are a steady person and a person who can do things. Now it seems to be pretty good. With a smile on his face, Sean was happy looking at Mons, who was sitting upright in front of him. As for whether Earl Heston Montel said these things, it doesn't matter, after all, it is impossible for Mons to verify. Your Excellency Earl is too acclaimed. It is an honor for me to serve the Montier family. S tone was deep, and after listening to Sean's words, Mons, the bearded man, immediately showed a touch of emotion. Knights of Mons, my father, and I believe in your abilities. I now want to know the situation of the Guards Knights squad. After all, this is the only large-scale extraordinary power in the territory. This is my honor, Lord. Although he has become an honorary knight from a slave, Mons still pays special attention to the distinction between inferiority and inferiority. Lord, there are 10 members of the cavalry squad, all of them are first-tier professional soldiers, equipped with a horse, a single-shot rifle, a cavalry knife, 2 sets of leather armor, and 1 set of chain armor. In addition to daily training, there will be an outing exercise every 5 days. I am in good condition and can perform tasks at any time. After listening to Mons's report, Sean was quite satisfied. As an extraordinary team, Sean naturally couldn't let them stay by his side and let them go out to find traces of extraordinary creatures for himself. Collecting extraordinary resources is Sean's idea. Chapter 7, Botanical Garden. After a simple meeting with the 4 of Illica, Sean originally planned to spend some time to see his realm in real life, but in the end he gave up this idea and plunged into the back of the Lord's mansion. In the botanical garden on the hillside. Lord, the Greenfield Botanical Garden began planning 5 years ago, and construction began 3 years ago. Now it has been completed. All planning is carried out in accordance with the drawings given by the family. Among them, the most important ritual is the foundation of the natural field. Part is also ready. After passing the tightly armed checkpoint, Irika began to introduce Sean to the wild botanical garden. Lord, this entire hillside belongs to the botanical garden, and protective walls have been erected around it to prevent some wild animals from breaking in and destroying the precious plants inside. Speaking, Sean and Ilika formally entered the wild botanical garden. Lord, the entire Greenfield Botanical Garden is roughly divided into 3 parts, the foot of the mountain, the mountainside, and the top of the mountain. The foot of the mountain is mainly planted with fruit trees, both of which we brought from the old continent, and we also collected in the New World. Oh! Hearing this, Sean was quite interested. As a natural wizard, he was curious about new plants. Looking at the surrounding fruit trees, besides the apples, crispy pears, and coconuts he knew, there were indeed several other trees he didn't know at all. Sir Irika, what is that kind of fruit tree? It's summer now, and most fruit trees don't bear fruit. As the only fruit-bearing existence among the fruit trees that Sean doesn't recognize, 3 rather peculiar fruit trees have attracted Sean's attention. This. Following Sean's gaze, Ilika suddenly felt a little embarrassed because he did not know this plant, but it was normal. After all, he was in charge of the administration of Liuyi town and was not responsible for the specific things in the botanical garden. Fortunately, at that time, a lady who came down from the mountain resolved his embarrassment. Looking at the woman walking down the hillside, Ilika's eyes suddenly lit up. Hayes, come here. Upon hearing the greeting, the woman cast her gaze, and when she saw that the person calling her was Irika, she immediately quickened her pace. Lord, Hayes is one of the resident staff of the Greenfield Botanical Garden, an outstanding graduate of natural science from Ivy League University, and is also a funded object of the Oak Foundation. She is far more familiar with this place than I am. Hearing this, Sean got a general idea of Hayes' identity. Ivy League University is the only university in Yorkshire where the Monteer family is located. It is closely related to the Monteer family. Although it is not as good as Foster University, its natural sciences and history are at the top level in the country. The main role of a student fund established by the ER family is to subsidize poor civilian students and be responsible for their related expenses during their studies. The corresponding students need to work for the Montelli family and repay debts after graduation. Good day, Sir Ilika. Walking over quickly, Hayes bowed a lady's gift to Ilika. Although he didn't know the identity of Sean, Hayes also bowed to him. Hayes, let me introduce to you. This is Sir Sean Monteil, the Lord of Greenfield. Hearing Ilika's introduction, Hayes' aqua-blue eyes showed a look of surprise. Although she had known that Sean should be a person of identity, she did not expect Sean to be the Lord of Greenfield Town. Good day, Lord, please forgive me for being rude. Unable to conceal the surprise in his heart, Hayes once again bowed a lady's gift to Xiao-en. To be honest, Hayes is not pretty by Sean's standards, with long flaxen hair, slightly curly hair, aqua-blue eyes, unobtrusive facial features, and small freckles on her face, but she looks salute. The standard looks like Hayes, and Sean has to admit that this outstanding Ivy League graduate has an intellectual atmosphere. Hayes, Sir Ilika just told me that you are very familiar with this botanical garden. Could you please introduce this plant to me? Pointing to the 3 fruit trees with fruit, Sean said. My honor, Lord. Hayes would naturally not refuse this simple request from Sean. Glanced at the plant that Sean was pointing at, knowing that, Hayes spoke without hesitation. My lord, this plant is called Kashimai by the Kharoch people. It is one of their daily food sources. It has a non-hard shell on the outside and white granular nuts on the inside, just like its corn covered with a husk. Talking, Hayes walked over and picked a fruit from the kesame tree. The size of the sago fruit is about the same as that of corn, and the color of the shell varies from cyan, yellow, and red, while the one in Hayes's hand is a red one. Took out a fruit knife from the pocket of the work clothes, Hayes twisted it around the middle part of the fruit, and then pressed it gently. The shell cracked, revealing the white flesh inside. Lord, please see. Taking the kosemi fruit from Hayes, Sean looked at the pulp that emerged from the husk. As Hayes said, the flesh was like corn kernels, but it was bigger. A lot on top, a lot fuller. And looking at this kind of cocoa, Sean always felt that it was very similar to the cocoa he had seen on TV in his previous life, but he was a little uncertain. Lord, you can taste it, but the sago pulp tastes a bit sour, but it also has a sweet taste, but the sago pulp is not much, only the outer layer, and the inside is larger. The core. Seeing that Sean is very interested in kesame, Hayes took advantage of the opportunity to introduce the taste of kesame to Sean. Hearing Hayes' words, Sean did not hesitate, took out a corn kernel-like pulp and put it into his mouth. In his previous life, Sean had never eaten cocoa, so I don't know if it tastes the same as cocoa, but looking at the grey-black pit in his hand, Sean feels that cocoa and cocoa are similar. It's really a similar species, so Kosago can become a good cash crop. After all, chocolate made with cocoa as a raw material in previous lives is marketed in the world. Reading www.udugonshu.com. Hayes, what do you think of this plant like kesame? Hearing this, he looked at Sean, who was still looking at the sago fruit in his hand. After hesitating for a while, Hayes still said his true thoughts. My lord, according to the observations of my 2 colleagues and me, although the sago plant has good resistance and environmental adaptability, it has a mediocre taste and low pulp content is not of much value. After finishing speaking, he took a quiet look at Sean, and found that Sean's expression had not changed. Hayes was relieved. That's it, Hayes, are these kosemi fruits mature? Speaking, Sean's topic suddenly turned a corner. Even though Hayes was a little confused about this, he quickly gave the answer. My lord, these kissimmee fruits are indeed ripe. Well, then, Hayes, you will take someone to pick all the fruits, ferment the pulp and core together, then dry and bake it, and finally polish it. Do a few more experiments to see what the final result is. In this way, if you encounter manpower or material problems during this process, you can ask Sir Illica to help you solve it. Speaking, Sean cast his eyes on Illica. There is no problem, Lord, I will provide Hayes with the corresponding help. Feeling Sean's gaze, Illica gave his promise. Through the words of Sean just now, he has already felt that Sean attaches great importance to this matter. After making corresponding arrangements, Sean no longer pays much attention to Corsamai, he has other things to do, and he doesn't know the final result. After all, he is not sure whether Corsamai and Coco are similar. Characteristic. Chapter 8, Cornerstone of Witchcraft. Mountainside, Hayes introduced the surrounding plants to Sean and Illica while walking. Lord, the main planting part of the mountainside of the botanical garden is medicinal herbs. Among them, hemp grass for anesthesia and hollow flowers for hemostatic powder are the most numerous. Hearing the words, Xiaoen nodded. It is normal to grow herbs in the botanical garden. These herbs can not only be equipped with some commonly used potions, but some are also used as accessories for potions. Listening to Hayes' introduction, after walking around the mountainside, Xiaoen and his party gradually approached the top of the mountain. Lord, the top of the mountain is in front of you. Looking at the top of the mountain in front of him, Hayes stopped walking. Seeing this scene, Illica turned to Sean and said, Lord, outsiders can't step on the top of the mountain. The mountain is guarded by bitterthorn vines. Once outsiders enter, they will be attacked. Well, in this case, Irika, you go in with me, Hayes will go back. The blue pupils swept across, and Sean had already seen the bitterthorn vine hidden among the vegetation. Sean still knows this kind of vine very well. It is a first-order supernatural plant cultivated by the Montel family with a special method. Although it is not very useful, it is good to use it to look at the home nursing home. Spirituality surged, sketching out a simple rune, touching the bitterthorn vine, Sean took Irika and walked up. Looking at the backs of Sean and Illica, Hayes' aquablue pupils showed a trace of desire. After 3 years of working for the Montel family, she no longer knew nothing about transcendence, but it was a pity that she was It is not easy for civilians to cross this threshold, but it is not without hope, at least she is a big step ahead of most civilians. The top of the hill of Botanical Garden is very flat. In addition to the land reserved for planting extraordinary plants, the Montel family also built a 2-story wooden cabin on it. My lord, the hillside where the Botanical Garden is located is where the magic node is located, and the top of the mountain is where the concentration of magic power is the highest. Build a small house over there, which has complete experimental equipment, a lounge, and a study room, but the conditions are a bit simpler. Hearing this, Sean glanced at the wooden hut but did not walk over. Instead, he walked towards the middle of the top of the mountain, where there was a stream of spring water. The spring water is not big, it is like a well, and there are ditches around it to guide the spring water out to irrigate the plants on the mountainside and foot of the mountain. Spiritual divergence, I felt the magic of the surroundings. Sean stood still before the spring water. With this naturally occurring spring water, he wanted to save a lot of trouble. Looking at the solemn expression of Sean, Irika was conscious of it. Stand quietly on the side. Turned the storage ring with his left hand. A gift from nature, a big tree appeared in front of Sean, it was the extraordinary plant golden oak. The golden oak tree is 3 meters high, with pale golden leaves, grey-brown trunks, and luxuriant branches. As soon as it appeared, its roots seemed to come alive, drilling into the soil one after another. Even the rocks could not stop them. Easy to penetrate. 1 minute later, the rooting was completed, and the golden oak returned to calm. The spring water happened to be covered by it under the body, and there was a taproot stuck in it, absorbing water to the heart's content. Seeing the golden oak calm down, Sean immediately took out a bottle of pale golden potion from the storage ring. The active potion, the unique potion of the Montel family, uses the top leaves of golden oak as the main material, which has a very good effect on the growth of extraordinary plants. The bottle in Sean's hand is made of third-order golden oak leaves. Class active potions are very precious. Stepped forward and poured the active potion into the spring water, and the original clear spring water was suddenly stained with a faint golden color. Hula, absorbing the active spring water, the golden oak shook for a while, and the leaves that had been slightly dim due to transplantation became bright again. After seeing this scene, Sean, who was still a little worried, immediately relaxed. The third-order golden oak is extremely precious, especially in this era. There is no room for loss, so he chose to waste a bottle of third-order active potion. Sir Ilika, in the next 3 days, I will sort out the magic trajectory, and use the golden oak as the core to activate the ritual witch formation in the natural realm. Could you please tell me to go down to the botanical garden and close the garden for 3 days? Your wish, Lord. Without asking much, Ilika hurriedly left the botanical garden. Without paying much attention to the leaving Irika, Sean began to let go of his spirituality, with the golden oak as the core, affecting the magical power around him. This process is not difficult, but it is a waste of time. 2 days later, a golden-green halo spread out with the golden oak as the core, and it gradually disappeared until the foot of the mountain. Feeling the faint natural aura around him, a smile appeared on Sean's pale face. Although it was an intermittent spiritual adjustment, the 2 consecutive days did exhaust him. Fortunately, it was all worthwhile. The ritual witch formation takes shape in the natural realm, and the entire botanical garden is shrouded in it. The natural breath grows and the sacred breath is revealed. For a time, the plants spread their branches and leaves, and the pests flee quickly. Hey, first-order spirituality is still too weak. Standing on the top of the mountain, feeling the changes in the botanical garden, Xiaoen's mouth was drawn with a smile. With the blessing of the natural realm of the ritual witch formation, he can let the devil fruit tree that is the cornerstone of his witchcraft take root here. As the cornerstone of witchcraft, the devil fruit tree can transform between virtual and real. When it is virtual, it can be parasitic in Sean's body, and when it is real, it can take root in the outside world. Sudden and rusty, like the sound of a poisonous snake slipping through the grass, 11 twisted tree roots quietly emerged from Sean's back. Quite weird. The shadow of the tree is 3 meters high, and the whole body is dark and the leaves are oval, as if carved from obsidian, but it has a low-key gorgeousness. Maybe it was because the land was not fertile enough. After landing, the roots of the demon fruit tree twisted again, just like the tentacles of an octopus, causing its body to move a distance to the side again, approaching the golden oak. The devil fruit tree was separated, and Xiaoen's face couldn't help whitening, but he quickly recovered and a lightness appeared. Although the devil fruit tree in his body will bring him an increase in combat power, it will also bring him a spiritual burden. It is not appropriate to maintain it for a long time, and it is not suitable for the growth of the devil fruit tree. Looking up at the cornerstone of his witchcraft, Sean fell into silence. After a year of growth, the devil fruit tree has grown from a seed to a 3-meter-high tree. The growth rate is not slow, but Sean still dissatisfied, because the characteristics of this demon fruit tree have not been revealed so far. The secret of nature is a special secret for wizards. Although it is difficult to get started, it has many benefits. The most obvious is that the selected witchcraft cornerstone will bring special increases for wizards. For example, a practice the secret of nature, the wizards who use the hellfire tree as the cornerstone will get the increase in fire attributes, and this increase will continue to increase with the growth of the hellfire tree. Bring any additional gains. I don't know when the magic wave will appear. The devil fruit tree is a baptism after all, but it is much slower to accumulate by itself. Silently whispered, Sean's blue pupils burst out with a gloomy brilliance. Chapter 9, Shadow. The sky was overcast, the light rain was faint, and it was 10 days in a flash, and Sean completely took root in the town of Greenfield. 10 days are either long or short. With the arrival of Sean, a little change began to take place in Greenfield town. During this process, Sean spent most of the time except occasionally communicating with the 4 chief officers. All stay in the botanical garden. In the meditation room, Sean is meditating. As a profession that needs to endure loneliness, the fundamental power of wizards needs constant meditation to increase spirituality. The world is indeed different, the magic becomes more active and easier to be absorbed, and this is just a prelude. Ending the meditation, feeling the spiritual growth of his own, Xiaoen's mouth was drawn with a smile. Walked out of the meditation room, and turned his eyes, Sean saw the shadow wearing a ghost mask and a black hood standing in the shadow of the corner. "Master, I found the bloodhoof beasts." The voice was dumb and concise, and after speaking, the shadow stood motionless, like a wooden man, waiting for Sean's instructions. Hearing this, Sean made no secret of his smile. This is really good news. If the domestication is successful, he can not only harvest money, but also obtain a stable source of harvesting point. You must know that you are absorbing the purchase after the 2 strange things. His current source force point is only 2 points, and he needs to add it urgently. Tell me about the details. Yes. After listening to the specific introduction of the shadow, Xiaoen walked out of the room, and the shadow had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. As the shield of the core members of the Montel family, the shadow is the most outstanding is its concealment ability. Of course, there is also absolute loyalty. In addition to cultivating brainwashing since childhood, the more important thing is that the Montel family has a piece called loyalists. The strange thing of the mask, this strange thing can split into a sub-mask every once in a while. Once someone puts on the sub-mask, the sub-mask will distort the belief in the subtlety of the sub-mask. Of course, although the loyal mask is powerful, it also has limitations. The most important thing is that only the sub-mask can be worn for a long time to be distorted by the sub-mask, and this time is often more than 3 years. In addition, because the wearer is affected by the mask of the loyal and distorted beliefs, it is impossible to break through the 5th stage, but this shortcoming has little effect at this time, and the 5th stage is a big hurdle, except for richness. In addition to the natural resources, talent is also very important, and not everyone can break through. Outstanding ability, absolute loyalty, Shadow has become the perfect tool of the Montiel family. In addition to protecting the safety of family members, it is also within their scope of responsibility to handle dirty work for the owner. Shadows are shadows, and there is no name. The weakest of each shadow is Tier 3. Although it is only a potion system, the ability of Tier 3 concealers is definitely not weak, and the potion system is the mainstream in the current environment. Of course, with the rise of the magic wave, the long-standing and mature wizard system and the knight system will return. This is a destined result. The wizard system sprouted from the age of ignorance, developed in the Golden Age, reached its peak in the Silver Age and divided into 8 ranks, namely, the First Order Grey-Robed Wizard, the Second Order White-Robed Wizard, the Third Order Red-Robed Wizard, and the Fourth Order Great Wizard. The Fifth Order True Spirit Wizard, the Sixth Order Titled Wizard, the Seventh Order Regular Wizard, and the Eighth Order Power Wizard. It was only in the Bronze Age that it gradually withdrew from the world stage and faded out of the public's sight. The Knight system appeared in the Golden Age, and has not developed much in the Silver Age. It was not until the Bronze Age that its influence suddenly increased and gradually became the mainstream. It was divided into 7 ranks, namely the First Order Grey Knight, the Second Order White Knight, and the Third Tier Red Knight, Tier 4 Great Knight, Tier 5 Glory Knight, Tier 6 Titled Knight, Tier 7 Throne Knight. The potion system has appeared since the Bronze Age. It was originally studied by wizards to reduce the environmental impact and the difficulty of cultivation, but it ultimately failed. But there is no absolute thing. At the end of the Bronze Age, as the concentration of magic power further decreased, the potion that was originally a failed product bloomed with strange brilliance. With the low demand for magic power, the low threshold, and the advantages of quick success, it gradually became the mainstream. Of course, although the current potion system in the Black Iron Age is mainstream, it has a fatal weakness, that is that the most mature potion sequence up to now is only Tier 5, and even most of the highest can only reach Tier 4. If the magic wave does not recover, the weakness of the conditions of the Dark Iron Age can be ignored, but nothing happens. Now the magic wave has recovered, and the potion system will inevitably be abandoned or supplemented with the passage of time, unless the potion system can make a breakthrough to reach the level of 6th or even 7th. Leaving the botanical garden and returning to the Lord's mansion, Sean received the guard officer Mons and the military director Farrelly in the small garden. Knight Farrell, is the situation around Greenfield Town stable? Suddenly, when he heard such a question from Sean, a seldom in charge of the Lord, Farrell was quite surprised, but his long military life made him quickly get up and answer Sean's question. Lord, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, the surrounding area of Liuyi town is relatively stable recently except for a few Cherokee who circulate. Hearing this, Sean nodded. The pioneering land of the New World is different from the Old one. The people are sturdy. Many people are veterans. Basically, every family has weapons. Although most of them are just old-fashioned matchlock guns, they are used to it enough to deal with the small-sized Cherokee. Very well, Farrell Light Knight, you did a good job. Next, I'm going to mobilize some troops. What's the problem with you? Hearing Sean's words, Farrelly looked serious, and instead of agreeing to it immediately, he asked. I don't know how many people the Lord will transfer. 20 or so is almost the same. No problem, Lord can make adjustments at any time. With a sigh of relief, Farrell gave an affirmative answer. The conventional military forces in Greenfield Town are mainly divided into two parts. One is the 200-man infantry brigade under his command, equipped with Lester single-shot rifles and well-trained. The combat experience is rich and the combat effectiveness is strong. The second is the militia patrol. Although the number is large and can be recruited more temporarily, these militiamen will receive certain training during their service. They are peasants and equipped. The weapons are only flintlock and arquebus, and the combat effectiveness is not reliable. If Sean draws too many troops, then he will dissuade him, because that is his responsibility as a military chief. Of course, he will only dissuade him, and it is Sean who makes the final decision. Got Farrell's affirmative answer, Sean rolled his eyes and looked at Mons, who hadn't moved from start to finish sitting on the side. Lord, the guards are always waiting for you. Without hesitation, without doubt, Mons clearly expressed his attitude. Chapter 10, Green Grass. The next day, early in the morning, as soon as the sun crossed the sea level, Sean led Mons and a group of his men on the three-masted sailing ship Bailu down the Tam River and into the endless sea. The place where the Bloodhoof beasts are located is a small island, not far from Memphis. It is only about a day's voyage, and this is also in Sean's expectation. After all, the Bloodhoof beast's corpse appeared on the black market. It is very fresh and there are no signs of freezing, so the place where the group captured the Bloodhoof must be very close to Memphis. Of course, there are other ways to keep the Bloodhoof beast alive in this world, such as space-like wonders. But these things are basically impossible to be owned by a small hunting group. With shadow-recorded charts and experienced navigators, they traveled unimpeded all the way. 2 days later in the afternoon, Xiaoen and others arrived at the island where the Bloodhoof beasts were located. The island is unnamed, so Sean named it Bloodhoof Island because of the Bloodhoof beasts. Bloodhoof Island is high in the east and low in the west, with steep cliffs on the east and rugged rocks, and dense jungle on the west like most desert islands. No one thought that there would be a group of extraordinary creatures on such an ordinary island. When Sean and the others landed on the island, a group of people on the valley plain in the center of the island were nervously laying out something. "Brother, do you think we can catch all the brown bison in one swoop this time?" Two big guys with similar looks were side by side, watching the others busy. One of them, who looked younger, said casually, "Don't worry, this time I specially invited an extraordinary hunter professional. With his help, I will never let those damned guys escape." "Extraordinary, it's really enviable," said. The young man's face was full of envy. Looked at his younger brother with a look of envy. The strong man with a long scar on his face patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You don't have to be envious. After I sell these brown bisons this time, I will buy you a potion." As he said, feeling the power surging in the body, a smile appeared on Scarface's stiff face. The extraordinary was indeed different. He was grateful for his decision to spend 80 gold gallons to buy the soldier's potion last time, although the price is higher than the market price, but the potion is not black bread that can be selected by people. Without the corresponding channels, it is impossible to buy it with money. From an ordinary person with no background to an extraordinary person, 80 Jin Jialong is not expensive. On the other side, Xiaoen and his party are walking silently in the dense forest. There is a small team of extraordinary people. The poisonous insects and beasts in the dense forest can't cause harm to them, but because there is no qualified road, they can only open and move forward, so the team is not moving fast. "Mons, it looks like we are going to stay overnight on this island tonight. Estimated a traveling speed and time," Sean said. "It should be like this, Lord." As he spoke, Mons' expression remained unchanged, his eyes swept, and he was alert for possible dangers. Although the extraordinary squad cleared up in advance, this kind of danger was basically impossible to appear, but Mons still did meticulously, without a trace. "Relax." Noting Mons's actions, Sean had to feel that the guard officer was really a reliable person, but perhaps it was precisely because of this that he could become his guard officer. The forest gradually sparsed. Before the sun completely set, Xiaoen and his party finally walked out of the dense forest. The valley plain is not a plain river, but undulating like a wave, with a distinctive beauty under the red sunset, which makes people feel peaceful. Sent out guards, cleared surrounding dangers, built surrounding camps, everything was arranged in order, and Sean didn't need to worry about it. Walking around the camp, looking at the lush green grass around him, Sean knelt down and pulled one out of the grass. It really is green grass. Looking at the green grass in his hand, Sean fell into contemplation for a while. Green-eye grass is a kind of extremely high-quality forage. Only some great nobles would spend their great efforts to nurture them as fodder for riding beasts. Xiaoen never expected that there would be such a large area of green grass here. Perhaps this is the most precious treasure of Bloodhoof Island. If the grasses growing in the valley plains are all green grasses, their value will not be lower than that of the Bloodhoof herd, and the benefits will be higher if they are used to build high-quality pastures. Got up and looked into the distance. Xiaoen's original relaxed expression became serious, his brows frowned slightly. The appearance of the green-eyed grass broke Sean's plan. Originally, he planned to catch the Bloodhoof beasts and leave, but now he needs to make changes. After all, the benefits are moving, even if he is the son of the Earl. Unable to be changed. Bloodhoof Island is an uninhabited desert island. It is not difficult for Sean to occupy it. The only trouble is that it is too close to Monfatos. Once he builds a ranch here on a large scale, it is difficult not to attract the attention of interested people. The overwhelming expression on the surface can still be suppressed by virtue of the Monty family's prestige, at most some exchange of benefits, but the danger in the dark is difficult to stop. Reading www.yunshu.com. In the New World, it is difficult for the Montel family to separate enough power to hold this cream cake. Now it seems that it is more appropriate to build a small stronghold first to achieve nominal occupation, and wait until the time is right to carry out large-scale development. Made up his mind, Sean stopped staying and went straight back to the camp. In the middle of the night, except for the night watchman, everyone else was already asleep, and a sudden explosion from a distance awakened many people, including Sean. A large number of torches were lit, and the originally slightly dim camp suddenly became lively. "What's going on?" Looking at the direction of the explosion, Sean frowned. "It's not clear at the moment, but the sound should be the sound of a gunpowder canister exploding." Standing beside Sean, Mons looked solemn. "Go to the shadow to see what's going on." The shadow behind Sean fluctuates for a while, and then calms down again. Mons noticed it but didn't ask anything. "Mons, pass the order to let the troops assemble, let's go over and take a look." "Yes, Lord." With an order from Sean, the entire camp quickly and efficiently operated. Under the dark night, Xiaoan led a team of men and horses to move forward quickly. Although the line of sight was not very good because of the darkness, because the terrain was relatively flat, there were no trees and rocks, so the speed of advancement was not slow. And the shadow came back when Sean was about halfway there. It turned out that the hunting group made a noise. I didn't expect that they wanted to round up the bloodhoof animals. Their appetite was not small. I just don't know if they have such a good mouth. Murmured, there was a cold light flashing through Sean's blue pupils. Chapter 11, Hunting. The moon was dim, and under the shroud of darkness, Sean and his group stood behind a hill quietly watching the lively scene not far away. The fire was shining, gunshots, explosions, and shouts rang together. In a short while, the ground shook, and 3, 4 and 7 bloodhoof beasts were driven by the hunting group and roared from a distance, rushing to the trap not far away. "Brother, you still have a way." On horseback, Green grinned with a big smile, while his elder brother Gray and the head of the brother hunting group were serious. "Green, don't be happy too early, things haven't settled yet." "Brother, I listen to you." Hearing Gray's words, Green immediately reduced the smile on his face. The two brothers had lost their parents since they were young, and they depended on each other together. He had been a thief, a gangster, and a mercenary. He always obeyed his eldest brother. On the hills, watching the action of the hunting group by the light of the fire, Xiaoan found that he had really underestimated the hunting group before, but he didn't expect them to make full use of the docile or timid characteristics of the bloodhoof beasts. As an extraordinary creature, bloodhoof beasts are gentle in nature and have a natural fear of loud sounds and fires, but even if they want to successfully drive the bloodhoof beasts to the trap, it is not an easy task. The earth roared, and the bloodhoof beasts ran wildly. Only 7 ran out of the momentum of a nightly charge. Who would have thought that they were running for their lives just looking at the surface? Causade, the branches broke, the dust splashed, and the blood-hoofed beast with 4 red hooves in the lead plunged into the pit, and the blood-hoof beasts behind it were panicked for a while and wanted to stop. It was too late, one by one. All fell into the trap. Seeing the group of blood-hoof beasts entering the nest, the group of hunters who had been prepared quickly surrounded them. First they threw a few large hunting nets into the pit to interfere with the actions of the bloodhoof beasts, and then lifted a fence made of several logs to cover it. Above the sinkhole, so far the bloodhoof beast group has completely fallen into the trapped net, and it is difficult to turn over again. Cheers sounded, even Scarface Gray, who had been sullen, relaxed, and it was at this moment that Green quietly approached him. "Brother, do we really give that guy another 50 gold gallons? That's not a small sum." Talking, Green glanced at the lonely figure who was incompatible with the brothers' hunting group in the distance. Gray's rough face showed a pensive color when he heard Green's words. After a while, he shook his head and said, "It's better to give it to him. There's no need to damage our hunting group's reputation. Of course, the most important thing is that as a veteran transcendent, he may have something we don't know. If we can't kill him with a stick, it is likely to face big trouble. Only by becoming a transcendent can you understand the power of the transcendent better. In fact, the First Order Transcendent does not have much advantage against opponents holding a rifle. It will be injured as well as dead if it is hit. Under the circumstances, if the Transcendents are given a chance, they can completely solve the problem by attacking and killing, and this is even more true for a veteran hunter who is good at tracking and arranging traps. Of course, Gray still has another idea in his mind, and that is to summon the old hunter Sen-Chris into his hunting group. Through this cooperation, he fully feels the strength of the old hunter. Without him, they would not at all. It is possible to accurately find the traces of the bloodhoof beasts, nor can they find the weaknesses of the bloodhoof beasts and set up suitable traps. To be honest, the current results have completely exceeded Gray's expectations. Before that, he just wanted to capture 1 or 2 mutant brown bisons in exchange for a potion for his brother Green. He never thought of putting the entire herd into his pocket. After all, the previous capture of the brown bison has made them fully feel the ferocity of this creature. It is a lesson of blood. It is precisely because of this that he would agree to Sen-Chris employment terms at the beginning, regardless of success or failure, to pay 10 gold in advance. Garin, successfully capture the herd and pay 50 gold Garin. Now it seems that he had made a mistake at the beginning, and Sen-Chris made a lot of money. Of course, he didn't suffer a loss. Although Sen-Chris made a profit, he made more. Under the light of the fire, everyone in the brother hunting group was smiling. Many people are already thinking about how to relax. It may be a good choice to drink a few large glasses of rye before going to the companion girl for advice. Under such circumstances, he didn't even notice the faint figure in the dark. Sneaking in the dark, the troops dispersed silently, forming a loose encirclement of the brother hunting group. After the enveloping circle was formed, after feeling the wind direction, Sean adjusted his lower position. Spirituality ascended, and dense dark red light spots appeared beside Xiaoen, then quickly dimmed, merged with the night, and disappeared. Sen-Chris, congratulations, you will get a lot of money. No, congratulations, Captain Gray. Looking at the 2 Gregorian brothers coming from a distance, there was a smile on Sen-Chris' dry face, but he did not relax his vigilance from his tight body. As a lone hunter, Sen-Chris can live safely and steadily to the present. Naturally, he has his uniqueness. Reading www.yukansha.com's extremely vigilant heart is one of the most important points. Sen-Chris, I want to invite you to join our brother hunting group. Of course, I will give you the position of deputy head. The position is only below me. I believe this is a good choice for you and me. After finishing speaking, Gray's eyes fell on Sen-Chris, watching his reaction. And Sen-Chris fell into silence after hearing Gray's words. To be honest, Gray's terms were okay, but Sen-Chris was not moved at all. After all, Gray was not the first person who wanted to recruit him. What I was thinking now was how to reject Gray and what he would do if Gray turned his face after rejection, but at this moment a shout interrupted his thinking and solved his dilemma. Who? As the distance continues to shorten, someone in the brothers' hunting group finally found out that something was wrong. When he heard the warning from his men, Gray's expression changed, and he reacted quickly, no longer paying attention to Sen-Chris trotting in the direction of the sound. Everyone is on guard. The sound was calm and powerful, which quickly settled down the brother hunting group that was still a bit chaotic. The torch was lit, and since it was discovered, Xiaoen and his party no longer conceal their whereabouts, or it is meaningless to cover up their whereabouts after all that should be done. Seeing the surrounding scene clearly, although the look on Gray's face did not change, his heart slowly sank. Before they knew it, they were already surrounded. Although it seems that there are not many people, they are well equipped. Well trained, he bought 5 Lester single-shot rifles from the black market at a great price, but almost everyone has one, and this is only what he saw. There may be more rifles aiming in the dark. Here. Chapter 12, Werewolf. The darkness dissipated, and an uneasy atmosphere continued to breed among the brothers in the hunting group. Calmly, barely maintaining the composure on the face, Gray watched the approaching Xiaoan and others and said, "Who is your excellency? Any advice? Things are approaching." Although Gray knows that things are unlikely to be good today, he still wants to fight for it. After all, judging from the situation on the scene, they are completely at a disadvantage. Stopped, his eyes swept, and looked at the guarded people of the brother hunting group, Xiaoan finally set his eyes on Gray. "Let your people put down their weapons, and I will give you a way to survive." The language is mild, but the meaning expressed is extremely overbearing, and there is no room for the brother hunting group to choose. Both hands were squeezed tightly, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Originally, Gray had already lowered his head to be small, and even gave up the plan to harvest this time, but at this moment, after listening to Shan's words, he still couldn't help feeling raging in his heart. "Your Excellency, don't you think your condition is too excessive? Don't you be afraid that the fish will die and the net will break?" Has a cold tone, revealing an unabashed threat. And hearing this, Xiaoan's calm face couldn't help showing a smile, which was naked sarcasm. "The fish is dead and the net is broken? Do you deserve it too?" The voice fell, and the sudden change occurred. "Damn, what is this? Ah, my face!" The screams and wailing sounds became a piece, completely breaking the silence of the night. The hunting group members who were still holding weapons and confronting Xiaoan and others were all twisted, and they only rolled on the ground in pain. I saw their skin chapped and bloody, like dry soil, and there were small blood-colored flowers poking out of their flesh and blood, blooming gorgeous flowers. What? Itching was unbearable. Gray couldn't help but grabbed a hand on his face, and the skin fell off for a while, revealing bright red flesh and blood, which was miserable and abnormal. "I want you to die." With a wailing before his death, Gray rushed towards Shan with red eyes, trying to drag Shan to with him, and when he acted, the body of Munins beside Shan was about to rush up. He solved it, but was stopped by Shan. "This is the source of strength. Die." Seeing Shan close in front of him, Gray grinned with a grinning smile, and a mouthful of big yellow teeth made people even more nauseous. Puffed, his body fell to the ground, and Gray's eyes still could not be closed, still had the pleasure of revenge. I don't know when his flesh and blood had dried up, leaving only a bone frame with a broken skin. The corpse, and the gorgeous flowers that originally bloomed on his flesh and blood also withered quietly, bearing a corolla ball that was light red like a dandelion. Coincidentally, when Gray fell, the rest of the brothers hunting group basically lost their lives, and they died in exactly the same way as Gray. The light red corolla ball shines in the dark night, the breeze blows, the corolla dissipates, clusters of light red seeds drift with the wind, like a group of dancing fireflies, and this beautiful scenery is appreciated by no one except Shan. In the case of Tiger Scorpion, the temperature of the mummy that fell to the ground has not dissipated. Quietly took a look at Shan. Munins was not at peace. He had killed a lot of people, he had seen more, but it was really the first time I saw someone so weird. He quietly raised the wizard's danger level to another level in his heart. If he becomes an enemy in the future, he will never give his opponent a chance to shoot, otherwise he might die without knowing how to die. "Mons, there is a fish that slipped through the net, please go and solve it, try to catch it alive." His eyes condensed, and Mons, who was originally shocked by these people's strange ways of death, suddenly noticed something wrong after hearing Shan's words. Whoosh, as Xiaoan's words fell, a black shadow immediately jumped out of the corpse and ran in the opposite direction to Xiaoan. Is the second order White Knight to charge first? It is a necessary ability to charge short distances. Looking at the humanoid wolf monster in front of him, Mons had a solemn gaze, and he did not dare to be half-hearted. Although the wolf monster was only one tier in terms of aura, the difference in rank among low-level transcendents was not impossible. He didn't want to pass through the barriers that he had crossed. Is this a werewolf? At the moment when he saw the wolf monster clearly, Shan's first thought was that this was a werewolf, because it was so similar to the werewolf he saw in film and television works in his previous life. Senkis, keenly aware of the danger of the person in front of him, wanted to escape without any hesitation. Relying on the strength of the wolf incarnation, after a hard blow with Mons, he opened the distance with the recoil force. Change direction quickly. After, his muscle strength and skin toughness have greatly increased. Although firearms are still useful to him, as long as he avoids the vital points, a few shots will not be fatal. This is also the cost for him to bravely break through after being discovered. It's a pity that although his plan was good, he underestimated Mon's reaction speed. The knight's secret heart of steel increased the knight's body in the second place. The strongest is the polishing of the knight's mind and will, and what it shows outside is the super control of Mons's body. Unloading, turning, and exerting force. At the moment when he noticed Sankria's thoughts, Mons' body immediately made the most correct choice, without the slightest hindrance. Boom, collide again, turn again, and meet again. After 3 such times, Sankri finally understands that wanting to break through quickly has become a luxury. www.readaloud.com. The wild ascends, and the green pupils show nothing. The of disguise, this time he is no longer ready to give in. Wow! Looking up to the sky and roaring, Senkri's original burly wolf body swelled a bit again, with knotted muscles and sharp claws. Seeing the reaction of Sankri, Mons's originally calm face was also stained with a blush. As a second-order knight, he has not had a good fight with others for a long time. The pure white fighting spirit rose from the body like a flame, his legs bent and exerted force, and Mons was heading towards Sankri like an arrow from the string, and he could no longer hold it back. Bang bang bang, punch to the flesh, this is the romance of the night. Watching the fierce battle between Mons and Sankri, Sean looks at it with gusto. Although his body is polished well, but with Mons and compared with Sankri, it is a lot worse. Of course, the two roots are different, and there is nothing comparable. Give him time, he can even cause more damage than Mons and Sankri, just like he had done to his brother before. As the hunting group did, it turned 40 or 50 people into corpses without knowing it, and only used the first-order witchcraft dandelion parasitism. This is the romance of the wizard. Although the dandelion parasitic witchcraft has major flaws, its casting range is very small without the help of external forces, but it is not impossible to make up for it. In addition to relying on the wind that exists in nature, it can also be made up by strange objects. The breeze ring, a first-order strange thing, can summon a breeze. Under normal circumstances, it is not very useful. It can only be used to relieve heat, but Sean effectively combines it with dandelion parasitism to make them play 1 + 1 is greater than 2, and this is the charm of witchcraft. Chapter 13, Type 6. Sankri fell to the ground severely injured, his right arm was obviously broken in an irregular twist, and blood was still coughing up from the corner of his mouth, which was also mixed with many internal organs fragments. Obviously the internal organs were also severely injured. Before he finished speaking, his eyes were dizzy, and Sankri completely lost consciousness. With his loss of consciousness, his minions gradually retracted, turning from a werewolf into a human form again. Hey, it's been a long time since I was so happy. The swollen right arm slowly returned to its original state. After the knight's secret skills were relieved, Mons sighed heartily. It must be said that although Sankri is only a first order, he is indeed a good opponent in the form of a werewolf. At least enough meat. Seeing the end of the battle, Sean temporarily gave up his plan to turn him into a source of power after checking and determined that Sankri's ability to transform werewolves originated from himself and not with the help of foreign objects, and planned to bring him back to study. Used shackles and iron chains to tie up Sankri, and used sleeping potions to solve the bloodhoof beasts in the pit, and Sean ordered the troops to evacuate. Shadows, find their ship and solve it. Watching the troops clean up the battlefield, Xiaoen casually gave another order. Now that the matter has been done, he must do it. encountered a small storm on the way back. Although it was evaded in time, it was still delayed for an extra day. Fortunately, nothing else happened. Back to the green field, after a day's rest, Sean took a shot to solve the 3 big bloodhoof beasts, and gained 1 + 1 + 1.5 equals 3.5 source power points, plus the 1 point gained by beheading Grey, and before the remaining 2 points, Sean had a total of 6.5 source points. And this 6.5 source power points is enough to exchange for something, such as the practice notes he wanted to exchange before. Consciousness sank into the door of another world, and the 9 bubbles still floated quietly in the endless void, as if time had stopped here. Touched spirituality to that bubble, and Sean got corresponding feedback. Item, unnamed note. Evaluation, a note written by an unknown person, recording his experience in practicing a physical skill called the 6 forms. Price, 6 source power points. Consciousness returned. After some thinking, Sean still exchanged this practice note. Although he wanted to exchange for the Whitebeard's body, the source power difference was a little bit, and he didn't have a suitable one after taking it out. Using the method, it is better to exchange out the 6 types that are more in line with reality. Not only can you practice yourself, but you can also practice for your subordinates, which is a whole set of night secret skills inheritance. 6 styles, the full name of the Navy 6 styles, comes from One Piece world. It is a superhuman technique practiced by the Navy and spy organization CP of the world government. It includes iron blocks, shaving, paper painting, finger guns, moon steps, and feet. It has been tempered, not to be underestimated. From Sean's point of view, the Navy's 6th form is completely comparable to the 3rd Order Knight's secret skills, and even surpassed, not only because it is a system, there are offensive, defensive, and mobile, but also because talented people can use the 6th form as a system. It is commendable that the base derives a derivative technique that matches one's own, and a suitable derivative technique is completely comparable to Tier 4 Knight skills. Navy Type 6, it's a familiar name, but it's a bit troublesome. Looking at the unnamed notebook with a black cover in his hand, Sean sighed and was a little bit distressed. No matter which type of Navy 6 types are, they have extremely high requirements on the physical fitness of the practitioner. Not only will the physical fitness not meet the standards and the forced training will not succeed, but also it is also possible to practice and abolish oneself, in which the risk has to be measured. It's just that it's not impossible. The iron block is different from the other 5 styles. The other 5 styles, whether it's arranging feet, shaving, finger grabbing, or paper painting and moon steps, have extremely high physical fitness from the beginning. Although the iron block also requires extremely high physical fitness, it is a gradual process, and the physical fitness of the First Order Knight can basically meet the requirements of cultivation. Opened the note in his hand and looked at the completely unfamiliar text on the paper, but Sean was strangely able to understand the meaning without any hindrance, as if this was his instinct. The ability given by the gate of another world. After a little doubt, Sean no longer wants to be completely immersed in the notes, and this look is just an afternoon. Closing the notes in his hand, Xiaoen's heart is not at peace. It is different from simply feeling cool when watching anime. After in-depth understanding, he understands the unusualness of the 6 forms. The 6 forms are not only used to attack, but also to enhance an effective method of body control. The iron block mainly focuses on the muscles, and the paper painting focuses on the bones. Shaving, moonwalking, finger guns, and arranging feet are exercises for the limbs. Walked out of the room and came to the small garden, Xiaoen began to try to practice iron. Although he is a wizard, his physical body is not comparable to that of a Nightside Transcendent, but he is not weak, at least reaching the bottom line of cultivating iron. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Hey, shortness of breath, sweat running arbitrarily, without practicing for long, Sean felt tired from the bottom of his heart. The initial training of the iron block seems to be quiet, but it requires high-frequency mobilization of muscles, which is not only laborious but also physically demanding. Feeling that he is close to the limit, Xiaoan didn't force himself anymore. There is a gradual process in the training of physical skills, not every time he has to break through his limit. At the moment when Xiaoan stopped, Gulea, the close maid who had been waiting on the side, walked up with the sheep towel. Wiped off the sweat, after enjoying Guria's massage, Shan's sore muscles slowly relaxed. As Shan's personal maid, Guria is not only beautiful, but also an orthodox first-order knight with outstanding talent. In addition, she is also proficient in many techniques, such as tea ceremony and massage. Guria, your massage technique is getting better and better. Master, you like it? Guria's voice was cold and didn't fluctuate much, but the flash in her eyes still revealed the joy of her mood at this time. Guria, you can practice this night secret skill. Speaking, Xiaoan stopped the pen in his hand and handed the six-shaped iron block that had just been translated to Guria. Okay, master. Without asking too much, Gulea took the paper handed over by Shan. She and Shan were one body, or an accessory to Shan. She and Shan didn't need to doubt or decline. The moonlight is sultry, the night is long, and it's not boring to spend the night with Guria's company, but in the dark night without a computer and a mobile phone, Shan has only this little fun. No way, this is the nobleman. Chapter 14, Resurrection of the Demon Tide. Hold hard, hard, come again, I can bear it. Between the empty courtyards, Shan was topless, his legs rooted, and he was constantly suffering from Guria's attacks. After 10 days of training, Shan ended the initial training of mobilizing his own muscles with iron and began to enter the stage of being beaten. S delicate fist is entwined with a faint grey flame of fighting spirit, and every blow can cause Shan's muscles to tremble, and in the process, Shan is also constantly adjusting the rhythm of his muscles, turning it into instinct and integrating it into himself. Of course, although Shan's progress is good, there is still a long way to go before he can become an iron nugget, let alone use it in actual combat. Compared with him, Guria's physical talent is truly outstanding, and it has been preliminary in just 10 days. After being repaired into iron blocks, it can be used for actual combat after a period of polishing. It was night, the moon was deep, and Shan, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up from his dream. He felt something wrong, or to be precise, the devil fruit tree felt something wrong. Put on a piece of clothing at will, walked out of the room and came under the devil fruit tree. Shan clearly felt the emotion of the devil fruit tree, expectation, joy, encouragement. Touching the trunk of the devil fruit tree with his hand, the branches and leaves of the devil fruit tree swayed, as if responding to Shan. At this time, the originally bright moon in the sky was dyed with a faint red halo. Time passed, the moonlight was like yarn, and the red light was dyed, like blood, covering the entire sky. Staring at the changes in the sky, with the existence of the devil fruit tree, Shan's perception is more keen. He understands that the first wave of the revival of the demonic tide has arrived tonight. While Shan stared at the sky, many people in the liberal arts world were doing the same thing. The arrival of the first wave officially opened the prelude to the revival of the magic wave. The full moon ran across the sky, completely immersed in blood, as the blood pupil of a giant beast stared at the whole world, exuding a touch of coldness. It was at this time that the surge of magic reached a critical point. The concentration continued to increase, the activity continued to increase, the branches and leaves of the devil fruit spread out, and the roots protruded from the soil, absorbing the magic of the void. With this opportunity, Shan's spirituality began to grow. The spirituality of a wizard is an organic blend of magic power, spiritual power, and physical power. The magic power is the largest, the spiritual power is the second, and the physical power is the smallest. In the past, it relied on its own talent and the support of the Montel family. Shan's mental strength and physical strength have long been polished enough, only because of the influence of magic power has remained at the level of the first order, and now the magic wave comes, the bottleneck will be broken. Spirituality grows, and Sean's spirituality continues to rise under the operation of the meditation. The essence of the upgrade of the wizard's rank is a spiritual leap. Every successful leap brings to the wizard not only a change in spiritual quantity, but also a qualitative change. The spirituality of the first-order wizards is loose and unformed, like a thin grey mist scattered in the empty sea of consciousness, while the spirituality of the second-order wizards is gathered in a cluster, although it still has no shape, but compared to the first order, it is a bit less empty. Feeling like a thick white mist. Of course, it is not easy for a wizard to complete the spiritual transition. With the help of the demon fruit tree's ability to swallow magic power, Sean quickly completed the accumulation of a first-order wizard, but it seems that he wants to achieve the transition. At this time, the door of the alien world, which does not know where it exists, trembled slightly, invisible power permeated out, sweeping the void, and then a large amount of magical power surged in, gathered into a fog, tightly wrapped it inside, and accompanied Xiao a thin layer of red mist appeared around and the devil fruit tree. If the absorption of magic power by the devil fruit tree could be described as a whale swallowing, then the gate of the other world was a naked plunder, without the slightest truth. The magic wave is turbulent, like a wave coming and going fast. The night has not receded, the magic wave has quietly dissipated, only the faint red halo around the bright full moon witnessed all this. A new day has arrived, and the sun is rising as usual. Most people work and play as usual without knowing that a new era has arrived. Watching the sun rise from the horizon and quietly complete the transition from the first order to the second order, Sean is happy. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the devil fruit tree bloomed after the baptism of the demon tide last night, and it was at this time that Sean understood what the characteristics of the devil fruit tree were. Although it had been expected, Sean was still uneasy when it really appeared. The characteristic of the devil fruit tree is very simple. It can produce devil fruits. It is just different from the devil fruit trees in One Piece world. The devil fruit tree of Sean is not yet mature and can only produce devil fruits of the animal type at present, and its ultimate strength is 4 rank, that is to say, even if Sean was lucky enough to obtain a very powerful template, at best he could only bear the embryonic form of fruit, and could not mature at all. Of course, despite such restrictions, the characteristics of the devil fruit tree of Sean are still eye-catching. After all, the devil fruit not only directly empowers users, but the most important thing is its compatibility. It can be compatible with the existing Boya world. The fusion of the transcendental systems of, resulting in the result that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. In addition, the devil fruit can also be transformed. The eater is developing the power of the devil fruit to the limit. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is also called the so-called after awakening. Sean can reclaim this devil fruit, and use the soul and flesh and blood of the eater to realize the transformation of the fruit. That is to say, if there is enough time and luck, Sean can completely transform a common fruit. The ordinary fruit morphs into an incredible fruit. Of course, there are pros and cons. If the eater fails to develop the devil fruit to the point of awakening before death, then the devil fruit will not return to Sean after his death. Instead, it will randomly appear in any corner of the liberal arts world. Taking the flesh and soul of the eater as a resource is really worthy of the name of the devil. Got feedback from the devil fruit tree. Xiaoan felt that compared to the devil fruit tree in the world of One Piece, he was a veritable devil fruit tree. Thoughts were tumbling, and Sean summarized the abilities and limitations of his demon fruit tree. 1. Templates. Fruits cannot be born out of thin air. Templates are needed as the basis. Animals require the carcasses of animals. 2. The fruit is unique, only one devil fruit can be born from the same template, and the fruit can only be similar but not the same. 3. Fruit recovery. After the fruit is awakened, the demon lord can either take the initiative to recycle it or wait for the eater to recycle naturally after the death of the eater. When the eater is actively reclaimed, unless the life level of the eater is 2 levels higher than the demon lord, it will not be able to resist. This articles are currently limited to tier 5 below. After clarifying the characteristics of his own demon fruit tree, Sean couldn't help comparing it with the original demon fruit tree in One Piece world. Although compared with the original version, the demon fruit tree of Sean is relatively weaker, but it can be transformed, and it has not been finalized, and it does not have the weakness of the original version to fear the sea floor stone factor. Generally speaking, the future can be expected. Chapter 15, Devil Fruit. With his gaze concentrated, through the branches and leaves, Xiaoen saw the flowers blooming from the devil fruit tree. The flowers are divided into 6 petals, with white petals and tender yellow stamens. They are obviously devil flowers that cannibalize people without spitting out bones, but they reveal a sense of holiness. It is a bit ironic. After counting back and forth several times, Sean determined the number of flowers. 13, not too many or too few. It is enough for now. In One Piece world's animal system, devil fruits are divided into ordinary species, ancient species, and phantom beast species. Among them, common species are mostly common animals. Ancient species are species that lived in ancient times. In reality does not exist, and the division is very simple and clear, but this division method does not apply in the liberal world, because the fantasy here has been reflected in reality, and the upper limit is higher and the lower limit is lower. The One Piece world is a weird world. Unlike the great world of liberal arts, which has magical powers, even the path of transcendence is incomplete and fragmented. It can only increase combat power and cannot extend lifespan, but it also has its own uniqueness. At this point, the world is filled with strong active factors, which have a great promotion effect on the growth of biological physique. It is precisely because of this that the world of One Piece has borne many unkillable Xiaoqiangs, and has achieved a lot of casual exercises. The growing genius also feeds a large number of Neptunes. The liberal world is different. Although it has magical powers and a complete path to transcendence, everything is more gradual. Ordinary animals are really just ordinary animals, which are completely incomparable with One Piece world. Under such circumstances, Sean had to deal with it. Animal devil fruits are reclassified. After several thoughts, after considering many factors, Sean decided to classify the animal demon fruits according to the rank of the transcendent road of the liberal world. Not yet extraordinary, that is, those below Tier 1 are beast species, Tier 1 to Tier 4 are extraordinary species, Tier 5 extraordinary is legendary species, Tier 6 extraordinary is a godlike species, and Tier 7 and above are mythical species. The 5 animal species of beast species, extraordinary species, legendary species, godlike species, and mythological species are based on the potential of the template as the first division criterion. Taking the red dragon young dragon as an example, its juvenile period is mostly extraordinary second or third order. But its own potential is Tier 5. If you use it as a template, then the devil fruit it produces is a legendary species rather than an extraordinary species. Of course, under certain circumstances, the red dragon may also break the limit of its own potential and advance to Tier 6, but unless it is based on the red dragon that has been promoted to Tier 6 as a template, otherwise the fruit will still be a legendary species rather than a godlike species. After clarifying the division of the animal demon fruit tree, Sean set his sights on the devil flower again. With 13 devil flowers, with Sean's current ability, he can only choose the beast species and the extraordinary species. Both have their pros and cons. Beasts. This template is easy to find, but the ability it brings is very weak. Awakening is relatively easy to transform, but it requires enough time and a certain amount of luck. However, the template is difficult to obtain, and the awakening is relatively difficult. As far as Sean is concerned, he naturally wants to choose the extraordinary species when he has a choice. After all, the starting point is high and it can bring instant combat power. Even if the beast species awakens, the transformation is only a step into the extraordinary species, of course some of the more special ones. The beast species can try to carry out directed cultivation. But ideas are ideas, and reality is reality. The objective situation now is that extraordinary creatures are scarce and traces are hard to find. Of course, Sean is not in a hurry. After all, everything will change with the arrival of the magic wave. Converging his excess thoughts and surging in spirituality, Sean threw a bloodhoof corpse from the natural gift of storage and wonders and threw it under the devil's fruit tree. Originally slaughtered 3 bloodhoofs, 2 of which have been eaten by Sean, Guria, the 4 chief officers, and the extraordinary team. This is the last one. The extraordinary have a need for the flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures. And this demand has increased a lot after the iron nugget that Sean sent out. Roots squirm like snakes and insects, entwining the blood hoof layer by layer, and plunge into its flesh and blood. The flesh dissolves the bones. Not long after, as the roots of the devil fruit tree plunged into the earth again, the bloodhoof corpse completely disappeared in this world, leaving no trace of residue, and correspondingly, in the branches and leaves of the devil fruit tree. In between, a white flower withered quietly, yielding a fruit that was red as a hole, the size of a fist, and resembling an apple. Looking at this fruit, Xiaoan understood that this is a devil fruit of an extraordinary species born from the blood hoof, but this devil fruit is not yet mature, and it will take a period of time to conceive, about 3 days or so. The devil fruit took shape, and Xiaoan's mood gradually calmed down, and it became clear after 3 days how it turned out. The morning sun is soft and not dazzling, and Sean is in a good mood to go back to the Lord's mansion to relax. Lord! When he was about to step out of the botanical garden, Sean met the Hayes trio who was usually in charge of the botanical garden. Although I have met Sean 3 times a few times, they have not communicated much and are far from familiar. Nodding casually, Sean was about to leave, but at this moment, Hayes spoke again. Lord, I did what you told me to do last time. Talking, Hayes took out an oak box and held it in both hands and handed it to Sean. Hearing this, Sean was taken aback for a moment. He didn't remember what he asked Hayes to do, but after Hayes opened the wooden box, Sean finally remembered what it was. Lord, what do you think? Is it what you want? Hayes' tone was calm www.readaloud.com, but the slight trembling still revealed her nervousness and expectations. Did not answer Hayes' question, reached out and picked up the massive black solid in the box. Sean brought it to his mouth and took a bite. Bitterness was the first feedback from the taste buds to Sean, but what followed was a faint sweetness and astringency. It was Sean's evaluation of its taste, but this did not conceal its rich and special aroma. Putting down the black solid in his hand, Sean did not taste it again. There is no doubt that this is an immature work. At least there are flaws in the polishing process. This is the reason for its bitter taste, but this cannot be denied. It's what Sean wants, chocolate. Seeing Sean's actions that he didn't taste any more after just 1 bite and Sean's frowning brows, Hayes's hot heart was suddenly poured into a basin of cold water, which was so cold. She and her colleagues have tasted this kind of dessert made by Kosamai. Everyone's evaluation is good. They think it may set off a new trend. This is also the source of her confidence. She can expect to be disappointed. How old, of course, even if he was disappointed in his heart, Hayes couldn't question Sean, and could only accept it silently. This was the authority of the nobility. When Hayes fell to the bottom, Sean spoke. This is what I want, but your finished product is not mature enough and needs to be perfected. Go ahead and try again. After you finish it, you will get the rewards you deserve. After finishing speaking, Sean ignored Hayes's reaction and left the botanical garden. By the way, this kind of thing is called chocolate. There was a faint nostalgia in his voice, and Xiaoan's back disappeared into the eyes of the 3 Hayes. Chapter 16, Autumn Mopping. In the early morning, the sun is warm and gentle. Took a sip of the faintly blushing Earl Grey black tea. Seeing the 2 people constantly fighting each other in the field, Xiaoen showed a smile on his calm face. Fairly, what do you think? Lord, Mons is still a lot stronger than Crom, but Crom can play against Mons with the first tier strength. It's really good now. As the chief military officer, Farrell, who was born in the Knight family, is not excellent, but his eyesight is good. For soldiers of the First Order potion system, Crom's performance can no longer be described as good. It's surprising to say that his opponent is an orthodox Second Order Knight, and the root of all this is just a magical fruit rewarded by the Lord. Thinking of this, Farrell quietly glanced at Sean, and a trace of his eyes flashed. The unnoticeable enthusiasm. Because of his lack of talent, he could not become an orthodox knight and could only choose the potion system. It has always been a regret in Farrell's heart. Now that there is a way to make up for his shortcomings, Farrell naturally does not want to miss it. Perceiving Farrell's gaze, Sean, who knew something in his mind, didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at the two people who were constantly fighting on the court. At this moment, the battle between the two had come to a critical moment. The pure white fighting spirit was shining. With his powerful control over his own power and excellent combat awareness, Mons seized the opportunity to seize a small flaw in Crom, dodge his attack, and punched hard. Smashed on his lower abdomen. Forehead. Groaned in pain, his body flew away, flying out 3 meters, Crom's body crashed to the ground. Ordinary First Order Transcendents were severely injured if they received such a heavy blow. Although Crom spit out a mouthful of blood, he quickly struggled to stand up from the ground. The power consumption was too great, and he was unable to maintain his semi-beast form. Crom's body continued to shrink and changed back to its original appearance. Thank you Mons-sama for your advice. The first thing when he got up, Crom was to express his gratitude to Munins. This is not a hypocritical polite, but sincere. After all, if it were not for the constant fighting with Munins during this period, he would not at all. It is possible to master the ability of the animal system's extraordinary bloodhoof form devil fruit so quickly. It's nothing, you are very good, but you have to save up and work hard, and don't disappoint the Lord's value. There was a trace of emotion between the words, and Munins couldn't help but praise Crom. After all, he was just an ordinary First Order soldier and extraordinary not long ago. Of course, Munins did not get nothing in the fight between the two sides. Crom has a strong physique, allowing him to let go of his hands and feet, and make full shots. The attack power is not strong or weak just to allow him to temper the secret skills of the Iron Knight. But it was really because of this that he could deeply understand the magic of the fruit that Sean had given him. No longer caring about Crom, who was still gasping, he took the towel handed over by the surrounding servants, dried off his sweat, cleaned up his appearance, and Mons walked towards Sean. "Good morning, Lord," greeted Sean bluntly, without any perfunctory movements. "Sit down and have a cup of morning tea with me." With a smile on his face, Sean asked Munins to sit down before talking. For his guard officer, after nearly 2 months of getting along with him, Sean is still very satisfied. He is very strong, capable of doing things, and loyal to him. It is precisely because of this that he has been in the form of a bloodhoof before. The animal devil fruit was given to Crom, an ordinary member of the guards, but was not allowed to eat. After all, the potential of the bloodhoof devil fruit was much worse. The template that Sean chose to breed devil fruit was the leader of the bloodhoof herd. Its bloodline potential was stronger than that of ordinary bloodhoof, reaching tier 2, but that's only the case. Its development to the limit can only be used for tier 3 transcendence. There is a certain increase. In the long run, it does not mean much to Mons, but a kind of restraint. After all, most people can only eat a devil fruit. "Mons, how do you feel?" With a smile, Sean asked Munins, and after hearing this, Munins said with a little emotion after being silent for a while. "Lord, the devil fruit is indeed magical." Did not speak much, but it expressed Mons's inner thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Enmin took a sip of tea, glanced at him, and slowly said, "The devil fruit is indeed magical, but this one has limited potential. You will have better later." Shan's words are light and fluttering, but they reach Monza's ears with gold. Hearing Shan's words, although Monza's face remained unchanged, his heart was full of expectation. After hearing about Shan's promise, Farrell couldn't help but feel a little envious of Munins. Of course, he believed that if he performed well, he would definitely get a devil fruit, and he would have a chance right now. "Okay, there is not much gossip, it's time to talk about business. Farrelly, you can talk about it." "Yes, Lord." Speaking of business affairs, Farrell immediately condensed the superfluous thoughts deep in his heart and showed the qualities that a professional soldier should have. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Fell up sharply and came to the military map that had been hung up in advance. Farrelly began to explain the situation to Shan. Lord, autumn is approaching. According to the usual practice, Greenfield Town will carry out raids on the surrounding indigenous people to maintain the stability of the territory. According to intelligence, after many meetings and discussions, we have decided that the focus of this raid will be on Tam in the river basin and Yeguling. It is estimated that 1 infantry squadron of 100 personnel and 5 militia squadrons of 500 personnel will total 600 personnel. After nearly an hour of detailed presentation by Farrell, Shan has a certain understanding of the raid plan in Greenfield Town. Well, the plan given by your military by Farrell is very detailed, very good, and comprehensive. Hearing Shan's praise, Farrelly was neither overbearing nor overbearing, and he accepted it. After all, this battle plan was indeed perfect, taking almost all aspects into consideration, and this is not the first time Greenfield has carried out a raid on the natives. Similar battle plans have been obtained. After checking the facts, it was determined to be effective and feasible, otherwise he would not have been so calm in front of Shan, but at this moment, Shan's words suddenly turned a corner. But there is one factor that you haven't considered yet, and that is transcendence. After all, the demonic wave has begun to recover. Hearing Shan's words, Farrelly's expression suddenly froze. Yes, the demonic tide has recovered, and everything will begin to change. As a transcendent, he had heard about the demonic tide before Farrelly had recovered, and was clearly informed by Shan a month ago. Only because the territory did not seem to be affected by the demonic tide in the past month, the military is formulating when planning a battle, this point was inadvertently ignored, or it was not paid enough attention. It can only be said that inertial thinking is harmful. Chapter 17, Mummy. Bang bang, gunfire buzzing, rifle and musket intertwined, blooming bright blood flowers, dyeing everyone's eyes red. Standing on a small hill, watching the battle or massacre not far away through the single-lens telescope, Xiaoen's mind was calm and there was not a single wave of waves. The autumn raid in Liuyi town has been going on for nearly a month. Although there were losses during this period, the existence of firearms and half of the extraordinary squad was not unacceptably large. The gunfire gradually died down and became sparser. This also means that the battle is about to come to an end. The result is not the slightest deviation, but this is normal. After all, one party is well trained and well equipped, and one party is just a group equipped with stone knives and wooden spears. Mob. The flames rose. After cleaning the battlefield, the prisoners were strung together. The soldiers of Liuyi town skillfully lit the fire source and set the small village torch. This is not the first aboriginal village to be burned and it will not be the last. Before this aboriginal village, the soldiers of Liuyi town had burned down 4 similar villages. Of course, these villages were small villages with the number of people in the dozens. There are no extraordinary powers in the village when there are about 100 people. The battle is over, and he returns to the temporary station. A small celebration banquet begins as night falls. Slightly bitter dark beer in barrels was delivered to the table, accompanied by beast meat roasted by flames and dripping with golden oil, and moderately flavored vegetable soup and brown bread. It was a good meal for the soldiers. Drinking and having fun, laughter, the camp is full of joyful factors. Of course, in addition to drinks and food, women are also essential. In the course of the raid, the greatest wealth that Liuyi town gained was the captive population. These captives were all selected. They were all young men and women. After they were brought back, they became qualified slaves who could be transformed quickly. For productivity, as for the elderly and children, either died in the battle or were executed after the war. Although this sounds cruel, it is indeed a tested method. In the long-term combat in the wild, the biggest difficulty for the soldiers of Greenfield Town is not the indigenous people who can only be regarded as rabble, but the harsh environment. Miasma, poisonous insects, beasts, and the accompanying diseases are all stresses that cannot be ignored. Sometimes drinking a sip of raw water can cause severe diarrhea and death. The shadow of death has always been with the army in Greenfield Town, and has never been far away. Under such circumstances, the mental health of the soldiers is very important, and drinks and women are a simple and effective method. Different from the hustle and bustle outside, it is much quieter in the main tent. Sean, Mons, and Farrell sat in the main and second order, tasting the food on the table. After eating the last piece of steak on the plate, put down the knife and fork in his hand, sipped a sip of wine, and wiped his lips. Sean raised his head and glanced outside the main tent. While watching Sean's movements, Munnins and Farrell were both. He also quickly put down the knife and fork in his hand. Farrell, how is the military situation? My lord, the current situation of the army is okay. The casualties are not large, and the morale is usable. The only worry is that the logistical pressure is a bit high. The prisoners need to be transported and the supplies need to be supplemented. After finishing speaking, Farrell turned his eyes to Sean and waited for Sean's instructions. Well, you can handle these things. Next, we will clean the wild greens. How is the situation there? Lord, according to our information, the situation of the indigenous people in the wild green is very different from that of the Tam River Basin. There is only one tribe, but the specific situation needs further investigation. As he said, Farrell glanced at Munnins. Due to the harsh environment and complicated circumstances, the army's spies were only responsible for the outer detection, and the internal situation was handed over to Munnins's team of transcendents. Perceiving Farrell's gaze, Mons did not hesitate, and said directly, Lord, the guard squad has been spilled out. It is led by Crom. It is not enough, and there is no information coming back. It should take some time. Speaking of this, Mons also feels a little helpless. After all, the guards are not professional spies. They have natural flaws in detecting intelligence, but fortunately, they are all extraordinary. Under such circumstances, their survivability is better than ordinary spies are much stronger. Although he was not satisfied with Mons's answer, Sean did not say anything. After all, it was not his fault. Of course, deep down, Sean already had the idea of building a professional intelligence team. In this case, temporarily slow down the advancement of the troops and wait for the collection of intelligence. Yes, Lord. The small meeting is over, and the atmosphere in the main account is much more relaxed. In the middle of the night, the banquet has ended. Except for the guards, most of the soldiers have fallen into a deep sleep. The moon is dim, the trees are densely covered, casting a piece of distorted shadows. Occasionally a breeze blows, disturbing the branches and leaves, making strange noises, quite penetrating. Early in the morning, after washing up and walking out of the main account, Xiaoan immediately found something wrong. How is this going? Looking at the 10 mummy corpses arranged in a row on the ground, Sean's expression was a bit cold. The atmosphere was heavy, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was overwhelming. Under such circumstances, Mons still stood up. Lord, these 10 bodies were found this morning. The identities have been confirmed. 8 of them were militiamen and 2 were professional soldiers. The time of death was about midnight, and the cause of death was that the whole body was drained of blood. Listening to Monza's words, Sean kept silent, squatted down silently, and carefully checked the body of the deceased. After inspection, Sean found that the 10 men died very similar. They were all with shrunken torso and peaceful faces, as if they were dying in a sweet dream. There were no extra wounds except for the 2 small holes in the neck. All of this can't help but make Sean think of 3 words, vampire, but what makes Sean puzzled is that these blood holes are a bit too small. Got up, glanced at the dignified and worried expressions of everyone around him, and Xiaoan asked. Can the murderer be identified? Has a light tone, without any ups and downs. Lord, it is still uncertain for the time being. The soldiers who watched last night did not find any abnormalities, and we did not find any valuable clues where 10 people died, not even footprints. After listening to Faralai's words, Sean's expression remained the same, only a pair of azure blue pupils became more profound. In other words, the murderer easily crossed the cordon of our camp, killed 10 of us in silence, and then retreated without leaving a trace? Even if we even him or they are human, the beast doesn't know it, does it? At the end of the talk, Sean's tone suddenly rose. Yes, Lord. At this moment, everyone felt the raging anger under Sean's calm face. Chapter 18, Bloodthirsty Bat. Is the night, the moonlight is bright, the torches in the camp of the Expeditionary Army of Liuyi Town illuminate the entire camp as a cloud. The atmosphere was dignified. The soldiers standing guard were straight and daring not to relax at all. The soldiers on patrol came and went, their sharp eyes swept from time to time, not letting the slightest change happen. The bizarre deaths of 10 soldiers early this morning caused everyone there was a shadow in their hearts. Of course, the more important thing was that their Lord Sean Montel had expressed his dissatisfaction today. None of them was willing to bear the Lord's anger, which would be more terrifying than death. In the main tent of the camp, Sean sat there alone, sitting quietly without meditating or dealing with other things. What happened today was indeed a little angry in Sean's heart. Of course, this was not just for the deaths of 10 soldiers. The sweep was a war. There were not many people. 10 people were not many. What Sean was really angry about was the deaths of 10 soldiers. It is unclear whether an individual died in the camp, and no one has discovered an abnormality. This time it was just an ordinary soldier who died, so next time it will be him? Without catching the real murderer, Sean always feels a little uneasy. The sun was faint, the night was calm, no one died, and the next day and the third day remained the same. Lord, the past 3 days have been calm, what should I do next? After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity security in the entire camp failed, Farol had to come to Sean to ask for the next action. After all, such high-intensity security and the days of constant fear are a heavy burden on the soldier's body and mind, especially it is now in a dangerous environment. Notify the troops to gather supplies and rush to Wild Green as originally planned. After thinking about it for a moment, Xiaoan made the decision to leave, but the other party did not show up for a long time. He could not wait endlessly, the conditions were not allowed. Following Xiaoan's order, the entire camp began to act. The whole process was orderly and orderly. The only difference was that even when the entire camp was gathering supplies, the security in the camp was still not relaxed. At noon, when the sun was the hottest, the troops gathered their supplies and started to advance along the established route. At the same time, in a dark corner that could not be illuminated even when the sun's rays were the strongest, a pair of gloomy eyes were staring at the people in Levittown who had left. Lord, will that thing appear? On the steed, Mons seemed relaxed, but he was always vigilant. After many explorations of the crime scene and inspection of the wounds of the deceased, Farol came to a conclusion after inquiring about several experienced hunters, and speculated that he was dead. 10 of the soldiers should have been killed by bat-like creatures. The only strange thing is that this kind of bat can up a person's blood. I don't know, wait and see. Turned his head and glanced at the back, there was no ups and downs on Sean's calm face. At night, in the temporary camp, when the crescent moon was about to be shrouded in dark clouds, Moons carried the corpse of a weird bat into Sean's tent. Lord, those things have appeared, this is it. Talking, Mons put the body of the weird bat in front of Sean. Is that this thing? Looking at the bat corpse the size of an adult's fist in front of him, except for the strange blood stains entangled by itself, it is not much different from ordinary bats, and the color of thought flashed in Sean's azure blue eyes. Lord, our soldier was killed by this thing. Unfortunately, it was a bit late to find out. 2 soldiers were killed. In the end, I only left 1. Speaking of this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Munens's face before he continued. Lord, these bat monsters are not weak. Although they are not as powerful as the first-order transcendent beasts, they are much stronger, and the most important thing is that they act in an orderly manner, unlike ordinary beasts. Do you suspect that they are controlled by others? Gazing on Mons's face, Sean heard the sound of his words. Yes, Lord, according to the description of the victimized soldiers, these bat monsters suddenly flew out of the shadows to attack them. There was no sign before. Such action and organization power are simply impossible for ordinary beasts. With a calm complexion, Munens uttered his own speculation, and after hearing what Munens said, Sean fell into contemplation. Are there anyone to suspect? Has a gentle tone. Although it is a question sentence, there is no doubt in Sean's words, and he obviously has the answer in his mind. Lord, I suspect it has something to do with the natives of Yeguling. After all, they are the only ones who have a direct conflict with us now, and this method of imperial bats is a bit like the sacrificial animal spirits in the Aboriginal rumors. Beast soul sacrifice? Let the troops speed up their march tomorrow and reach the wild green as soon as possible. I believe that by then these rats in the gutter will jump out one by one. After that, Sean lowered his head again and began to study the weird bat in front of him. He was still very interested in this amazing blood-sucking bat, and when he saw Sean's movements, Mons did not stay anymore, quietly exited www.readaloud.com and ordered people to be more alert. In the main tent, after Mons left, Sean took out the scalpel from the natural gift of the storage ring and began to dissect the corpse of the weird bat. The most important and valuable part of an extraordinary creature is generally its extraordinary organs, but the extraordinary organs of different kinds of extraordinary creatures are different. Some are internal organs, some are eyes, some are minions, and they are all different. After an autopsy and a detailed examination, Sean discovered an interesting fact, that is, this weird bat does not have extraordinary organs. Its extraordinary power comes from the strange bloodstain on its body, which is a kind of insect that is indistinguishable by the naked eye that is parasitic on it. Came to this conclusion, Sean was a little disappointed. After all, a fruit template is missing, but this is not important, because this parasite may also serve as a fruit template. No longer paying attention to the bat itself, Sean focused his attention on this strange parasite, made a series of experiments, and finally reached a conclusion. This weird parasite is not powerful. It has a certain fear of flames and sunlight, and has a high thirst for blood. It can digest blood quickly. If you don't absorb blood for a long time, about half a day, your body will shrivel and die. Because of this, this parasite cannot survive alone. It needs a parasite to provide them with blood anytime and anywhere. Of course, in return, this parasite will return part of the parasite's blood power to enhance the parasite's physical fitness. This is why ordinary bats show almost extraordinary physical fitness. For this parasite, Sean named it bloodthirsty worm based on its characteristics, and the bat directly named it bloodthirsty bat. Chapter 19, Black Bat Tribe. 4 days later, the Liuyi Town Expeditionary Force arrived at the destination Yeguling. During the process, The expeditionary force was attacked twice, but because they had been prepared, they did not lose a few people. Lord, we were attacked just now. Oh, isn't it? It seems that they are also in a hurry. Looking at the sky outside that hadn't completely darkened, Xiao En's mouth was drawn with a cold smile. Yes, Lord, what shall we do next? With these words, Faralai's cold face revealed a murderous aura. Obviously, he was attacked by the opponent from time to time, but the situation that the opponent had nothing to do with him had already made the military chief of Greenfield Town accumulate a lot of trouble. Anger. Don't worry, Faralai, it's them that should be anxious now. Let the extraordinary squad go out first, and let most of the soldiers have a good rest. Seeing through Faralai's inner thoughts, Shan gave his orders. Yes, Lord. Although he was raging in his heart and wanted to peel and tear the natives, as the military chief, Farrell knew that Shan's decision was correct. Although the weird bats from time to time have not brought huge losses to the town of Greenfield, they have exhausted the soldiers. Returning gives the soldiers a chance to breathe. With their guardian, they don't have to worry too much about those weird bats in a short time. Wild Green, Black Bat Tribe, Sacrificial Hall. Sacrifice your lord, those white ghosts have already been killed, what should we do? As the patriarch of the Black Bat Tribe, Black Bones used to fight Fu Wei for his own use. He was supposed to have a sense of stability, but at this moment, he was really uncomfortable. The understanding of ghosts far exceeds that of other tribesmen. Yes, Sacrificial Sir, what should we do now? As the words of the Black Bone fight fell, the three elders of the Black Bat Tribe also spoke in agreement. Obviously they were also anxious. At this moment, the Black Bat Tribe Sacrificial who was being questioned by the people at this moment was safely seated in their seats. On the top, there is no half-minute anxious color. The Patriarch doesn't need to worry, I have sent the Bat Slaves out earlier. With him, those white ghosts will not be better off, not to mention R has awakened. At the end, there was an unspeakable smile on the withered face of the Black Bat Sacrifice, and when he heard the words of the Black Bat Sacrifice, the Patriarch of the Black Bat Hebondeo and the three elders were first surprised, and then smiled one after another. Sweep the haze in my heart. In a short while, the Black Bat Sacrificial returned to the secret of the tribe, only the Black Bones and the three elders were left in the sacrificial hall. The smile diminished, and the atmosphere became silent. After a while, Elder Black Bat spoke. Patriarch, are the gods really awake? Or do gods really exist? The tone is low, and the words are quite unbelievable. The Black Bat tribe has always had the custom of enshrining totem gods, and the source has not been traced back, but since the end of the demonic tide, the Black Bat tribe's gods have not shown a trace of miracles, as if it were a muddy wood sculpture. Although the Black Bat tribe still has the habit of worshipping totem gods today, there are not many devotees, at least at the top. Heguda and the other two elders did not have much reaction when they heard the words of the elder blaspheming their own totem gods. After all, they did not believe in their own totem gods. In their opinion, the totem gods were just helping them rule the tribe. Of a tool. The totem god may really have recovered. S tone was erratic, as if chattering, and the complexion on his dark face. Patriarch. The three elders all turned their eyes to the Black Bones for a while. As if not hearing the words of the three elders, Heguda continued to speak. I have seen records about totem gods and extraordinary powers in the ethnography. I originally thought it was just bragging, but now that characters like bat slaves have appeared, the existence of totem gods is not unacceptable. After finishing speaking, Heguda fell into silence again, leaving only the three elders staring at each other. About a quarter of an hour later, Heguda suddenly stood up from his seat. Next we will change. The confusion in his eyes faded, and the Black Bones were filled with unprecedented firmness. My patriarch, what do you mean? The three Black Bat elders couldn't figure it out for a while when the Black Bones had no head or tail. Improve the status of the sacrificial line, return part of the power. In exchange for the sacrificial support for us, we must obtain extraordinary power as soon as possible. There are some disagreements with the 3 elders of the Black Bat tribe about Hygaida's decision. After all, it hurts their interests, but this time Hygaida's will is so firm that they can't tolerate them to refute. Since the silence of the totem god, the status of the sacrificial line in the Black Bat tribe has been declining. In recent decades, it has fallen to the bottom. UU reading www.uuganshu.com has completely become a mascot. This situation has continued. It was only half a year ago that the bat slaves appeared, and the bat slaves appeared. The bat slaves used bats to feed on human blood. At the first shot, they used 10 bats to up a small tribe of nearly 100 people into corpses. It was really terrifying. Because of the existence of this power, the status of the sacrificial line in the Black Bat tribe has quietly changed, and now there is news that the totem is resurrected, and Haybone is completely determined to obtain extraordinary power. As an ambitious person, Hayguda understands that momentary honor and disgrace are nothing. When you should bow your head, you should bow your head. As long as you can gain extraordinary power, you will have a chance to get back what you lost today. On the contrary, he is likely to lose everything. Falling dust completely. Black Bat Tribe's secret Black Bat Cave. The Black Bat sacrifice walking in the dark and quiet cave, although there is no lighting, but the pace is steady, without the slightest stagnation. Seemed to feel the entrance of an outsider, and the top of the Black Bat Cave suddenly flashed with a green light at the starting point, like a group of weird fireflies, but this kind of sight only lasted for a moment, and soon disappeared. Crossing the long and dark passage, the Black Bat sacrificial walked into an open area. The view was suddenly wide. In this hall, except for the 6 stone pillars hugged by 2 people, there were no objects obstructing the line of sight. In the center of the hall, there was a blood pool with a diameter of about 3 meters. In the center of the blood pool, there is a black stone statue about 6 meters high with a bat head and wings on the back. It is the totem Black Bat of the Black Bat tribe. Before walking to the blood pool, the Black Bat sacrificial praises as usual, and then took a bronze wine cup from the altar and drank the blood in the cup to start a new round of practice. Chapter 20, Hunter and Prey. Camp. After 2 days of refurbishment, most of the soldiers have been relieved from exhaustion, but the bat slaves who are peeping in the secret are a little uncontrollable. He must find a breakthrough as soon as possible. In the dense forest, under the cover of darkness, the bat slaves peered at the barracks not far away. In the past 2 days, he tried to attack again, but unfortunately the effect was not great, and because he lost a bat monster last time, he did not dare to break through forcefully. Loopholes. Extraordinary power surged, and grey mist appeared. The weird bats that were hanging upside down on the branches were shrouded in the mist, and they uttered harsh screams, and their voices revealed unconcealable excitement, as if they had eaten something. Same as Big Tonic. Go ahead, little babies. Feeling the state of the blood bat, the bat slave issued an attack command with his hoarse voice, but what he didn't know was that he also had a pair of invisible eyes watching him when he was watching the barracks. In the camp, Sean, who was discussing the offensive strategy with Munnins and Farrell, suddenly reached out and interrupted Munnins and Farrell's words. The prey is caught. Feeling the message from Plant Eye, Sean knows that his waiting has been rewarded. Plant Eye, First Order Witchcraft, Perception Type. The caster can use this witchcraft to leave a mark on the plant, collect the surrounding atmosphere, and act as his own eye. As soon as the army arrived at the destination, Sean quietly left the eyes of plants around, using the breath left by the weird bat that he hunted before, looking for its kind. Of course, due to the limitations of the sorcery of Plant Eye, Sean's move also has some luck. After all, Plant Eye cannot move, and the distance to collect breath is also limited. Moreover, as a second-order wizard, Sean can only leave 4 eyes of plants, but sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. Got up, Xiao En quickly left the camp, and looking at the back of Shan leaving, Mons, Farol glanced at each other, and if they had an understanding in their hearts, they immediately followed. Did not summon extra people, did not cause any commotion, under the cover of darkness, the three of Shan quickly approached the target. As transcendents, whether they are wizards, knights, or potions eaters, their physiques are different from those of ordinary people, but their strengths are different. Under such circumstances, with the moonlight, the three of Shan can completely acting in the dark. Mons, as a second-order knight, has the most perfect physical transformation. His 5 senses are far beyond ordinary people. He already has dark vision. Even without moonlight, he can move freely in the dark. Day, the footsteps stopped abruptly, holding your breath. The subtle sound of breaking through the air caught the attention of the three of Shan. Fluttering, dozens of dark shadows slipped quietly from the tree canopy, and the three of them could see the true colors of these dozens of dark shadows through moonlight shone. It was the weird bat that had attacked the camp many times. Did not act rashly, Xiao En quietly watched the bat go away. With the guardian of the extraordinary team and the cooperation of the soldiers, the camp would not have any major problems. The weird bats completely disappeared from sight. Shan turned his head and glanced at the direction the bats were coming from. His eyes were firm. It was there, where the eyes of the plants collected the breath, and it was also the place where the bats came. The most important thing is so far, the eye of the plants in that place can still feel the breath of the weird bat, which is self-evident. In the dark, under the guard of 4 blood bats, the bat slave is communicating with the blood bat heard in the distance through the beast souls in his body for remote control. Of course, it is limited to his own rank. This kind of command is very rough. Can only be guided in the general direction, and cannot be performed in detail. Ha! The weird screams echoed deep in the soul, and bitter sweat continued to shed on the bat slave's dark face. The long-distance manipulation of more than a dozen blood bats did bring him a great burden, but it can be learned from many experimental products. He emerged from the crowd and became a transcendent. The bat slave was very good in terms of aptitude and will, and within a short period of time, he was able to clench his teeth and persevered. Accurately found the target through the eyes of plants. After taking a glance at the bat slave and the surrounding 4 blood bats hanging upside down on the branches, Shan cast a wink at Munins. With a heart-to-heart understanding, and with all his strength to restrain his breath, Mons retreated into the darkness. Landing silently, the burly Mons is agile like a cat, drawing on the shadows of trees and rocks to keep approaching the bat slaves. As a beast soul sacrifice, the bat slave's own abilities are average. It mainly relies on the beast soul and the creatures that the beast soul can affect. It is precisely because of this that he has not discovered that the danger has come so far. The distance keeps shortening. After a little estimation in his mind, Mons decided not to continue sneaking and was ready to attack directly. Forcefully exploded a small air wave that was hard to see with the naked eye, and Mons' speed suddenly increased. As the only Tier 2 knight under Xiao En's command, Mons has been taught the 3 secret skills of the 6 types of iron, shave, and finger spear. This is both an affirmation of his ability and a reward for his loyalty. So far, Mons has initially mastered the iron block, has tried to shave but has not yet mastered it, and the finger gun has not yet practiced, but even so, the mastery of some methods of shaving force still allows him to explode in short distances. A piece of promotion. Mons was like a phantom, causing the air to hum. At this moment, the beast soul deep in the soul of the bat slave felt the deadly danger and screamed anxiously. S face changed drastically. Although he didn't know where the danger came from, the instinct of life made the bat slave not dare to hesitate. He rolled on the spot and rolled directly off the sitting stone. The stone cracked, showing the power of this punch. Watching the bat slave avoid his confident punch, a trace of surprise flashed in Munins's eyes. Reading www.yunsha.com. Of course, although he felt a little strange in his heart, Monza's body reaction was not slow at all. A missed hit, he quickly retracted his strength, and at the same time his body leaned to the left, his right leg exerted force, and a bat slave was about to catch up and roll down the rocks. It is luck to be able to escape once. In such a situation, it is difficult for the bat slave to escape Monza's pursuit. Fortunately, at this time, the blood bat that was originally hanging upside down on the branch has already reacted. Si rushed over. The pursuit was blocked. No matter what Mons thought, he could only deal with these 4 weird bats first. Taking this opportunity, the bat slave quickly climbed up from the ground without even looking at Mons, and went straight in the opposite direction. Run, trying to distance. Fell to the ground, his expression changed from horror to consternation. It was only then that the bat slave realized that he did not know when the 2 finger-thick vines were entwined on his calf. The vine grew rapidly and spread, and in a short while, the bat slave was tied into a zongzi. At this moment, it was basically impossible for him to break free. Thorn's entanglement, first-order witchcraft, auxiliary type, the main trapped person, has a certain lethality. At the same time, in the face of the 4 blood bats' fierce and undaunted pounce, Monza's clenched fists burst out with a pure white flame of fighting spirit. The 5 senses are used to the extreme, capturing their flight trajectory and grasping opportunity to hit 4 consecutive punches, 1 punch, and kill the 4 weird bats one by one. After all, these 4 weird bats are just pseudo-superior creatures. If they use the advantage of being able to fly to fight and harass, it can bring some trouble to Munins. The frontal attack is not the opponent of Munins, the second-order knight. Seeing that the overall situation is set, Sean's figure appeared from behind a big tree, and he did not know when he had quietly arrived on the battlefield. Chapter 21, Natural Risk. In the early morning, the mist dissipated, and a faint golden light cast down on the gentle sun, which made people lazy. The barracks were filled with solemnity, and apart from the inadvertent wind, there was no extra sound. Dressed in military uniform, standing on the makeshift podium, Xiaoen straightened his back and looked at the soldiers under the stage with a pair of azure eyes. He slammed the noble sword decorated with gorgeous gems on the ground, and Shan spoke. "Soldiers, 10 of our soldiers were brutally killed 9 days ago and sucked into corpses. Today we finally caught the murderer." As Xiaoen's voice fell, the prepared attendants immediately escorted the bat slave up. At this moment, the limbs of the bat slave have been interrupted, and the whole body is covered with scars, with more air intake and less air, and it is already not far from death. The sharp blade was unsheathed, and the tip of the sword was pointed at the bat slave lying on the ground like a dead dog, and Shan's gaze gradually became sharp. "Soldiers, what should we do in the face of such a villain?" Shan's voice turned cold, revealing an undisguised killing intent. "Kill, kill, kill." The neat shouts of killing swept across the camp like a violent wind. As a violent machine, killing always resonated with the soldiers. Hearing the expected answer from the soldiers, Shan swung down the sharp sword in his hand without hesitation. Qi, the blood swayed, dyed the sword in Shan's hand red, and ignited the desire to kill in the soldiers' hearts. Taking this opportunity, Shan spoke again. "Soldiers, the villain has fallen under my sword, but the sin and shame he brought to us has not been washed away, because he was only driven by people, and those who really committed this unforgivable crime are fine. Lie there." The sword is pointing in the direction of the wild green. "What should we do in the face of such a villain?" "Kill, kill, kill." Killing intent reappeared, but it was even more intense than before. His eyes swept across, and Shan was quite satisfied with the soldiers' reaction. "In this case, soldiers, take up your weapons, go and bring back the enemy's head, pay homage to the dead brother, and wash away the shame on us. Kill, kill, kill." The killing intent was surging, and the fighting intent was surging, which shocked the surrounding forest finches. The oath division was completed, and the troops proceeded according to the established route in an orderly manner, kicking off the prelude to the war. "Fairly, the rest is up to you." Lord, don't worry, I won't let you down." As the first heir of the Montel family, Sean naturally studied military command, but this is more on paper and has not been tested in practice. At this time, Sean will naturally hand over professional matters to professional people. "Do it." Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the mountains and officially opened the prelude to the war. In the afternoon, before the sun went down, the army of Liu Yi Town under the command of Farrell completely defeated the Black Bat tribe's outer defenses, and they had to retreat to their lair. The war progressed smoothly, but Sean was not surprised. After all, this was a matter of course. The gap between the two sides was too large. If casualties were not taken into account, at this moment the army in Greenfield Town would have entered the nest of the Black Bat tribe. The night battle has very high demands on the army. Taking into account the opponent's geographical advantage, Farrell applied to Sean after several thoughts, and temporarily pressed the pause button for the war. Of course, although the frontal battlefield has stopped the offensive, this does not mean that the army in Greenfield Town does nothing. Combining the information returned by the spies and the information on the torture of the Bat slaves, the army of Greenfield Town found a trail to the base camp of the Black Bat tribe. The core residence of the Black Bat tribe is located on a small hill in Yegualing, which is also called the Black Bat Ridge by them. The front of Black Bat Ridge is a small hill, and the back is a cliff. Generally speaking, the enemy can only choose to attack from the front when they come to attack the Black Bat tribe. The Bat tribe runs watertightly. In fact, in the past years, the Black Bat tribe has relied on the natural dangers of the back mountains and the traps of the front mountains to survive the tribe's extinction crisis, but today the situation has changed. Black Bat tribe's back mountain has a mountain stream flowing down from the top of the mountain. In previous years, there was plenty of water and the river course was slippery, but this year the mountain stream has dried up, revealing a dry river course. Under normal circumstances, no one can climb up from the steep mountain behind the Black Bat, even ordinary transcendents, but this year's dry river provides a lot of leverage for climbers. After a field visit, the Liu Yi Town military determined that this place can indeed be used as a climbing route. Of course, the premise is that the climber must be an extraordinary person on the side of the body, otherwise it is prone to danger. At night, when the moon is in the middle of the sky, there are a few silhouettes waiting silently at the foot of the back mountain of the Black Bat Mountain. There are not many people, and there are only 6 people in total, but each one reveals a vigorous aura, and this is the extraordinary squad belonging to Greenfield Town, and the leader is Mons. In order to avoid being found by the people of the Black Bat tribe, Mons brought this extraordinary team to come here quietly during the fierce battle during the day, waiting quietly, waiting for the opportunity to climb the mountain. Looked up at the sky, then looked at the pocket watch in his hand. Mons looked serious and waved his right hand. The order was issued, and the members of the extraordinary squad that had been led by Mons responded immediately. Without any extra action, he silently took out the ropes, hooks and other equipment and started climbing. Everything was silent. The sound of the wind is whistling. www.readaloud.com. The moonlight is cold. Under such a scene, 6 ape-like figures continue to leverage on the rugged rocks, climb upwards, and complete actions that ordinary people can't imagine. This is an extraordinary person. The dark night shrouds the earth like a curtain, and it is also tormenting people's hearts. Patriarch, what should we do now? Those white ghosts are about to fight. The fire was violent, and the elder of the Black Bat tribe was pacing back and forth in the hall. In fact, at this moment, the Black Bat tribe is more than the Great Elder, and even the Black Bat is anxious. After a daytime fierce battle, he thoroughly understood the horror of these white ghosts. Of course, as the Patriarch, the Black Bones will naturally not show timidity in front of the tribe. Elder, calm down and don't lose face. The sound of the black bone beating was cold, and did not leave the slightest face on the elder. Facing the undisguised reprimand of the Black Bones, the elder's face flushed, but he didn't know what to say. Well, I understand that the Great Elder is also worried about the safety of the tribe, but my Black Bat tribe has been passed down for thousands of years, and during the period of ups and downs, has there been few winds and waves? There are even more dangerous situations than today, but we don't all suffer. Have you come here? Why is it not done today? We must know that the necropolis of our front mountain is not just talking about it. I don't know how many of our enemies are buried there. What the patriarch said is that I lost sense. Got the steps from Black Bones. The elder Black Bat didn't insist on anything, and the other people listened to Black Bones' words, and their depressed spirit was also boosted a lot. Seeing that the tribal people in the hall had a bit more relaxed Black Bones on their faces, he breathed a sigh of relief and became more worried in his heart. Chapter 22, Bleed. In the early morning of the next day, before the mist had cleared, the silence of the mountains was broken by the sound of a gun, and a new round of war began. The sound of gunshots and shouts of killings rang together. This war has entered a stalemate stage from the very beginning. The enemy are fighting against each other, and each does not retreat. The intensity is far greater than yesterday. But this is normal. After all, yesterday's battle was more of a temptation for Greenfield Town. It was an investigation of the combat power of the Black Bat tribe. It was methodical and meticulous. Today is a real war. Reaching the goal will never give up, and for the Black Bat tribe, they have a retreat from yesterday's battle, but they have no retreat today. After all, behind them is their home. Behind, standing with Faroli, watching the battlefield through a single-tube telescope, Sean frowned slightly. As far as the overall situation on the battlefield is concerned, the army of Greenfield Town undoubtedly has the advantage, but the casualties of the army of Greenfield Town are not small. Sean alone saw more than a dozen people fall into traps or be trapped. Trip rope tripped, or fell into a pit, or was hit by a blister. Faroli, how much do we have to pay if we continue to break through the Black Bat tribe's defense line? Sean had no doubt about the victory of the war. He considered how much it would cost, whether it was worth it or not. Hearing the meaning of Sean's words, Farrell did not panic, but seemed confident. Although Lord's current battle situation looks fierce, our casualties are not small, but for us this is just a test, only temporary, and the situation of the battle will soon change. After the words fell, Farrell began to issue a new round of orders. Sean just watched from the sidelines and did not intervene at all. After all, he had said before that the battlefield was handed over to Farrell. The bugle blew, and the commanded Greenfield Town Army rear squad pressed forward slightly to strengthen firepower to suppress the Black Bat tribe. The various combat teams of the front team crossed and retreated slowly, and everything was in order. When attacking, it is like a big wave sweeping, surging and surging, and when retreating is like a stream flowing, quiet and peaceful. At this moment, the professionalism of the army of Liuyi Town is undoubtedly revealed. At the back of the Black Bat tribe, after learning the news of the sudden retreat of the Greenfield Town army, although they did not understand the specific reason, most of the faces of the Black Bat tribe showed a smile. After all, in their opinion, the white ghosts are likely to be frightened by the sinisterness of their necropolis. Only the Black Bone Fighter and the Black Bat Sacrifice showed different expressions on their faces. Retreat does not mean the end of the war. After a little modification, the army of Greenfield Town began to launch a new round of offensive. The only difference is that this time it was not the army but the prisoners who led the battle. Hurry up, let's go over and dawdle something. Slap, slap, slap. Under the deterrence of the whip, listening to the half-baked native language, the captives kept walking in the direction of the Black Bat tribe. In the process, there were also a few captives who wanted to escape directly. As a result, they were killed alive without any fluke. Of course, in order to stimulate the fighting spirit of these captives, the Greenfield Town military also promised that as long as they can rush into the Black Bat tribe, they will be able to get rid of their slave status after the war. What? The screams were endless, and the traps in the necropolis of the Black Bat tribe were constantly triggered by the captives, causing heavy casualties. These white ghosts are really cunning. A leader of the Black Bat tribe watched the Black Bat army, hiding behind the captives, who was advancing and let out his own roar, and there were not a few Black Bat tribes who had the same ideas. Kill. Although they know that the white ghosts want to consume their strength with captives, the Black Bat tribe has no choice. After all, they cannot watch the captives break through their defenses and trigger their traps. If this is the case, they will die. Deal. Arrows and spears continued to appear, and even some control traps were activated by the Black Bat tribe in order to quickly clear the captives. In the process, the army of Greenfield Town, located behind the captives, seized the opportunity to continue to strike. The Black Bat tribes who appear are very calm with flesh and blood shields. Of course, it is inevitable that they will accidentally injure those captives in the process, but who cares? Lord, please, if we continue like this, we will be able to have lunch at the Black Bat tribe soon. Looking at the latest war situation, Faroli had a relaxed smile on his original serious face, and after hearing this, Xiaoen's mouth also sketched out a smile. Faroli's tactics for driving off the captives are not complicated, but they are very useful. Although it is a bit bloody, it is not in line with the quality of nobility, but it is better to let the natives bleed than to let their own army bleed, and Shan understands this very well. The battle in front of the mountain went smoothly, and Mons and others, who climbed up the back mountain, have also quietly started their action. Because of the tense battle in the front mountain and the habitual recognition that no one can climb up the back mountain for a long time, the defense inside the Black Bat tribe is not tight at this moment. Licked, and twisted his neck with his worthless tongue. Crom briefly concealed the corpse before disappearing into the dense forest. Master Mons, the location has been determined. Joined with the guard team, Crom reported the news he had gotten from several tongues to Mons. After getting the information he wanted, Mons acted immediately, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. After all, he can't hope that his enemies are fools, although they have not been discovered yet. The longer it takes to expose them, the greater the risk, the real trouble will be. The guards constantly shuttled through the dense forest, trying to avoid the Black Bat tribesmen. If they can't avoid it, they will use thunder means to directly kill them when they don't react. Wu, the murder was silent, and the commander dragged the bodies of the 3 children into the grass behind him. Mons looked at a building not far away and knew that the target was in front of him. As the Transcendent Squad, Mons and the others have a very clear goal. The first goal is to implement decapitation tactics and kill the high level of the Black Bat tribe as much as possible. The second goal is to create chaos and provide support for the frontal battlefield. Among these 2 goals, the first goal is not mandatory. Depending on the specific timing, the second goal must be achieved. Of course, if the first goal is achieved, then the second goal will actually be achieved. Losing those high levels, the Black Bat tribe will inevitably fall into chaos in a short time. Now start checking the watch. The goal is ahead, and Mons didn't delay the slightest. 11:15 in the morning. 11:15 in the morning. Okay, the time is correct. Start the action in 5 minutes. Remember that the primary goal is to kill the tribal chief Hibon and the Black Bat sacrifice. Tick, tick, the originally inaudible pocket watch turning sound is unexpectedly clear at this moment. When the second hand completes the last lap, the 6 munnins rushed out like an arrow from the string, followed by another one. A red flare. This was the agreement between Munnins and Farrell before the action, and it was also the beginning of the killing. Chapter 23, 2 Flowering. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and at this moment, Mons didn't hide a bit of it. Of course, it is impossible to continue sneaking now. After all, they are not assassin-like transcendents. Who? was discovered by the Black Bat tribe, Munins did not have any plans to stop, but further accelerated the speed. Khazad shattered the breastbone of a guard, and twisted the neck of a guard. Munins opened the prelude to the killing. Bang! Fists up and knives down, and under the leadership of Mons, the extraordinary squad turns into a killing machine, killing people at sight, without the slightest stagnation, and the goal is directed at the sacrificial hall of the Black Bat tribe. One step at a time, the bones paved the way, and the noise made by Mons and others finally alarmed the high-level members of the Black Bat tribe in the sacrificial hall. Patriarch, a white ghost has come in. What? How can it be? Suddenly received the news from the guards, Hygida and several elders thought they had heard hallucinations, but before they could ask them carefully, the gate of the sacrificial hall was kicked off. He threw the corpse of a guard in the place. Mons glanced at the black bones and waited. After determining the target, he rushed forward without any hesitation. The killing had just begun. Seeing the blood-stained Mons like Shura, Blackbone Fighting and others were shocked for a while. The ground cracked, Mons's speed was a bit faster, and he was in front of Hygida and the others. With 5 fingers wide open, Mons is ready to grab the black bone in his hand. At this moment, the living black bone may be more useful than the dead one, but at this moment a harsh scream sounded, making him the pace of progress could not help but stagnate slightly. Seizing this opportunity, the recovered black bone hurriedly took a step back and rolled away from Mons. At the same time, a weird bat the size of a millstone and a red body flying from nowhere rushed towards Mons. Seeing the nausea caused by the screaming sound was suppressed, and looking at the big bat that leaped over, Mons had to temporarily give up his plan to catch the black bones. The pure white fighting spirit above his right arm gleamed, and with his feet pressed hard, he made a jump. Mons wanted to hit this big bat by surprise. Unfortunately, this bat was much more flexible and cunning than he had imagined, and he could avoid it with just one flip. His attack. One blow missed. Mons's expression remained unchanged, regardless of the height of the big bat, rushing straight to the nearest elder, killing all over him, obviously not intending to stay alive. Hey! His wings closed, a dive, and the weird bat struck Munins' back, seemingly trying to keep him, but at this moment Munins, who was rushing forward, suddenly changed from movement to silence, forcibly twisting himself forward body. With a grin on his rough face, Mons suddenly swelled his right arm and punched him as he watched the big bat assaulting him. Unable to dodge, flesh and blood splattered, the weird bat that just swooped down was slammed back by Mons with a punch. A weird black smoke emerged, and the strange bat the size of a millstone suddenly became the size of a baby's fist like a punctured balloon and fell straight out of the air. The weird bat died, but Mons did not relax at all, because the matter was far from over. The black smoke billowed and floated in the air, and the figure of a bat was faintly visible. Hey! The sharp tweet appeared again, and Mons could not help but stagnate again. That is, at this time, the black bones who had fled in embarrassment did not know when they reached a consensus with several elders, and seized this opportunity to charge at the same time. Come up and want to kill Monsage. As the leader of the tribe, Blackbone Fighting is naturally not lacking in bravery. Although he is not an extraordinary person, his strength is definitely the top among ordinary people. With the assistance of several elders, he is sure to seize this opportunity to kill Mons. Was getting closer, looking at Mons's indifferent face, thinking that he was about to slit the throat of an extraordinary person, the black bones could not help but gush out a kind of perverted pleasure in the depths of his heart. Hey! Go to hell! His eyes were red, and he held the sharp blade against him, and the black bone hit and wiped the dagger in his hand at Munins. At the same time, the other 3 Black Bat tribe elders also handed out the sharp blade to Munins at the same time. Ding! The cutting sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh did not sound, but the sound of gold and iron strikes. S ferocious smile gradually stiffened, and he raised his head to meet Mons's gaze as if he was looking at a dead person, and the black bones hit the ice cave for a while. The the left hand lifted the black bones with one hand, the right hand punched the sternum of one elder, turned around and kicked the other two elders away, and the original crisis of Mons was resolved for a while. The amount is completely clean. Ignoring the blushing face and the black bones that were not breathing well, Mons couldn't help but touched his neck. If it weren't for the secret technique taught by Sean, he might have his neck severed at this moment. Think about it. Still a little scared. Where do you want to go? There was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mons directly used the black bones in his hands as a throwing object and slammed it against a figure who was going to sneak away in the corner. The black bat sacrifice seems to be very old, but the action is extremely flexible, and a black bat who leaned back to avoid being hit by the black bones. Of course, this does not change his ending. Beast soul sacrifice is an extraordinary profession with a single method, with great fluctuations in strength and weakness. The key is to integrate the strength of the beast soul and the beast group that can be controlled. He is talented in witchcraft, but today he only brought a cultivated blood bat with him, which greatly weakened his strength. The two extraordinary abilities he possessed, beast soul possession and the dominance of the herd, would have exerted its power. The battle took place in the Black Bat Cave, so the result is likely to be rewritten. The beast soul dissipated, was hit in the neck, and the black bat sacrificed into a coma. His gaze swept across, looking at the few people who had fainted on the ground, who didn't know their life or death, and a smile appeared on Mons's wild face. He knew that with these prisoners, his mission on this trip should be completed. Mons's beheading operation was a complete success, and the front line also made breakthrough progress. As a result of receiving the highest level distress signal from the camp, the Black Bat tribe's original force felt tight on the front line and had to send some people back to rescue. Under such circumstances, under the cover of the captives, the army of Greenfield Town seized their scarcity. The resulting flaws directly tore their defenses. The overall situation is set. Seeing the Black Bat tribe's defense line was breached by his own, Farrell couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the commander of this war, he was under pressure. The line of defense was torn, and the Black Bat tribe, which was originally supported by geographical advantages, had no room to turn, either being killed or caught. Chapter 24, Self-Salvation. At noon, the sun was blazing, and Sean boarded the Black Bat Mountain. 10 steps 1 post and 100 steps 1 sentry. At this moment, Black Bat Mountain has completely fallen into the control of the army of Greenfield Town. However, due to the short time, although the army has cleaned up as much as possible, Sean, there are still blood everywhere on the way up the mountain, and occasionally there are still limbs and bones. Sean turned a blind eye to these sights, stepped on blood and stained the solace of his shoes. Sean did not change at all. Perhaps it was a little uncomfortable at first sight, but it was just like seeing more. Lord! Kneeling on one knee, with his hands raised in front of him, Mons offered Sean the power symbol of the Black Bat tribe, the Bat Whisper Scepter. Reached out and took it, a cold touch came, and a smile was drawn at the corner of Sean's mouth. Knights of Mons, you didn't disappoint me. Looking at the blood-stained knights in front of him, Sean couldn't help feeling a little moved. When he went there were 6 people, and 4 returned. 2 of them stayed on the Black Bat Mountain forever, and the remaining 4 were almost all injured. In fact, the most dangerous time for the extraordinary squad was when Munnins rushed into the sacrificial hall to carry out operations. At that time, the remaining 5 members had to guard the entrance and block the Black Bat tribesmen who came to rescue. If it were not for the warrior of Crom, those with the devil fruit ability of the animal type whose strength is equivalent to that of the second-order transcendence, they probably won't be able to wait for the success of Operation Munnins. For some encouragement, Xiao En looked at the Black Bat tribe senior who was kneeling on the side. In the Battle of the Sacrifice Hall, only the Black Bat tribe survived and the Black Bat sacrifice. Perceiving Sean's gaze, Munnins said, Lord, These two are the leader of the Black Bat tribe, Hey Buddha, and the Black Bat tribe's great sacrifice, among which the Black Bat's great sacrifice is a second-order beast soul sacrifice. Oh, second-order beast soul sacrifice. Hearing Monza's introduction, Sean was quite surprised. After all, although the magic wave has risen, the time is still short. At this time, it is not easy for a potion eater to reach the second order. Sean knows a little bit about the sacrifice of beast souls. After all, the bat slaves they caught before were this job. Beast soul sacrifice is a more famous and extraordinary route in the New World, which is mainly spread among the indigenous tribes of Cherokee. Although the route is incomplete, it also has its own characteristics. Seems to be aware of Sean's gaze, the shameless black bat sacrificial suddenly raised his head. "My honorable lord, Anais greets you." Struggling to straighten her body a bit, at this moment Anais didn't want to make herself look too embarrassed. "Oh, you still speak lingua franca." Hearing the fluent lingua franca of the other party, Sean was really a little strange. After all, in order to open up a new world, many people in the Sudeld kingdom learned Aboriginal language, but the Aboriginals basically did not learn the lingua franca. "Yes, noble sir, I used to live in Monfatos for a while." "Oh, that's it, so what do you want to say now?" "There is nothing to say, in your words, the winner is the king and the loser. I just hope you can allow me to redeem my own life at the cost of working for you." There was no crying, no wailing of losers, and some just rationality. At this moment, Sean gave him a high look. "Is it self-salvation? It is not impossible, but what is your value?" Hearing this, Aneth's originally slightly cloudy pupils suddenly became clear. "Honorable Lord, I am a second-order beast soul sacrifice. I have a certain experience in the cultivation of creatures. At the same time, I have a good understanding of this mountain forest and I believe it will be useful to you." Silence, silence. Sean was not in a hurry to give his answer, he was thinking, and Aneth was waiting for the sentence. In fact, at this moment, Sean really has some small entanglements. Killing Anais can gain some source power points, and accepting Anais he will get a good subordinate. Compared with the two, there is no doubt that the latter has more benefits. Big, but there is a problem, that is, loyalty, and non-self races must have different hearts. This is not just a saying. "Annas, you really gave me a problem, after all, I can't confirm your loyalty." "Honorable Lord, I know that it is normal for you to have such doubts, but I believe that time will prove everything, and I hope you can give me a chance." After finishing talking, Anis lowered his head. "Well, Anais, I hope you don't make me regret it or make you regret it yourself." The voice fell, and the spiritual surging, a little dark red light emerged in Xiaoen's right hand. Glanced at Anais with his head down, and Sean waved his hand, and this little red light fell on him. The beast soul warned that he instinctively wanted to expel this anomaly, but Anais suppressed this instinct for life, allowing these red lights to penetrate into his body. Feeling that the dandelion seeds took root and sprouted smoothly in Aneth's flesh and blood, Sean's blue eyes flashed a little strangely. He originally planned to kill him directly as long as Aneth had a slight intent to resist. www.readaloud.com. I didn't expect it to be there, but that's okay. Since Anais has given his sincerity, then he is willing to give some of his trust. Dandelion parasitism change crimson latent was transformed by Sean through the first order witchcraft dandelion parasitism. Compared with dandelion parasitism, the two have a greater actual combat effect, a wider range, and stronger concealment. Although dandelion parasitism change crimson latent it is easy to be noticed but can exist for a long time, and has stronger control. For a good wizard, the witchcraft learned is not static. Generally speaking, there should be 3 steps in the process of learning witchcraft for a wizard. The first step is to analyze the temporary template, and this step is more of one. This kind of extensive learning, the second step is to optimize and adjust. Others will always be others, everyone is different, no matter how good the template of witchcraft also needs to fit oneself. The third step is transformation and innovation. This step it is to express oneself on the original basis, which is simple to say but difficult to do. In this era, most wizards can only go to the first step and become a user of witchcraft. A small number of wizards can go to the second step and become a qualified wizard, and very few can go to the third step and become a wizard. Excellent wizard. Although the witchcraft of dandelion parasitism, change, and lurking has various flaws, it is undeniable that it has indeed reached the third step. This is rare. After all, this step requires deep accumulation and hard work. That flash of aura. Annas, stand up, since you are your own, you don't need to kneel. Sean's voice was very flat, without any extra feelings, but when he heard this, Ains was greatly relieved. He knew that his life was temporarily saved. Chapter 25, Black Bat. Black Bat Cave. The sun is blazing on the outside, but the inside is quiet and dark, as if there are completely two worlds. Lord, 2 soldiers entered this cave before and only heard 2 screams and there was no more movement, so I asked someone to block the place temporarily. Standing aside, Faroli whispered to Sean the direction of the cave. Hearing this, Sean didn't say anything. Instead, he cast his gaze on Ains, who was standing beside him. Perceiving Sean's gaze, Aneth's drooping face flashed with a hint of hesitation, but he still spoke quickly. Lord, this is the dense Black Bat Cave of the Black Bat tribe. It is a place dedicated to the tribal gods. There are a large number of bats in it. The 2 soldiers should have become the blood food of these bats. After finishing talking, Anisa's back bends down again, showing respect. You should be able to control these bats, Anas. Thinking of the ability of the beast soul to sacrifice, Xiaoen said again. Yes, Lord, you can do it in a short time. Then leave it to you, I want to go into the cave and take a look. The black mist filled, and the blood bat of Anas quietly emerged, making a silent call. Fluttering, the sound of wings hitting the air came, and a dark cloud floated out of the cave not long after. Looking at the bat group consisting of at least hundreds of weird bats, everyone present couldn't help but feel heavy, because once this group of bats rushed down, most of the people present would die. His figure remained motionless, and a dignified flash of dignity flashed through his sharp eyes. Fortunately, the accident did not happen. After flying out of the cave, the group of bats quickly rose to hide and scattered. Looking at the bats disappearing from the field of vision, a strange brilliance flashed in the azure blue eyes. Xiaoen knew that he might underestimate the newly harvested subordinate Anis. After all, he could control such a large group of alien bats. His deterrence on the battlefield will not be weaker than that of the Tier 3 Red Knights. Of course, according to Sean's estimation, Anas is basically too likely to control such a large group of bats freely. Go in and take a look. Withdraw his gaze, Sean wants to see this so-called totem god. In the knowledge that Sean understands, totem gods are inferior, bloody, and savage. They are despicable ones who steal the name of gods. They are not even false gods. Among them, there is a lot of mixed divinity, reluctantly. Most of the words that are worthy of God are witty people who have been distorted by their beliefs, and have lost themselves in their beliefs. Go through the quiet cave. Everyone soon came to the secret place of the Black Bat tribe, and saw the gods of the Black Bat tribe. Looking at the surrounding scenes, Xiaoen's expression was indifferent, only that Wang Suechi aroused his interest. My lord, this is the secret place of the Black Bat tribe. This blood pool is the holy pool of the Black Bat tribe. The blood water supernatural person has the effect of improving physical fitness and tempering the spirit after being swallowed, but there is a large amount of blood living in the blood pool. Worms, like to human blood, you need to be careful. Standing on the side, Anas introduced the situation of the blood pool to Sean, separating himself from the Black Bat tribe. Oh, blood water still has this effect, that's not bad, but I don't know if there are any taboos. At this moment, Sean's interest in the blood pool increased by 1 point. Although the source of this thing is problematic, it is good for training his men. Lord, the only thing you need to pay attention to when using this blood water is that you need to take it out and let it sit for a day before you can use it. No more or no less. If the blood worm is missing, it will kill the user, and more blood will make it smelly. Out of action. The tone was low, and Aneth didn't conceal anything from Sean in a clever manner. The only thing he didn't tell was how many slaves had sacrificed their lives for such a simple method of use. Looked up and glanced at Sean's expression. A trace of struggling flashed across Aneth's face. After a little hesitation, he continued to speak. Lord, I once had a vague feeling with the Black Bat Falls god. I suspect that the Black Bat Falls has recovered. Hearing this, several people around him immediately focused their attention on Ani's. No matter how to belittle the totem god, it is undeniable that this kind of existence has a certain personality, and the weakest has the strength of Tier 4 transcendence. Cannot be ignored. In fact, although totem gods have always been belittled in the old world, Sean, who has accepted the family inheritance, knows that in the past, many forces have tried to cultivate totem gods as guardians and put them into action. Unfortunately, few succeeded. One is that the training time span is long and must be based on 100 years, the second is that the faith needs to be pure, and the third is hostile to the Church of the Gods, and the most important thing is that after the successful training, the totem gods will gradually lose themselves in their beliefs. It may turn from a watchdog to a man-eater, and bite the owner. Because of these restrictions, the totem god finally disappeared in the old world. Ain't you reading www.yunsha.com? Are you sure? The relaxed expression converged, and a pair of azure blue eyes stared at Ani's tightly. The invisible pressure enveloped the whole body. Aneth's expression remained unchanged, and said categorically, Lord, I'm sure. Although the feeling before is very vague, I am sure that it is the Black Bat Falls god. No matter what he thinks in his mind, at this moment Anis understands that he has no extra choice at all. This was confirmed when he spoke before. At this time, there is nothing else to change but to lower his evaluation in Sean's heart. Effect. Hearing such affirmative answer from Aints, Sean was silent. He didn't suspect that Aints was telling lies, because it had no meaning other than death. It was just that he didn't know how to express it for a while. At this moment, except for Sean, Mons, and others are also in silence. The demonic wave has recovered, and the return of the gods seems to be unacceptable, but the gods have been gone for too long as this generation. Apart from hearing the name of the in the legend, he has never seen a half-miracle. Leave here first. The statue of the black bat was reflected in the azure blue eyes, and Sean made a decision. No matter what happened, he was going to let the soldiers use explosives to bury the statue of the black bat god, this hall, and this cave. Although Munins and others had other ideas in their hearts, since Sean had already decided, they naturally had no right to object and began to retreat in an orderly manner. What's the matter? Where did the road go? The leading soldier looked at the hard wall in front of him and fell into doubt for a while. Perceived something wrong, and then think of the black bat Anis said. Sean turned on the spiritual vision, and the world changed its color for a time. Chapter 26, Weird Skeleton. Spiritual vision, a small skill that a wizard can use. Head-up vision requires constant use of your own spirituality to refine your eyes. When you use it, you can condense a large amount of spirituality into your eyes and you can see many things that are invisible to the naked eye, just like this moment. Sean. The blood-stained earth, shrouded in the thin red haze sky, is completely different from before, as if it were two spatial latitudes. Lord, be careful, there may be danger here. Between words, Mons took a step forward and blocked Sean behind him. Although he had no vision and couldn't discover the real surroundings like Sean, his keen perception still made him feel the aura of danger. Lord, I am afraid we have come to the kingdom of God. The voice was hoarse, and if you listened carefully, you would notice a slight tremor inside. At this moment, even if his life was about to lose, Ains was flustered. As the former sacrificial priest of the Black Bat tribe, even if he can't use the spiritual vision, he can still discover the reality of his surroundings, but it is precisely because of this that he is flustered, because the surrounding scenes are exactly the same as the kingdom of gods recorded by the tribe, and at this moment he really felt the breath of the Black Bat god. The kingdom of gods? At most, it is the realm of gods. Compared to Aneth's panic, Sean has to be more calm, which is the advantage of having a complete inheritance. Of course, even if it is a god's virtual realm, it is not easy to break open with the means of Sean and his group, but it is this abnormality that suddenly arises. An inexplicable fishy wind blew from the virtual realm, and the red haze gathered together to form a huge face, resembling the head of a bat. Scarlet eyes are like 2 rounds of blood moon overlooking the earth, and the invisible coercion covers everyone. The blasphemer dies when the blood is exhausted. The majestic voice resounded through the void. Although I didn't understand the language, the meaning of this sentence quietly appeared in everyone's hearts. What? How is this going? Blood, a lot of blood. The majestic voice fell, and immediately some soldiers began to bleed inexplicably, first in the mouth and nose, then the ears, eyes, and then the skin. The screams are still going on. Although the situation of Sean, Munins and other transcendents is fine for the time being, their faces are not pretty. They all understand that although they are transcendents, they are more resistant to this strange force than soldiers. Strong, but if this continues, sooner or later they will follow in the footsteps of these soldiers. A feeble moan came out, and the first deceased appeared, just as the voice said. His whole body drained blood and died, turning into a mummy. With the first one, there is the second, and the third. At this moment, the expressions of Xiaoan and others are getting ugly. Lord, what should we do? With blood leaking from the nose and mouth, Aneth focused his gaze on Sean. He knew that at this moment, only Sean could rely on them to survive, and Mons was still blocking Sean as before. In front of him, Faroli had fallen to the ground, groaning in pain. Pity. Did not answer Ain's question, looked up at the sky more vivid than before, and Sean let out an inexplicable sigh. Spiritual surging triggered a certain mark in the depths of the soul, and a strange pattern the size of a thumb appeared on Xiaoan's forehead. Looking carefully, although this pattern is composed of simple lines, you can still see its rough appearance, tree-shaped, resembling oak. Lines emerged, and the dazzling golden light dots began to condense, and the sacred breath permeated. The lines disappeared, the golden light spots were condensed, and a golden leaf rippling with a sacred atmosphere appeared in front of Xiaoan. The leaves disappeared, and once again appeared on the blood-colored sky. The dazzling light began to shine, and the sacred breath began to permeate. The phantom shadow of a big tree stood in the void, its branches were reddish-brown, with 3 upper and lower 9, a total of 12 branches. It is the golden oak or sacred oak, the representative of the Montel family. The shadow of the tree grows, the roots of the tree plunge into the earth, and the branches penetrate into the sky. The sacred light swept away like a wave, and the waves began to wash away the filthy blood. The blood faded, and the sky and the earth began to return to normal. Before the brilliance of the sacred oak, any filth was the only option to be thoroughly cleaned. Boom! As the last ray of blood faded, the surrounding void began to crack, and the void could no longer be maintained, and accompanied by a desperate roar. Do not! The majesty is not there, and some are only panicked. Everything is back to normal, the cave is still that cave, except for the fallen corpse and the blood all over the floor. For the rest of his life, the panic in Aneth's heart has not completely faded. He raised his head and glanced at Sean, the awe in his eyes became more intense. Kaka, just when everyone wanted to say something, a strange noise made everyone's hearts lifted up. After all, he walked around under the death god's sickle. Turned his head and glanced at the scene behind him, everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the idol of the black bat was cracked, and this also proved from another angle that the black bat should be really dead. The stones shattered, and the huge idol turned into a pile of rocks in a short while, and this also revealed what was originally wrapped in the idol. Skeletons, a baby skeleton, a weird baby skeleton. The bones are white, resembling ivory, and the bone marrow inside is surging like hot magma, and the body is curled up, as if sleeping again, the white bones and wings spread out behind him to protect him. Come on! The inexplicable attraction made Sean couldn't help but move closer to the baby's bones, getting closer, and a weak but vast, noble coercion permeated Xiao En's heart, just like a higher life versus a lower life. Looking down, touched the baby's bones, and an unexpected warmth came from Sean's palm, as if he was not touching a bone but a living person. At this time, Sean's keen perception was crazy, and the spirituality in the depths of the soul began to instinctively surge. Was awakened by the inexplicable danger, and quickly took 3 steps back, looking at the seemingly harmless baby bones in front of him. Xiao En's expression was uncertain. Lord, what's wrong with you? Munins and others surrounded him at this moment, but the weird thing was that they should have clearly noticed Sean's strangeness just now, but none of them stopped them, and no one asked them. It was not until this moment that Sean was awakened to respond. Waved his hand to stop the movements of Mons and others. Xiao En's eyes were still concentrated on the baby's bones. It was too weird just now. He was inexplicably lost in his mind, which was really scary. Annas, do you know this thing? This. Looking at the baby's skeleton, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ains fell into entanglement. Lord, I don't know the origin of this skeleton, but since it appeared in the idol, I have a guess. At the end, Aneth's tone became more and more erratic, obviously he himself doubted his guess. Oh, tell me there. I once saw such a record in the ethnographic history of the Black Bat tribe, saying that in the distant ages, the Black Bat once had a divine enemy. Standing tall and mighty, the Black Bat also took a long time to defeat him, and tore his body, turning his wings into his own wings. The voice fell. Although Mons and the others didn't say anything, they obviously didn't believe it from their inadvertent look. After all, according to Anais, this baby bone was the body of a god. Don't look at me like this. You all said this is just a guess, I don't believe it myself. I felt the strange gaze of Munins and others, perhaps because he had just passed the life and death crisis. At this moment, Anais seemed a lot more casual, no longer cautious. After listening to Aneth's guess, Sean was non-committal. He could not determine whether it was a divine body. What he could be sure was that the skeleton was not simple. Although it was dangerous, it would be a big gain if he could study it clearly. Mons, ask the soldiers to take this bone back, and pay attention to safety along the way. Said, Sean deliberately increased his tone on the word safety, and Mons understood it. Annas, you take someone to take out a part of this blood, and let the extraordinary squad use it 3 days later. In a few words, Sean drew a rest for the incident. Chapter 27, Soul Fruit. The Lord's mansion of Liuyi Town has been back from Yequiling for 3 days. During these 3 days, Sean has been busy dealing with various things in Liuyi Town. Although he has a decentralized attitude, some things still require him to make a decision. Any other things? After signing the last document in his hand, Sean turned his attention to the clerk Ilika and Sheriff Ilas standing in front of him. No more, Lord. Looking at Sean's slightly tired face, Irika and Ilas walked out very wittily after they had finished talking. After the two left, rubbing his eyebrows, Xiao En lifted his spirits and sank his consciousness into the door of another world. The familiar void is still there, and it is vast. Seeing the various bubbles, Xiao En's eyes light up slightly. The last time he exchanged the Navy 6 style training notes, there should be 8 bubbles left here, but now there are 11, that is to say, I don't know when the otherworldly gate has gathered 3 more bubbles. With a torch-like gaze, he quickly skipped the familiar bubbles, and Sean quickly found the 3 newly gathered bubbles. A weird fruit, a huge egg, a creature that looks like a snail. Surprise emerged from deep in his heart, and Sean quickly stretched his spirituality to the bubble where the weird fruit was, hoping that everything was as he had guessed. Item: Soul Fruit. Evaluation: it touches the realm of the soul, has the power to play with the soul, and is a demon fruit cursed by the sea. Price: 50 source power points. Yes, it's really it. Getting spiritual feedback, the joy in Sean's heart can no longer be suppressed. As the owner of a devil fruit tree, Sean also thought about what kind of fruit he would eat in the future. His first idea was the sparkling fruit or the thunder fruit. After all, these 2 top natural devil fruits are indeed it has an incomparable advantage to other fruits. Not to mention the most basic elementalization, its ultra-high movement speed, flying ability, and powerful attack power are hard to refuse. However, in the long run, demons such as soul fruit maybe it is more suitable for Sean. After all, the devil fruit has an upper limit, and his core is still on the extraordinary path of the wizard. After calming down for a while, Sean stared at the soul fruit with scorching eyes. If it is said that it was before, even if the soul fruit was worth as much as 50 source power points, Xiaoen could only sigh with excitement, but now it is. It's different. In the first battle of Wild Green, the town of Liuyi suffered a lot of losses. Sean even used the sacred guardian engraved on his soul by the family, but the corresponding gains from this battle were also huge. Not to mention a large number of prisoners and wealth. The death of the bat brought a lot of power to Sean. Although the black bat has just recovered and his strength is not strong, his personality, his essence, is high enough, similar to the fifth order transcendence. His death allowed Sean to gain a full 55 source power points. Did not rush to exchange it, so Sean turned his attention to the other 2 bubbles. He had already guessed about the weird creature Sean that looked like a snail, and it was true. Item: Phone Worm, Sleeping. Evaluation: a creature that can make calls of the same kind, a bug with strong fertility, give it enough time, it may give you a surprise. Price: 3 power points. Confirmed his guess, Xiaoen understood that this phone bug was something he had to exchange. The science and technology civilization of the liberal arts world is still in its infancy. There are no traces of communication methods such as telegraph and telephone. Under normal circumstances, the 2 parties can only communicate through letters, which is not only slow but also easy to lose. Although there are some extraordinary methods, for the time being these methods either have various flaws or are costly, making the nobles feel painful. Sean also thought about getting telegrams and telephones to reap a lot of benefits, but unfortunately he was ashamed of the travelers, not at all. He can only give a rough idea, and give it to a research institution funded by the Montel family to try, anyway. So far there is still any news of success, but this is normal. Science needs to be accumulated and cannot be done overnight. At present, the mainstream energy science in the liberal arts world is steam science, and electricity is still a wilderness. Determined to exchange the phone bug, Sean cast his eyes on the last bubble. Item: Flame Dragon Egg. Evaluation: a mutant from the world of Ark. A beast with the name of a dragon. Price: 7.5 source power points. For Ark, Sean knows better. After all, he really likes this game. There are all kinds of dinosaurs in it. The flame dragon is one of the more powerful ones. It lives in a lava valley and has the ability to breathe the breath of the flame dragon. Naturally, Sean wanted this flame-flying dragon egg, but he was not eager. The importance was incomparable with the soul fruit and the phone bug. Of course, the most important thing was that his source power point was not enough. Sean originally had 0.5 source power points left. After slaying the bat slaves, he gained 1.5 source power points. In addition to the 55 source power points provided by the Black Bat God, there are only 57 source power points, and the soul fruit plus the phone, the mother worm and the flame flying dragon egg require a total of 60.5 source power points, not to mention the Whitebeard corpse that he wanted to redeem long ago, www.readaloud.com, that would also require 34 source power points. It is useless to think more, there will always be a source of power. In a single thought, Sean gathered the 3 bubbles that covered the body of the Whitebeard and the fruit of the soul and soul, the phone bug, and the flame dragon egg, and then silently the annihilation began quietly. The bubbles shattered, and the contents inside were wiped out by an eraser like a pencil drawing, leaving no traces. In a flash, there were only 4 of Sean's 11 bubbles in the endless void. Ignoring the disappearing bubbles, Xiaoan first exchanged the soul and soul fruit, spending 50 source power points, and there are 7 source power points left. With the soul and soul fruit, Sean temporarily gave up the idea of redeeming the Whitebeard corpse. He was originally, I want to make it into a puppet and gain a good combat power in a short period of time, but now his thinking has changed. In terms of his ability, the puppet is just an inefficient use method, and the final combat power is basically only tier 3. Even if it is kissed by the goddess of luck, it is only a 4th order level, but with the soul of the soul, there are infinite possibilities, and it is completely possible to maximize the potential of the Whitebeard's corpse. In the study room, his hands resemble apples, silver grey, soul fruits with tang grass patterns. Xiaoan's expression is happy, no longer tired. 3 days later, replay the transformed soul fruit in his hand. Woo, take a bite. Sean can't help frowning. The taste is indeed a bit unpalatable, but it is not unbearable. As to whether it is like the legendary smell of shit, Sean doesn't know. After all, he has not eaten it. 3 or 2 bites ate the fruit of the soul and soul, and a strange power began to breed in the depths of Sean's soul. Although it is rumored that only 1 bite would be able to obtain the ability of the devil fruit, but to be sure, Sean would still take it. Eat all of them. Chapter 28, Monster in the Shadow. In the early morning, the sun first shines, which is the best time of the day, but at this moment, Duomo village, an affiliated village under Liuyi town, is shrouded in a huge cloud at this moment. Master, the little stone is gone. One of the largest yards in Doki village, logging leader Voss found Enk, the elder of Doki village, who was really smoking tobacco. Hearing this, he raised his head and glanced at Voss, who was holding a double-barreled shotgun. Old Enk took a bite of grass smoke. Is that the monster again? Lowered his head and spit out a big mouthful of smoke, making people unable to see the expression of Old Enk at this moment. Should be. As he said, Voss's hands holding the shotgun couldn't help but clenched, and the veins were exposed. Taki village's main business is logging. As the leader of the logging team and the second person in Taki village, Voss has encountered many dangers, such as being attacked by a hungry brown bear while logging, but never once made him like today. Feel the same powerless. 6 days ago, an old scythe of a lumberjack in Doki village disappeared inexplicably. At first, it did not attract everyone's attention. It was not until the next day that the villagers found out that it was wrong and organized a man to search for it. The search for nature had no results, and in the process 3 more villagers disappeared, and an atmosphere of panic began to permeate the village. Under such circumstances, Old Enk decisively gathered the villagers and asked Voss to lead the young people in the village to take up arms to protect everyone. No one was missing on this day. With the protection of armed forces and the gathering of everyone together, the villagers' hearts began to calm down slowly, but the good times did not last long. On the 3rd night, 2 people disappeared when everyone got together. The most important thing is that no one knows when and how they disappeared. The seeds of fear began to take root, and the hearts of the villagers were unknowingly swallowed by monsters called panic. Many people's sanity was on the verge of collapse. It was at this time that someone proposed the idea of leaving the village. There are people who support and oppose this idea. There are more opposition than they support. After all, this is their home and their comfort zone. The more important thing is that leaving the village does not guarantee safety, and it may be more dangerous. Realizing that the situation is not right, Old Enk stepped forward to calm everyone's disputes. Did not leave the village for the time being. Everyone took on their weapons and could not act alone at any time. They handed the only 2 horses in the village to the 2 young men and asked them to go to Liuyi town for help. On the 4th day, I watched 2 young men ride away. The villagers placed their hopes on them. The day was safe and sound, but none of the villagers dared to fall asleep at night. On the 5th day, the weather was fine and the villagers spent the day tremblingly, but fortunately everything was safe, as if the monster had already left. On the 6th day, without waiting for the villagers to breathe a sigh of relief, fear struck again. The little stone was missing, anxiety was boiling like boiling water, and the monster never went far. "Master, what should we do? The villagers are very upset and don't know when the town's help will come. His own force is not reliable, and Voss, a tall and strong man, can only pin his hopes on Green Town's request for help at this moment." Took a deep breath and lowered his head. Old Enk did not speak, nor did he share his innermost thoughts with Voss. Duomo town is far away from Lvi town, but riding a horse back and forth for 2 days is enough, but today is the 3rd day, Lvi town's request for help still hasn't come. If it's not something delayed, then it's the request for help was not sent to Liuyi town at all, and the second possibility was far higher than the first because no one was missing in the village that day. The heart is heavy, but Old Enk can only bear it silently, because at this moment Doki village has become a powder keg, and a spark may detonate it, and based on so many days of observation, Old Enk guessed that only unknown monsters are likely to use the village as their own granary, eating 2 or 3 people every day, no more, no less. This conjecture may be a bit cruel, but Old Enk knew that it was probably true. As an old hunter, Old Enk knew the psychology of those beasts very well, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything even if he guessed the truth. Not to mention it is a kind of sorrow, the sorrow of the weak. Although there may be a problem with the help, the Old Enk is not desperate. Because every once in a while, Liuyi town will come to collect a batch of wood, and counting the days, the most recent will be in these few days. When the time comes, Liuyi town will definitely find the anomaly here. Of course, what Old Enk can do now is to pray silently, hoping to come early this day, hoping that a few people will die. Ugh! Looking at the back of Voss leaving, Old Enk sighed deeply, his body even more rickety. Watching the villagers die silently, concealing the facts from them, letting them wait for death with peace of mind, this is a cruel way of death for the Old Enk who grew up in the village, but he had to do this, because once the villagers knowing the truth and fleeing on a large scale, reading www.yuyugonshu.com is likely to anger unknown monsters in the dark. An Xin stayed in the sheep pen and was treated as a monster's food reserve. Although people would die every day, the number was limited. Tore the sheep pen and reluctant to make the food. The monsters were furious and might hunt them on a large scale. Hey! He took another puff of smoke, and the Old Enk silently told himself that he must be patient, he must be patient. 2 more days passed, and on the 8th day that Dakamura was shrouded in clouds, Irika's brows were tightly frowned in the Greenfield Town Administration office. "Are you saying that there is no news at all?" "Yes." Glanced at Ilika's face. Although the clerk was in a state of anxiety, he continued. "Your Excellency, the staff of the administrative office who was in charge of collecting wood had already set off for Takimura 3 days ago. It is reasonable that the next day, he should return by yesterday at the latest, but he has not returned until today." Hey! Took a deep breath, put down the quill in his hand, and Ilika's face couldn't help but sink. As a pioneering land, Liuyi town seems to be stable, but in fact, it is perilous. Under such circumstances, public servants have strict schedules when going out on business. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to violate them, and those people have not returned yet. Something went wrong. After thinking a little bit, rubbing his eyebrows, Ilika took out a decree special paper and quickly wrote a decree and stamped it with his official seal. You take this to the Sheriff Eros and ask him to send more people to visit Dakamura. There is no news, no intelligence. Irika has neither full force nor reason to let Farrell mobilize the army, so he can only let Ilos send someone to see it. Just hope this matter is not troublesome. Chapter 29, Rescue. On the afternoon of the 9th day of the accident in Doki village, a dozen or so well-dressed and frightened men ran into Doki village. From their costumes, it can barely be seen that they belonged to the Liuyi town security team. On the 11th day of the accident in Takimura, there was still no news. Ilika and Ilos came to the Lord's mansion together. Go ahead, what happened to you two coming together? Just after finishing his physical exercises, Sean is enjoying Guria's massage. After eating the fruit of the soul and soul, the origin of the soul has grown. During this period of time, Sean's spiritual power has continued to grow, and it has only stabilized today. Sean estimates that his spiritual power has reached the standard of a Tier 3 Red Robe Wizard and even has spread out. And then just a little bit of polishing, and then make up for the lack of physical strength and magic power, he can automatically advance to the 3rd level. Lord, something went wrong in Taki village, a village affiliated with Liuyi township. With his head down, without squinting, Irika explained the causes and consequences of the Takimura incident carefully to Sean. After listening to Ilika's narration, Sean did not move. What are you going to do? We want to mobilize a part of Farrell's infantry brigade, and even hope that the guards can send people to participate in the operation. Waved his hand to stop Guria's massage, and Sean got up from the recliner. Dressed up under Giulia's weight, took a sip of the red wine next to him, and Xiaoen slowly said, I need you to give me a reason. Professional army not to mention, the guard squad is only responsible for Sean's safety in name, and does not interfere with the specific matters of Greenfield Town. Now that the Irikas want to mobilize the superhumans of the guard squad, they naturally need to give Sean a reasonable reason. Lord, recently we have not received news of large bands of robbers and large-scale invasions by indigenous peoples. Now there is something like this in Takimura. We suspect that there are extraordinary people who have intervened. Not as good as professional soldiers, but it is not something ordinary people can stop. What's more, Takimura is not a lamb to be slaughtered. Hearing Sean's words, he hadn't spoken all the time. The sweaty Ilos stood up at this moment. It was his responsibility. This reason is okay. Shaking the red wine glass in his hand, Sean affirmed the reason given by Eros. Hey, after hearing what Sean said, Ilika and Ilos quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed not a trivial matter that an entire village might have an accident. After all, there are only 5 villages in Liuyi town. In fact, the reason why Sean agreed to Irika and Ilos' request was that, besides the fact that this matter was really weird, it was also because there might be extraordinary people involved. You must know that he is very lacking in power right now. Lord, I don't know when to notify Farrell of the operation. As the clerk of Greenfield Town, Ilika eagerly hopes that this matter can be resolved as soon as possible. Now. Hearing this answer, Ilika couldn't react for a while, and by this time Sean had already stood up. Guria, inform Mons to let the guards assemble. By the way, you will also follow this time. Yes, master. As an excellent maid, Guria never said much. Lord, are you? Looking at Sean's movements, Ilika noticed something was wrong. This time I go personally, and the infantry brigade will not be mobilized. Their daily tasks are not easy, and they have just ended a war and need a reasonable rest. The words fell, and Sean had already walked out, leaving only Irika and Alos who were at a loss. The guard squad was full of 10 people. 2 people died in the wild green. Only 8 people were left. 4 of them needed to stay at the Lord's mansion. This time, Sean brought only 4 with him, plus Mons and Goulet. There are 7 people in Ya and himself. was lightly dressed and rushed all the way, arriving at his destination in the afternoon. Driving, riding on a horse, standing on a small hill, looking at the village not far away, Xiaoen's first feeling is quiet. Quiet is a little abnormal. There is no smoke, no people, no cheers, and no laughter, as if this is just a bunch of empty houses instead of a village full of people. It's really a bit weird. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible force began to spread out around Shan. After a while, a smile appeared at the corner of Shan's mouth. Let's go down, drive. After finishing talking, Xiaoen took the lead to rush towards Doki village. Lord, let me go in and check it out. Takemura's situation is unknown. Although his team is strong, they are not afraid of 10,000, but they are afraid of accidents. If something happens to Shan, their team will take their lives and it will not be enough to pay. Don't worry, Mons, it's okay. Words revealed ease. With non-stop pace and the roar of horse hooves, Xiaoen took the lead and rushed into Doki village. Da-da-da, the crisp sound of horse hooves echoed in the silent village, and soon attracted the attention of the villagers of Duomo. Master, this voice. Although he had guessed, Voss couldn't believe it for a while. 2 days ago, the security team was attacked by a monster not far from the entrance of the village. He fled in embarrassment or was driven into Takemura, which really made his mood drop to the bottom. Yes, it is definitely rescued. Old Enk hadn't spoken yet, but Nikki, the captain of the security team, called out first. 2 days ago, he was really frightened. He has been living in fear for these 2 days and he didn't even dare to blink his eyes www.readaloud.com for fear of being swallowed by monsters accidentally. 2 days ago he personally saw one of his team members being devoured alive, first the lower body, then the hands, the body, and finally the head. The most terrifying thing is that they did not have any of them from the beginning to the end. Seeing the appearance of the monster, it was as if the dead team members were swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. Let's go out and have a look. With a hammer, Old Enk took the lead and walked out, looking very calm. Only his slightly trembling hand holding the pipe indicated that his mood was not peaceful at this moment. Watching the crowd pouring out of the yard, Xiaoen and his party took the reins. How come there are only so many people? How to do? It's dead now. Seeing that there were only 7 people in Shan's party, the hopeful villagers suddenly seemed to be splashed with cold water, but at this moment Nikki knelt down on one knee. The third security team leader Nikki has seen Lord. Although Shan is in the simplest sense in the town of Greenfield, Nikki, who is a big and small official, was fortunate to meet him from afar, not to mention that he knew him half a half behind Shan as a knight of Mons. Hearing Nikki's words, he knew that the young man in front of him was his lord. The villagers were stunned, or Old Enk was the first to react and immediately knelt on the ground. Enk, the mayor of Takemura, has seen Lord. With the lead of Old Enk, the villagers reacted and knelt on the ground all of a sudden. All right, get up, Nikki, lead someone to maintain order. Did not pay attention to the offense of the villagers, Xiaoen's calm eyes crossed the courtyard gate and landed on a big tree in the courtyard. Chapter 30, 7-Color Magic Dragon Lizard. The courtyard is wide. In the corner of the northwest, a big tree occupies the entire corner. The two are hug each other, the branches and leaves are densely woven, and the pavilion is like a covered pavilion. The man is old and good. Seeing Shan's interest, Old Enk whispered. Lord, this is a wild jujube tree. I don't know how many years it has grown. It existed before the village was established. Afterwards, we saw that it can bear a lot of wild jujube every year, so we left it. Hearing the sound, Shan glanced at Old Enk. Old Enk, right? Yes, Lord. Feeling Shan's gaze, Old Enk immediately bent down. Let the villagers leave here. Hearing this, Old Enk's face immediately turned pale, and the monsters were still wandering in Takemura. There is always a psychological comfort for everyone to get together. If they disperse, then... Lord. Wanted to say something, but when facing Sean's blue eyes, old Enk's words changed unknowingly. I will make arrangements right away. With the old Enk taking the lead and the authority of the nobility, the villagers slowly dispersed despite the fear in their hearts. Raising his foot, Xiaoen walked into the courtyard. Mons and others immediately followed. Walked to the big tree and looked up at the jujubes turning from green to red between the branches and leaves. Xiaoen was full of interest. Does Lord need me to pick some jujubes down? Seeing that Sean seemed to be interested in jujubes, Mons whispered. Mons, some things are more interesting to do it yourself. Has a brisk tone, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that Sean is in a good mood at this moment. The voice fell, and the spirit surged. 3 thorns were born out of nothingness and entangled on the trunk of the jujube tree. The strange thing is that there should be nothing on the trunk, but it seems that something is entangled by the thorns. As a knight with keen senses, Mons immediately noticed that something was wrong. In an instant, a pure white flame of vindictiveness ignited all over his body. But before he could do anything, a pure black ball of light was carried by Sean's right hand behind him. Zhong shot out suddenly and hit the place where the thorns were entangled. Hiss, like a snake neighing, like a roar of a beast, hit by a black ball of light, a looming figure resembling a lizard appeared there. The stealth effect disappeared, and a lizard with a crown of flesh and blood, about 2 meters long, and covered with emerald green scales appeared on the trunk of the jujube tree. Hissing, struggling hard, Sean's first-order witchcraft thorn entanglement quickly lost its effect. Regained freedom, the ability of invisibility was activated again, and the emerald lizard quickly appeared in the sight of everyone. But at this moment, Sean seemed to be aware of something. He tried hard with his feet and made a small leap backward. At the same time, with a bang, a small pit appeared on the spot where Sean had just stood. As if hit by a solid shell. Lord, be careful! Before the words fell, with an immature shave, Mons suddenly appeared on a clearing, and his right fist with pure white fighting spirit and flame slammed down on the ground. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that the monster was here based on the traces of the pit and the battle intuition he had honed in his life and death. The ground was cracked, pits appeared, and Mons's punch fell through. Of course, although this punch failed, Munan's judgment was not wrong. It's just that the monster's reaction speed was unexpectedly fast, or Munan's speed was not fast enough, if he really did it. Shaved and skillfully used, this monster should have fallen under his fist at this moment. Was attacked suddenly. Although the emerald green lizard escaped the blow in a thrilling manner, its figure was revealed again. Some of the scales turned from emerald green to grayish white, and some even showed bright red flesh and blood, wisps of black air lingering, and still eroding the flesh and blood of the emerald lizard. Obviously the witchcraft that shone just now was not easy to bear, and the explosive power may not be strong but unpredictable. The invisible power spread, capturing the traces of the emerald green lizard. At the moment when the emerald lizard appeared, a light flashed in Sean's blue eyes, and the first-order witchcraft thorns entangled once again. Hiss, once again entangled by thorns, a familiar feeling came, and the emerald lizard immediately fell into panic. Exerted all his strength and wanted to break free again, but it was a pity that it didn't have this chance. Accurately grasped the opportunity, the moment the emerald green lizard was entangled in the thorns, Mons immediately caught up. The same fist fell again, the difference is that this time it did not fail again. Hissed, let out a mournful cry, the emerald green lizard's head was shattered, blood was flowing from its mouth, and it fell to the ground feebly. The battle was over, and looking at the emerald green lizard or colorful dragon lizard that passed out on the ground, a smile was drawn at the corner of Sean's mouth. To tell the truth, Sean was a little surprised when he first discovered this colorful magic dragon lizard. After all, the number of such beasts is very rare. Colorful dragon lizards, reptiles. UU reading www.uuganshu.com has a trace of the blood of the mist dragon, although it is thin, not even the hybrid dragon, but it has given it a good talent. Its ability is invisible and can be shielded. The perceptive means of ordinary transcendence can't find its trace at all, and it's precisely because of this that Dakamura will fall into the previous dilemma. In terms of attack, the colorful magic dragon lizard mainly relies on its tongue, which is fast, and its power is not weak. Generally a Tier 3 monster, extremely rare individuals can activate the mist dragon bloodline in the body, and evolve into a hybrid dragon stepping into Tier 4. Lord, how to deal with this monster? Although the colorful magic dragon lizard is now fainted, the monsters have a strong physique and will wake up in a short time. Without suitable equipment, they can't be held safely, so Mons asked. What should I do? Kill it. If there is a superb blood extraction technology, Sean will find a way to bring this colorful magic dragon lizard back alive to see if the blood of the misty dragon can be extracted, but unfortunately he does not have it. In this case, it does not matter if it is alive or dead. N.S. reached out and took a knight's sword from the guards, and followed Mons where he wounded the colorful magic dragon lizard. Sean pierced the head of the colorful magic dragon lizard with his sword, and ended the short period of this underage colorful magic dragon lizard. Life. Processed the colorful magic dragon lizard and brought its body. And Xiaoan and his party quickly left Doki village. What's the matter? Going back to the courtyard and seeing the jujube tree at the corner of the courtyard, old Enk almost pulled his beard off in surprise. When leaves, the jujube branches are green and the jujube fruit is full of branches. When they come back, the leaves fall and the branches are withered, and the whole tree is still decayed. Withering and practicing bullets, second-order witchcraft, which simulates the power of vegetation withered, can erode the vitality of life forms, and is the only second-order witchcraft that Sean has learned so far. Chapter 31, Flame Dragon. Greenfield Town, Botanical Garden, Mountain Top. The branches and leaves of the devil fruit are spreading, dots of pure white flowers are dotted between the branches and leaves. A fruit with colorful scales resembling a fragrant pomelo hangs on the branch, and on the other side the golden oak is still the same, exuding a faint sacred breath, but there was an egg with a fire cloud pattern the size of a millstone at his root, greedily absorbing the strong magic power emitted by the magic node. Looked at the devil fruit on the branch, Xiaoan knew that it was mature, but now he hasn't decided to whom this animal supernatural species of colorful magic dragon lizard form devil fruit will be given. His eyes shifted, looking at the flame-flying dragon egg under the golden oak tree, Xiaoan fell into silence. After killing the second-order colorful magic dragon lizard, he harvested 3.5 source power points, plus the previous 7 source power points, a total of 10.5 source power points, just enough to exchange the phone bug and the flame dragon egg. The phone bug Sean has been handed over to Anase to train, and the flame dragon egg has undergone some unexpected changes. Nature Walker, second-order witchcraft, one of the core witchcrafts of the Secrets of Nature Wizard's Secret. Its most important role is to make up for the weakness of the early attack power of the Secrets of Nature, and it is precisely because of this the reason is that Xiaoan wanted to exchange the flame-flying dragon egg as the bearer of this witchcraft. After all, this is the biological egg with the highest potential he can come into contact with. Nature Walker, also known as Nature Walker, the wizard uses the beast egg as the object of surgery, so that the beast egg resonates with nature, carries a ray of natural will, and at the same time creates a life and death bond with the wizard. It's just that after Sean used Nature Walker on the flame-flying dragon egg, the flame-flying dragon egg has undergone a strange change. Demonization is demonization, which usually occurs on ordinary beasts. Because of the influence of its own or external environment, the beast broke through the limitation of its own blood and evolved into an extraordinary species, becoming a beast. This phenomenon is called demonization by the extraordinary. Although the flame-flying dragon egg has the name of a flying dragon, has a powerful body and can breathe flames, it can only be regarded as a beast according to the standards of the Boya Great World, because its body does not contain magical power. The invisible power spread, seeing and hearing the domineering color concentrated on the flame-flying dragon egg, exerting the power of listening to the extreme, and Shan carefully experienced the change of the flame-flying dragon egg. I don't know if it is because of the existence of the door of another world. The body of Shan, who is obviously a human of the liberal great world, awakens the unique dominance of humans in the One Piece world while eating the soul and soul fruit. There are 3 types of domineering in One Piece world, namely, domineering, armed, and domineering. Among them, domineering is a manifestation of the king's qualifications, and very few talents have it. Armed domineering is an invisible armor that can enhance defense. An attack power, everyone has it in their body. Physical exercise to a certain level can lead to awakening. Seeing and hearing color domineering is the power of hearing, is a kind of perceptual power, everyone has it in the body, but compared to armed color, the awakening of seeing and hearing color requires talent, and seeing and hearing color also has various extraordinary characteristics, such as foreseeing the future, emotional perception, discrimination between good and evil, the sound of all things, etc. The sound of all things may be the embodiment of the territory of the overlord. But here the default is to be a branch of seeing and hearing color. Perhaps because of his own talent, or the blessing of the fruit of the soul and soul, Shan's domineering awakening can not only cover a small town, but also has a rare feature, 3D imaging. Under the cover of seeing and hearing, all the scenes will be clearly presented in Shan's mind, more accurate than the naked eye. It is far from the vague perception of ordinary seeing and hearing, and it is precisely because of this before Indumu Zhenzion can easily find the colorful magic dragon lizard. Boom, 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 the invisible heartbeat quietly passed into Xiaoen's mind, the fire cloud-like pattern on the flying dragon egg quietly changed unconsciously, and the flame spread, like a fierce burning flame, and gradually became connected. One piece of trend. Perhaps the process of demonization is coming to an end. In Shan's perception, the speed at which the flying dragon egg absorbs magic power has risen by more than 1 height, but it is still above a magic power node, and the magic power is strong enough to support it. Consumption. Time passed, and the sun gradually turned red. Xiaoen did not leave. He stayed here for an afternoon, quietly waiting for the dragon egg to complete its transformation. Boom, a crimson flame more than 1 meter high rises from the flying dragon, arrogantly flamboyant, but it is strange that although the flame seems to be violent when it comes, it does not have the slightest temperature and does not burn any objects. It's so magical. Seeing the flame rising, Xiaoen's calm face showed a hint of surprise. The flame on the flying dragon egg seemed to be the same as the real flame, but it was actually an activation phenomenon after a high concentration of magic power was gathered. After half an hour, the blatant flame became converged. And a thin layer was draped on the flying dragon egg like a coat. After the gaze condensed and the flames converged, huge changes have taken place in the flying dragon egg inside. The fire cloud pattern disappeared, replaced by the light red dragon scale pattern similar to the scales of a dragon, which lacks the fragility of ordinary eggshells, and is more the coldness of metal. Through the slightly transparent eggshell, looking at a small figure curled up inside, Xiaoen knew that this flame dragon was about to be born. Originally, the flame dragon should not hatch so fast www.readaloud.com, but after it became Shan's natural substitute, its growth rate will far exceed its siblings. Incubating like this, so does the growth of strength, but benefits and costs are always balanced, and the rapid growth brings about double the consumption of life. Another half an hour, the flame has completely converged, and there is no more sparks. Roar! The wings spread out, the dragon head is high, and with a young dragon roar, the flame dragon burst out of its shell. Long way. Suddenly, Shan felt a strange pressure at the moment when the flame dragon broke its shell. Although it was thin, it was indeed a pure dragon, and this also meant that the flame dragon was just born. The real dragon species is clearly a creature in another world, but the flame dragon is not much different from other dragon species in the Boya Great World at this moment. This makes people have to sigh that dragons are indeed multi-element creatures with blood in multiple worlds. Woo! Let out an unconscious growl, and the little guy who was just born was looking at the world with his clean amber eyes. Swinging his little head, a dark red scaly flame dragon seemed to feel a familiar aura. The wings spread out and landed on Sean's shoulders. As flying dragons, flying is their natural ability and does not require special learning. The shoulders sank. Although the newly born little flying dragon is not big in size, its weight is not light, just like a metal ingot. Xiao Filong's tongue licked his cheeks with saliva. Sean was not angry either, he had a kind of inborn kindness to this little guy. Little guy, I will call you Smog from now on. Stroked the warm scales of the little flying dragon, and Sean made a name for it. Chapter 32, Arena. 1 month later, Lord's Mansion, Training Ground. Boom, a crimson fireball fell from the sky and exploded like a cannonball. Before that, Sean made a mistake and avoided the bursting fireball when he couldn't. Roar! The immature dragon roar was still there. Seeing Sean dodge his own attack, the little flying dragon closed his wings slightly, dived, speeded up, and quickly approached Sean. Boom! Flames appeared again, but this time it was not a tragic fireball but a fiery dragon's breath. The arms were thin, and the dark red pillar of fire spewed from Smog's mouth and burned to Sean, but it was a pity that it was still a little slower this time. Opened his wings and kept his gliding posture, the amber dragon eyes firmly locked on Sean's figure, and Smog kept chasing after Sean. Boom! The dark red dragon's breath pillar of fire swept across the earth like a laser, leaving a trace of scorched black. The power is not small, but it is a pity that every time it is a little bit close to Xiao En, this makes Smog unable to catch up with Xiao En and reluctant to give up. Time passed, the firelight began to dim, and realizing that Smog's power was about to run out, Sean stopped his pace. Smog, come down, today's game is over, I will play with you tomorrow. Beckoned, Sean let Smog down. Roar, falling down, Smog, who had just finished the game, looked a little excited, and couldn't help but let out a roar that was unfinished. Looking at the little flying dragon who was squatting in front of him, who was already the size of a wolf dog, Xiao En couldn't help reaching out and touching its head. It feels warm in the hand. It's a good choice to warm your hands in winter. This idea came to Sean inexplicably, and Smog also enjoyed Sean's touch. He actively moved his head forward to make it easier for him to touch. Seeing that the game was over, the servants who had been waiting on the side immediately pushed up a large wooden barrel containing Smog's breakfast. As a flying dragon, a natural and extraordinary species, Smog's appetite is not small at all. Just breakfast would have to eat 20 pounds of food. Perhaps because of Sean's pampering in the past month, Smog now only eats beef and fish. Fish must be fresh and dead, they don't eat. Seeing his breakfast being pushed up, Smog's wings flapped and he plunged into the barrel skillfully, splashing all over the place. Watching Smog cleanly swallow a black-backed fish, a smile was drawn at the corner of Sean's mouth. Smog has made tremendous progress in the past month. He has basically mastered his own power, and it has not wasted him to spare time every day to play games with him. Dragon species are superior to each other based on bloodline, and are divided into 4 levels. The lowest level is the dragon beast with a trace of dragon blood, such as the colorful magic dragon lizard. Of course, this kind of dragon beast with a trace of dragon blood is basically not recognized by other dragon species. Is not crowned with the name of dragon, but above it is the variety dragon. From here on, it is the true dragon species recognized by all intelligent beings, because they have awakened the dragon blood and possessed the majesty of the dragon. Like Smog, it is the hybrid flame dragon, and above it is the hybrid dragon. The legendary dragon referred to by ordinary people refers to them. Just like the red dragon, it is one of them. It is powerful and can basically walk as long as it reaches adulthood. In the 4th step, the pure blood dragon stands at the end of the dragon species. Every pure-blood dragon is born naturally. It is a miracle of life and a synonym for power. The 5th step is the basic, and the 6th step is not out of reach. Although the 7th order is vague, there is still a miracle. Although Smog is only a hybrid dragon, he has a good talent. He has 2 types of witchcraft at birth, Fiery Dragon's Breath and Burst Fireball. In the future, if there is a chance, a pure-blood dragon is impossible, and a hybrid dragon can still expect it. Master, Clerk Irika is here. I don't know when. Goulea's figure appeared next to Xiaoen. Oh, isn't it? Let him come over. Said, taking the towel and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shan walked to the rest area aside. Lord. After a while, Irika in a formal suit appeared in front of Shan. Sit down and talk. It's not on a formal occasion. There is no need to be so rigid between the two. After taking a sip of coffee, Shan waited for Irika to speak. Lord, I am here today mainly to report a few things to you. The first thing is that the chocolate workshop has been completed, and the production method and samples have been sent back to the old world by the fleet, but it will take some time to wait for the family's reply. The second thing is that we have found a few pieces of Kosago wild fruit forest. The output is not small. If it is developed reasonably, it can fully meet the current production and supply of chocolate. The Department of Government plans to plan those areas as plantations, and the effective management of these fruit forests is expected to provide a large amount of financial income for Liuyi Town in the future. After finishing speaking, Ilika glanced at Shan's face, paused for a while before continuing to speak. The third thing is security. In recent times, attacks by wild animals have occurred from time to time. Many villages and plantations have responded. So far, according to incomplete statistics, 23 people have died from animal mouths. According to the villagers' descriptions of these beasts being extremely violent, and there seems to be some extraordinary creatures in them. Said, Ilika's figure unconsciously lowered. After listening to Ilika's report, he didn't have much reaction to the first 2 things. He just followed the normal steps. The third thing is completely different. After all, this involves extraordinary creatures. You inform Eros to let him recruit some hunters, form a guard, and conduct a patrol around the plantations of various villages to clear away the beasts. After a little thought, put down the coffee in his hand, Shan gave the order. Yes, Lord, I will do it at once. Resolutely, Irika is ready to implement this matter immediately. If it is implemented as soon as possible, the loss of Liuyi Town will be smaller. Irika, wait a minute, after you go back, help me find someone who is good at business, and let him open an Colosseum in the town of Greenfield in the name of the Montel family. Yes. Although I don't understand why Shan opened the Colosseum in a small town like Greenfield. www.readaloud.com, Irika still agreed without hesitation. After all, this matter is not difficult. Looking at Ilika's back, Shan tapped his fingers on the desktop unconsciously, falling into contemplation. The idea of opening the Colosseum did not come out of his head, but he thought about it over and over again, and only said it today. As a qualified heir to the nobleman, Shan naturally knew that opening an Colosseum with the current size and flow of people in Greenfield Town was very likely to lose money, but he didn't care. From the beginning, his purpose of opening the Colosseum was not to make money. There are 2 main purposes for him. The first purpose is to collect rare and exotic animals and provide a template for the birth of devil fruits. So far, he has only bred 2 devil fruits and 11 devil flowers. The number will further expand as he enters the 3rd level. Now he is in urgent need of a template. After the establishment of the Colosseum, the stimulation of blood, the inducement of gambling, and the desire for fame and fortune, I believe that many people will hunt those beasts, and even extraordinary creatures, if appropriate, can be bought as templates. Of course, Shan cannot decide how many people will be killed in the process. After all, this is their own choice. Shan's second purpose is to turn the Colosseum into an incubation base for the transformation of devil fruits. For those with the ability of animal devil fruits, battle, especially the battle between life and death, will be a powerful ladder for them. Shan can completely transform some beasts. The devil fruits of the animal type are thrown into the gladiatorial slaves, let them fight with people and beasts, and eventually become the food for the transformation of the devil fruits, so as to harvest extraordinary devil fruits, and even go further. Of course, so far this is still just an idea, and it will take time to realize it. Chapter 33, Underground Laboratory. Lord's Mansion. After Irika left, Shan called Munnins over. It has been a while since the first wave of magic surged, and the impact began to spread slowly. The beast attacking people was one of the manifestations. Moreover, since the shadow of extraordinary creatures appeared in the incident of beasts attacking people, it would be difficult to solve the problem by those hunters alone. Mons, I believe you have heard about the beasts attacking people. There may be extraordinary creatures in this. You take the guards to search carefully. If it is true, catch the one that can catch the alive. Kill it if you can't, and bring the body back. Yes, Lord. After listening to Shan's instructions, Mons immediately agreed. Oh, yes, this time you go out and pay more attention to the performance of the guards. Except for Grom, anyone who performs the best can get this devil fruit. Day, the voice fell, and a brocade box on the table was opened, revealing the devil fruit in the shape of a fragrant grapefruit. Yes, Lord. Looking at the devil fruit with colorful scales in the brocade box, Mons's eyes could not help but solidify, but he quickly recovered. Although he was also curious about the power of the devil fruit, after all, there was Grom's example. I believe he will get better in the future. After Mons left, sitting alone in the room, Shan thought about the future of Liuyi town. There is no doubt that the image of the revival of the magic tide has begun to show. It is foreseeable that in the near future, extraordinary power will become more and more important. Although there should be no monsters with invincible manpower in a short period of time, this trend is predictable. There are still too few extraordinary people in Liuyi town, and we need to add a batch as soon as possible. The current Greenfield town counts 8 guards: Munnins, Guraya, Feral, Anis, Shan, and Shadow Man. There are only 14 people in total. Although the situation can still be stabilized, with time I am afraid that the passage of time will become more and more powerless. Before the recovery of the magic tide, due to the scarcity of extraordinary resources, the major forces tacitly restricted the number of extraordinary people. They cut off the living soil of wild extraordinary people through resource monopoly, and this situation quietly changed with the recovery of the magic tide. The demonic tide has recovered, and extraordinary resources have begun to appear in every corner of the world. It is difficult for the majors to restrict the emergence of extraordinary people through the monopoly of resources. Some forces and individuals with extraordinary inheritance will inevitably take this opportunity to retrain new extraordinary people. And these new transcendents will inevitably have new demands after they have strength, such as status, such as more transcendent resources, and so on, which will have an impact on the old order. Extraordinary creatures, newborn extraordinary ones. Thinking of the troubles that may arise in the future, Shan is thinking about how to resist the torrent that is about to sweep. Undoubtedly, the easiest way is to cultivate a group of extraordinary people in the potion system, which is convenient and fast, but this kind of scheme can only be emergency. Although the threshold of the potion system is low and quick, but the upper limit is low, it is difficult to make up for the easy loss of control. Unfortunately, in the long run, the path of knight and wizard is the right choice, because only these two paths are the most likely to have that decisive power. The only pity is that it takes a lot of time to follow these two paths. The requirements for talent and resources are also high. Lord's Mansion, Underground Laboratory. Few people in Liuyi town know that there is a large laboratory underground in the Lord's Mansion. It has 3 floors and tens of meters deep underground. In the beginning, the Montel family spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build such a laboratory for Sean. It also succeeded by using a strange thing of not low grade. The walls and ground are all made of quartz stone as a primer and then covered with steel plates, supplemented by some small witchcraft traps. At this stage, safety can be guaranteed. The first floor of the underground laboratory is mainly used for routine research. After determining to train new extraordinary people, Sean plunged into it. Como animal blood, leafless grass root, grey stone powder, pure water. Thinking of the formula of the extraordinary potion soldier in my mind, the movements in Sean's hands kept moving, and Anais stood quietly on the side, handing Sean the tools he needed from time to time. Now Anais, in addition to being the person in charge of this underground laboratory, is also Sean's experimental assistant. Although he knew there was a certain reason for not trusting him when Sean let him stay, he was not disgusted, but rather happy. Compared to fighting and killing, he prefers to stay in the laboratory to study the truth. Compared to Black Bat tribe, both resources and extraordinary knowledge must be abundant here. If he was sincerely surrendering to Sean to save his life, then he now thinks he is very lucky. Put the last processed materials into the crucible, Sean let go of his spirituality, and these materials began to fully merge. With seeing and hearing, Sean has a clearer reaction to the fusion of these materials. With the fruit of the soul and soul, Sean has more delicate control of his own spirituality. With these two kinds of Sean, the process of smelting the potion comes out. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. Grumbling, the potion reaction came to an end, everything calmed down, and an emerald green, slightly viscous liquid appeared in the cauldron. Pour out the liquid and seal it into a test tube. Sean completed the refining of this soldier potion. Lord! Watching Sean seal up the potion, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Ains immediately handed over the towel. Although the potion preparation action is not great, the high concentration of mental power and the subtle adjustment of spirituality are really easy to make people feel exhausted. In fact, the soldier as the basic extraordinary potion is not difficult to prepare. Ordinary people can try to prepare it by themselves, but the success rate is not high and the quality is not guaranteed. It cannot be prepared with spiritual assistance like Sean. Produce a high-quality potion. Wiped off his sweat, played with the potion in his hand, and Sean put it into the natural gift of the storage wonders, and before that, there were 3 similar potions in his storage wonders. After completing the preparation of this soldier extraordinary potion, Sean did not continue because he had no raw materials. Anais, what progress is there in your recent research? Walking out of the laboratory and back to the rest area, Sean asked about the research results of Anais during this period. Hearing Sean's words, Aneth's dry old face couldn't help showing a smile. My lord, there has been some progress in the research on baby bones during this period. I found that in addition to the blood of ordinary humans, this bone also has an effect on the blood of extraordinary people and the blood of extraordinary creatures, and these blood there are thirst bloodworms breeding, but the time is too short, the samples are too few, the specific effects and taboos need further experiments. As for the research on the werewolves and Cree, there is not much progress yet. I took a part of his blood and put it in. I hope there will be new discoveries within the radiation range of the baby's bones, but it will take time. Oh, isn't it? Then let's go and see. As a wizard, Sean is interested in researching either the weird baby bones or the werewolf-like Cree. Chapter 34, Knight's Blood. The second floor of the underground laboratory. Compared with the various more complete experimental facilities on the first floor of the laboratory, the second floor is much simpler, and many places are still empty. After passing through the 3 security doors, Sean and Aneth came to the place where the baby's bones were placed. The skeleton is placed in a square box made of glass, like a small coffin, and there are square blood pools around him, but except for one of the blood pools, the other 3 blood pools are basically not much blood. Anais, how is the blood effect of these ordinary people now? Lord, I have tried it, but the effect is not ideal, perhaps because the time is too short, the effect is not as good as the blood pool of the black bat tribe. Hearing this, Sean fell into silence. For now, the blood water that has been affected by the bones is a very important and extraordinary resource in Greenfield Town. If it can be mass-produced, it will provide great help to Greenfield Town's extraordinary training plan, but it is a pity. Annas, is there any progress in the preservation plan for these blood? As soon as the voice changed, Sean changed the subject. Sorry Lord, there has not been any progress in this aspect so far. I have tried various storage methods, such as low-temperature refrigeration, and also tried adding other ingredients to the blood as a stabilization. Unfortunately, it has no effect. There is no way to stop the decay of blood. Speaking of this, Anais is deeply ashamed. Although the effect of alienating blood is good, if its storage method cannot be solved, then its effect will be severely limited. Well, Anais, maybe we can try to use these blood as the main material to formulate new potions. Seeing that the storage method has no clue, Sean proposes a new direction. This. Hearing Sean's words, Aneth fell into hesitation and didn't know what to say, because the emergence of every potion requires a deep accumulation of mystery knowledge by the dispenser, and thousands of continuous experiments. And more need a smile from Goddess of Luck. Feeling Aneth's hesitation, Sean didn't say much. His newly proposed conjecture is undoubtedly much bolder than Aneth, but it takes a lot of experimentation to transform the conjecture into reality. It was in vain. Let's go down and have a look. If the second floor of the laboratory can roughly see what a laboratory should look like, then the third floor is completely different. Dim, cold, and damp, this is the first feeling after Sean comes down. Seemed to be aware of Sean's discomfort, and Aneth said, Lord, because the phone worms and blood bats like dark and humid environments, I did not carry out large-scale renovations on the third floor, and kept its original environment as much as possible. The invisible sights and colors spread out and enveloped the third underground laboratory. Sean had a certain understanding of what Anais said. Squeak, sensing the breath of unfamiliar humans, many blood bats that closed their eyes and slumbered opened their green eyes, but before these bats rioted, Anais had calmed them down. Crossing the area where blood bats live, Sean sees the phone bug. At this time, the phone worm was lying quietly in its comfort zone, gnawing on the food on her mouth from time to time. Even if she noticed the movement of Sean and Anais, she just glanced at it and continued to do her own thing. Lord, this female phone worm is currently in very good condition, and it has bred 3 small phone worms. Listening to what Aneth said, Sean's eyes fell on the 3 thumb-sized little phone bugs beside the phone bug. Seeing the corner of Sean's mouth outline a smile here, although these phone bugs are still small and cannot be put into use, the emergence of new phone bugs means that the phone bugs have fully adapted to the surrounding environment, and this is undoubtedly a good news. Annas, you did a good job, but you still need to continue to work hard. I am afraid that the next days will not be too peaceful. I understand, Lord. As a black bat sacrifice in the past, and obtained a lot of information from Sean, Anais naturally has a vague judgment on the future. In order to transform the conjecture into reality, in the following days, Sean and Aneth used the enchanted blood affected by the bones, as the blueprint, and used a variety of experimental methods, including but not limited to human experiments. Further analysis of the nature, and on this basis, conduct medicinal experiments to study new potions. Putting my heart and soul into it, the time passed very quickly, and it was 2 months in a flash. In the past 2 months, the town of Liuyi Town has had a small disturbance, but the overall situation is still stable. With the enlisted hunters and the sweep of the guards, the beast attacking incident, which had a tendency to expand, was finally brought under control. In the process, the guard team found traces of 3 extraordinary creatures. One of Yuyuganshu.com escaped the hunt, the other 2 were captured alive, and the other was killed. In the end, they provided Sean with 1.5 source points and 2 templates. The only discordant thing was probably the murder in Greenfield Town. In the past month, 3 people have been killed in Liuyi Town, and the heart of the deceased is missing. It's just that the matter is not big or small, and it is completely handled by the security department. At present, strict tracking has been launched. Of course, Sean was not without gain in these 2 months. After 2 months of research, with the help of his own domineering advantage and flash of light, after a lot of experiments, Sean and Aneth finally demonized it. The blood and the stomach sac of the blood bat are used as the main material to formulate a new type of potion, which was named Knight's Blood by Sean. Knight's Blood, a first-order potion, can strengthen the body of the transcendent. Perhaps because the time is too short, perhaps because the potential of general blood is limited. So far, Sean and Aneth can only formulate the blood of the first-order knight. The blood of the second-order knight is currently still being conceived, and Sean intends to use it. Try it with the blood of extraordinary creatures, but at this moment a letter from Menfitos disrupted Sean's next arrangements. In the study, letting the warm coffee gradually cool down, Xiaoen's face was gloomy and unsightly, and there was an opened letter on his desk. Has the reputation of the Montier family been trampled so much? Boom boom boom, unconsciously knocking on the desktop, as if hitting people's hearts, although the soul comes from another world, but these years enjoying the convenience provided by the Montel family, feeling the family's care for him, Sean naturally treats Monty. The family has a high sense of identity. Guria, let the Yin Beast come and see me. Chapter 35, Yin Beast. Yin Beast, a new extraordinary department in Liuyi Town. Lord's Mansion, in the study room, 4 figures appeared in front of Xiaoen. Bloodhoof Crom, Sick Dog Walter, Gopher and Kexi, Illusion Lizard Fuerte, all 4 of them were members of the original guards squad. After eating the devil fruit, they joined the newly built extraordinary department and became the first generation of evil beasts. The azure blue eyes swept over the 4 people in front of him silently, but Sean did not speak. Silence spread in the study. Sean did not speak, Crom and others naturally did not dare to speak, they could only bear invisible pressure. This time you will take me to Monfitos. You will need to dispose of some at that time. I hope you won't let me down. Was silent for a while, staring at the 4 people in front of him, Xiaoen slowly said. Hearing this, the already nervous Crom 4 immediately tensed their bodies. Lord, I will not let you down. Go ahead and leave tomorrow. I didn't say much, someone will explain the specific situation to them. Sitting alone in the study, thinking about what happened to Monfitos, a trace of cold brilliance flashed through Sean's eyes. What happened in Memfitos is actually not that big. In the final analysis, something was stolen, and there were no casualties. The reason why Sean was angry was that the place of the theft was in the manor of the Montfortis family. Inside, the second is because the thing stolen is the strange thing he asked the manor to collect Hag. One of the sources of the source PowerPoint is strange objects. After the strange objects collected are stolen, Sean will naturally take it seriously. The place of the stolen is in the manor of the Montel family. This is a complete provocation to the Montel family. For 2 reasons, Sean naturally wanted to go to Monfitos, and the reason why he chose to bring the young female beasts with him was naturally because Sean wanted to see their condition and whether they were worthy of his investment. Although the Yin Beast was established not long ago, its hard power is definitely not weak at present. The 4 members are the best guards in the guard team, plus the bonus of the animal demon fruit, its strength can be said to be very good at the same level. Among them, because Crom ate the devil fruit earlier, developed a deeper level, and had good talents, he was given the second-order potion fighter by Sean not long ago, and became the town of Greenfield in addition to Sean and Mons. Of course, this is only a hard power, and the specific performance depends on actual combat. This is also the reason why Xiaoen wants to bring them. Early in the morning, set sail, down the Tam River, into the sea, and down the coastline south, with a smooth wind. 2 days later, Monfatos was already in sight. On the deck, Sean looked aimlessly at the surrounding scenery, that is, at this moment, Smog came out of the sea and landed on Sean's side with a whole body of sea water. Oh, shaking his head, the sea water splashed in all directions. A breeze surged from Xiaoen's side, blocking the sea water, but the others didn't have Xiaoen's ability, and they were showered all over by the sea water. Roar! It seems that he felt the success of his prank. Smog let out a low growl of excitement, while the other people who were wet by the sea could only bear it silently, not to mention that Smog was Sean's pet, just to say that its strength lies in no one on this ship is its opponent except Sean. Today, 2 months later, Smog's strength has further increased. The light body length is close to 3 meters, barely able to take a person to fly, and the extraordinary rank has also changed from the first to the second. The second-order transcendent is not its opponent at all. Nature's surrogate, this witchcraft can become one of the core witchcraft of the secret of nature, naturally has its own uniqueness. The most important point is that the power of the surrogate of warcraft is closely related to the power of the wizard, and the power of the wizard. The stronger the monsters grow faster, they will not return to normal until the 2 life ranks are the same. Of course, the faster the monsters grow in this process, the consumption of vitality will be exaggerated. In other words, the gap between Sean and Smog is bigger. The faster Smog grows, the shorter his life will be. Day, ignoring Smog's prank, Sean walked to the bow. Looking at Monfatos in the distance, ignoring the surrounding wind and waves, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Sean's mouth. On the same day, the news that Sean Montel, the first successor of the Montel family, arrived in Monfatos through various channels. It is not a secret to say that Sean's purpose of coming, some of them are indifferent, some are waiting to see the excitement, and others become tense. Small manor, Sean sipped the black tea in his cup leisurely. The manor manager Hager stood in front of him, his face pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat, but he didn't even dare to wipe it. Ugh! Time passed. After drinking the black tea in the cup, he let out a sigh that seemed contented, and Sean spoke. Old Hager, there is still no clue so far. Yes, Lord. Hag knew that this kind of thing happened in the manor, and his temporary person in charge absolutely had the inescapable guilt. Silent, Sean knew that although the small manor had no extraordinary people to stay behind www.readaloud.com, its defense was not weak. Even ordinary extraordinary people could not enter and exit silently. Now that such a thing has not happened yet. If there are clues left, either the inner ghost who is familiar with the situation will do it, or the extraordinary person with weird means. Old Hager, you don't need your salary for the next 3 years. Was silent for a while, and Sean finally gave such an answer. And hearing this, Hag's pale face immediately rose with a touch of ruddy. Old slave, thank you young master for your kindness. In the new era, although the laws in various parts of the Sudild kingdom have begun to be regulated, the nobles still have the absolute right to dispose of their domestic slaves, including their lives. From this perspective, Sean has an attitude towards Hag. The handling of it is indeed benevolent. Lord, there is a discovery. It was at this time that the sick dog Walter and the gopher Nkexi came in. Oh, isn't it? Go take a look. Collection secret room. Since the accident, except for the first evidence collection, it has been sealed by Hog. Lord, although the time has passed for a long time, the traces are much thinner, but I still smell the smell of mice. As he said, the sick dog Walter also glanced at gopher Nkexi, but Nkexi ignored him at this time. My lord, the collection chamber is a closed space, and the walls are made of heavy rocks. It stands to reason that there is no trace of rats here. Talking, gopher Nkexi walked to a storage shelf that had been removed. Lord, please see. Following Nkexi's guidance, a bowl-sized hole appeared in front of Sean. Chapter 36, Track Down. At night, dark night enveloped the entire Memphis, but Dongcheng district was still brightly lit. Earl's Court, a small but exquisite banquet is coming to an end, and there are only two protagonists in this banquet, the owner of Monfatos, Asim Ben Sain, and the first heir of the Montel family, Sean Monter. Earl Asim, thank you for your hospitality. Raising the wine glass, with a right smile, Sean expressed his gratitude to Asim. You like it, but it's a pity that the timing is wrong, otherwise I will definitely invite you to try the devil fish, a specialty of Monfatos. Toasting together, they spoke kindly, and the two were like old friends who had known each other for a long time, but who knew that they only met two people. The western district of Monfatos is also the so-called Xiakan district. The slums are exceptionally silent tonight. In the usual days, as the night falls, the nightlife of Xiakan district will slowly kick off. Tramps, drunks, nightingales, gangsters, etc. will all be on the stage, but today's unexpected street is basically unattainable. How many wandering gang members? Blood Axe Gang's Nest, Bloodhoof Crom's golden sword is sitting on the main seat, as if he is the master here, and on the ground around him, some people are lying on the ground at this moment. Moaning in pain, some have no idea about life or death. Blood hands, right. Randomly playing with the gold-plated ornaments on the desktop, Crom glanced at the Blood Axe boss standing in front of him. Yes, what's the order? Suffocating the pain, ignoring the sweat on the head, the hand showed a submissive expression as much as possible, and was able to barely get out of the mud. The hand not only dared to fight and is cruel enough, but also judges the situation and knows who should be in front of ruthless should be counseled in front of someone, and there is no doubt that the monster sitting in front of him at this moment is the one he can't afford to offend. It's nothing big, I just want you to find someone for me. No problem, I will try my best to help adults find it. Didn't ask who the monster was looking for, but the blood hand quickly agreed. After all, attitude is very important at this time. At the same time, similar things happened in the Jackal Gang and Skull and Bones, the other two gangs of the three major underground gangs in the western district of Memphis. Small Manor, after returning from the Earl's mansion, Sean did not fall asleep but waited silently. The theft of the Montel family manor has spread throughout the upper class of Monfatos during this time. Everyone is watching and waiting for the development of the matter. Under such circumstances, Sean must resolve the matter as soon as possible, because there is only in this way can he keep the glory of the Golden Oak from getting dusty. This statement may seem stupid to some people, but this is the nobleman. This level of glory is not only a matter of face, but also one of the roots of their foothold. At the moment when the night is about to fade and the dawn is about to break, the blood hoof, the sick dog, and the magic lizard return to the small manor from Xiakan district. Lord, the three underground gangs in Xiakan district are already mobilizing people to help us target. Okay, then you will partner with the gopher dog and go on a close pursuit. As for the bloodhoof and the phantom lizard, you two are responsible for supervising these three underground gangs. If they dare to shirk, then solve them. Sean's voice is light and fluttering, but the ice cooling contained makes people shudder. Understood, Lord. The voice fell, and Crom and the others left the small manor again. Looking into the distance, watching the dawn of dawn, Xiaoen's eyes couldn't help but squint. Although the sick dog Walter found the clue with the talent brought by the devil fruit, the smell became too thin after too long time. In addition, the mouse hole in the secret room was connected to the sewer, and the complicated smell finally made it difficult for the sick dog to continue tracking. It is precisely because of this that Sean will let the Yin Beast find the underground gang. Today, the identity registration system of the Sudil Kingdom has been perfected. Although Monfatos, as a pioneering city, has defects in this area, it is roughly the same. In addition, the target is with a large group of rats. The place suitable for him to hide is the complicated slum, only there he will not be conspicuous, and he will be the easiest to escape official searches. Of course, Sean's current behavior of intimidating the 3 underground gangs is actually a bit of breaking the rules, because behind these 3 underground gangs are more or less related to the nobles of Montfatos, but Sean doesn't care. Although the nobles were scandalized by Sean, it is not a big deal in the final analysis. They will not be torn apart with the Montel family because of this incident. What's more, Sean also specially visited Asimbansain to obtain he gave his permission and support. Zayakan District, 3rd Street, Garbage Disposal Office. The overall environment of Zayakan District is dirty, messy, and poor, and the garbage disposal office is even more typical of it. The smell is stale. The people living here are garbage people and corpse collectors except for the vagrants. Old backhead, come to live, come with me to get rid of the corpse on the corner of the 1st Street. Bang bang, the door panel was knocked by a crippled man, and it took a while to see an old man with a humpback coming out of the house. Ahem, you lighten it, I only installed this door last week. Hey, don't care about this, go away, or you'll be snatched away by someone else. Between words, a crippled leg and a hunched back, holding a corpse hook, pushed a cart toward the 1st Street www.readaloud.com, and after the 2 left, there was a rustling sound in the yard. The sound is as if something is running around. Mud monkeys, are you sure there are a lot of mice here? In a dark corner, after seeing the old hunchback leave, a thin and cunning man asked the child next to him again. 6 fingers, it's true. I found it when I was picking up trash. Hey, pick up trash in someone else's house. As a person who has grown up in Zayakan, Liuzi naturally understands what a child means. You dare not lie to me if you measure it. Once again confirmed the authenticity, 6 fingers threw the chicken leg that had been bitten in his hand to the child. Sent the little kid, looking at the ruined house in front of him, there was a light of excitement in the eyes of 6 fingers. Hey, I deserve to be rich. Talking, 6 fingers kicked open the door and walked directly in. In the yard, 6 fingers opened his eyes and looked around, but he didn't notice anything. Unknowingly, he walked to the only room in the yard that could shelter from wind and rain. The mud monkey dare to lie to me, see if I go back and cut your skin alive. Kicked the broken wooden stool by his feet, the anger in the heart of the 6 fingers rose. Casually knocked over the surrounding things, expressing the anger in his heart, 6 fingers didn't know that he had attracted the attention of something. Forget it, it's all here, why don't you come here in vain, just see if there is any in this old back's house worth picking up. Talking, 6 fingers cast his eyes on several complete boxes in the house, that is, at this moment, the rustling sound suddenly appeared in the house, and it became denser and denser. Chapter 37, Black Wave. At dusk, dragging a long shadow back to his home, the old hunchback looked at the door that was kicked open and did not react much, but silently closed the door. Walked into the house and looked at the white bones scattered on the ground without a trace of flesh. The old hunchback's slightly cloudy eyes were calm as before, without a slight change. In fact, he had already guessed the result when he saw the door being kicked open, because he was called away by a lame today, and he had not had time to fill the stomachs of his little darlings. Under such circumstances, someone broke in. The result has long been doomed. Skillfully cleaned the bones and threw them into the sewer. The old hunchback didn't pay much attention to this incident. After all, this was not the first time such a thing happened. The small manor, during this period of time, Hogg has collected a total of 7 strange objects, all of which are Tier 1. Among them, 4 smaller strange objects were stolen, and 3 are left. It is confirmed that these 3 strange objects are indeed after it was of no use. Sean absorbed the source power points of these 3 wonders, harvesting a total of 3.5 source power points, plus the previous 1.5 source power points, and Sean's total source power points reached 5. Spirituality sank into the door of another world. After more than 2 months, the door of another world contained 3 more items. Unfortunately, 2 of them were of no value and could only be destroyed, while the third one was a small one. Surprise! At night, the moon is dim, and there are not even the stars. In the study, Sean closed his eyes and leaned on the back of the chair, tapping the tabletop with his right index finger. At this moment, a strange sound made him open his eyes. The cold chill was looming in the azure blue eyes, and between turning his hands, a silver telephone bug was picked up by Sean from the table. Blubru, Crom's face is shown on the phone worm. Lord, the target has been found, and the sick dog has been confirmed. Really? I'll be here right away. After finishing the call, a slender figure fluttered up from the small manor. 3rd Street in Xiakan District. After processing the bones, Old Humpback was originally doing things that were not much different from usual, but now he has sensed the danger. Has been lurking for a long time and has been fully integrated into the surrounding environment. Although Old Hunchback is not afraid of Sean's arrival, he does not think he can find himself, but his vigilance is still raised. At this moment, there are 10 peculiar mice distributed within 100 meters of his house. Although the appearance of these mice is not much different from that of ordinary mice, they are all modified by secret techniques and possess a certain degree of spirituality. Although their attack power is not strong, they are still sufficient for warning. Now the warning comes. The turbidity in the grey pupils disappeared, and the slender face of the old hunchback showed a cruel expression. "My lord, the siege is complete." Bowed and stood aside, and the blood hand reported the latest progress to Crom with a flat face. "Then let's start." His expression was still, his eyes were fixed on the dark yard not far away. Crom gave the order to attack. As Crom's words fell, the sick dog Walter and the gopher Nkexi looked at each other, and they moved in 2 different directions. Things have reached the point where they are now. Crom and the others no longer expect to be able to conceal their whereabouts. After all, the person inside is likely to be an extraordinary person, and ordinary people come in handy under such circumstances. "Brothers, hurry up," the boss said, who caught the old hump first and rewarded 10 silver gallons. The voice was loud and with unbearable heat. The little boss of the Blood Axe gang was mobilizing the passion under his hands, but no matter how excited his men were, the little boss did not move. "Come on!" There was an influx. Without any strategy, everyone from the Blood Axe gang had a grim smile on their faces. In their opinion, there was only one opponent, and no matter what, they would not be their opponent. It was the walking silver gallon, just waiting for them to pick it up, but it was a pity that things went against their wishes, and what awaited them behind the gate was not the silver gallon but the blood-colored hell. Squeak, the short and piercing cry only pierces people's ears, which makes people upset, and this is just a prelude. The black wave rises on the ground, surging and surging, sweeping everything in an instant. "Damn, what the is this? Ah, it hurts. Quickly, help me. It's a mouse, it's a mouse." Under the black wave swept across, the wailing sound suddenly rang into one. Faced with such a horrible scene, all the young people of the Blood Axe gang ran out crying for their fathers and mothers, and only hated their parents for giving them 2 fewer legs. It's just that all this is in vain, because the black wave is faster than them. Outside the house, standing on a high place, you can see everything that happened in the yard. The hand's face is pale. As the boss of the underground gang, he has killed many people and shed a lot of blood, but such a weird scene is only the first see you once. "It's crazy." You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. "These mice are crazy," murmured unconsciously, and the hand no longer had the calmness of the past at this moment. Glancing at the gloomy blood hand, Crom didn't pay much attention to it and issued a new order. "Bring up the prepared black fire bomb." Staring at the swarm of rats like a wave, Crom's face showed a solemn color, and the means of the extraordinary man in the dark were more powerful than he had imagined, but he was not completely unprepared. Boom! A group of black smoke blooming flames burst into the wave, and quickly joined together in a short time, blocking the momentum of the rat tide sweeping everything. Squeak, the harsh rat sounds once again, but this time it was a little more frightening. Seeing all this, everyone from the Blood Axe gang outside was unanimously relieved. As for Xiao Lao, the Blood Axe gang who was originally alive in the courtyard but was about to be burned to death at the moment, no one mentioned it. Squeak, a sharp and high scream sounded, and an invisible wave of air was lifted from the small courtyard, and the fierce burning flame was immediately suppressed by a few points. With this opportunity, the black wave rushed out of the small courtyard from Rectification 0. The power of the rat tide lies in the number. Without the support of the numbers, these rats are stronger than ordinary rats and bloodthirsty. Ordinary people can deal with it. However, even though a batch of them were burned to death by the black fire, there are still too many rats left. Now, even though the Blood Axe gang desperately hunted and killed, many rats still broke through the encirclement. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Crom, who had always been relatively calm, suddenly turned gloomy. The Transcendent had weird methods, and no one knew what abilities he had. The Transcendent in the dark looked like an ordinary Transcendent. It is entirely possible to escape through the group of rats. Chapter 38, Fight. The moon is dim. With the shelter of the dark night and the complex terrain, many mice have broken through the encirclement of the Blood Axe gang. From a high place, with a panoramic view of everything, the anxiety in his heart became stronger and stronger. Crom decided not to wait any longer. Jumped down from the roof, his legs immediately transformed into a beast form. A few jumps, over the wall of fire, Crom came into the small courtyard. There is no trace of the target. This is Crom's conclusion after checking. The thing he just worried about has probably happened. A small group of rats rushed over to the garbage disposal site, most of them got into the garbage dump, and one mouse didn't even look at the garbage, but went straight through and ran towards the sewer opening not far away. An invisible attack appeared quietly, and a trace of human terror appeared in the eyes of the little mouse who was about to enter the sewer, vividly. Too late to dodge, the little mouse was directly hit by an invisible attack, but it did not die, because at the moment it was hit, a dark shield appeared on its body. The body fluttered, and after a few laps on the ground, the little mouse's body suddenly stretched out. The body was elongated and the face was distorted and changed, and finally the little mouse became an old hunchback. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Although the strange object on his body just provided him with a protective cover, he was still injured, but at this moment he calmed down instead. Steady his figure, did not turn his head to search for the source of the attack. A ball of flame quietly appeared in his palm, and threw it out without any hesitation. Boom! The fireball exploded and was affected by the flames, and the phantom lizard Fuerte, who was hidden in the dark, revealed his figure. It's really amazing, old ghost, are you a wizard? You caught my flaw just for a moment. Perceived the power of the target, the phantom lizard did not rush to attack. He is not alone, and his support will come soon. Is very clear of his own situation. The old hunchback does not mean half-point and the illusion lizard. A new round of attacks has already begun brewing at the moment when the fireball technique is stimulated. The rustling sounded quietly, and a mouse the size of a thumb came out of the fur coat on the old hunchback, and at this time the old hunchback's back was no longer hunched. The mouse landed on the ground and quickly grew bigger. The size of the original thumb was blown into the air. It suddenly swelled to the size of a basketball, but this is not the end. The hazy blood light appeared on the old hunchback's hand, and the first order witchcraft bloodthirsty technique was activated. Woo, woo, under the envelope of bloodthirsty art, his eyes were stained with blood, the hairs on his body were erected like steel needles, and dozens of mice uttered the low and muffled roars as before the beast attacked. Looked solemn and narrowed his eyes slightly. From these dozens of weird mice, the phantom lizard smelled a dangerous smell. Emerald green scales quietly emerged, and his hands turned into sharp beast claws. At this moment, the phantom lizard revealed his human and beast form. Watching the change of the phantom lizard, The old hunchback grey eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, but he did not hesitate in his actions, and immediately gave the rat group an offensive order. Woo! Running like an arrow, facing the fierce rat group, the phantom lizard did not choose to collide head-on, but chose to fight with the help of the terrain. Chi! The sharp claws pierced the body of a mouse, and the blood was thrown away. The look on the face of the magic lizard was not relaxed, but more dignified, because at the moment he felt a sense of stagnation. You must know that it was just a moment. An ordinary mouse, there are truly extraordinary creatures in the rat group. Perhaps because they were spawned, these mice have no other special abilities except for sharp claws and thick skin. However, even after entangled for a while, the scales on the phantom lizard showed many damages, and the corners of the mouth were also damaged. Blood came out. Not far away, the rat group was suppressed by the rat technique. The old hunchback watched that he could not kill the pursuer for a long time, and an anxiety surged in his heart. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, but it is not realistic at all, because the ratmanship has a distance limit. If he stays a little further away, the rats will lose control and scattered. I am afraid that he has not run very far. It's going to be caught up again. A fierce color flashed through the grey pupils, seizing the chance that the phantom lizard was hit by a mouse. The old hunchback once again stimulated the fireball technique, and at the same time, a clear and squeaking sound was accurately transmitted to his in the ear. A crack quietly appeared in the ruby ring in his right hand at this moment. Flame ring, a first-order strange thing, can activate fireball once every 10 minutes, and continuous excitation in a short time will cause permanent damage to the strange thing. After many times, the flame ring is likely to be completely damaged. Regardless of the distress, staring closely at the movement of the fireball, the old hunchback only hopes that this time can quickly solve the pursuer. Was in the middle of the air, there was nowhere to take advantage. Seeing the fireball approaching, the magic lizard couldn't avoid it at all. Hey! The sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded again. At the moment of crisis, he transformed the head of a lizard, wrapped his tongue around a stone pillar not far away, and pulled his body over www.readaloud.com. Boom! Flame blooming in the open space. At this moment the faces of the old hunchback and the phantom lizard are not good looking. The old hunchback did not get the desired result because he paid the price, while the magic lizard knew clearly that although he had escaped this time, it would not be the next time. Senran's murderous intent spread. Although angry, the old hunchback did not lose his mind because of a failure. Under his command, the rat group once again surrounded the phantom lizard, but at this moment his face suddenly changed. The group that was planning to besiege the phantom lizard suddenly split, some continued to attack, and some rushed in another direction. Oh, this was discovered. I was planning to attack. In the dark, the sick dog Walter showed his figure, and there was Bloodhoof Crom standing beside him, and the two felt together at a critical moment. The support arrived, and the magic lizard quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and if he drags it this way, he really might die in the mouth of these mice. Be careful, this old guy should be a tier 2 wizard. The leather jacket on his body is probably a strange thing. My bullet tongue was blocked by a dark shield that suddenly appeared. Facing the entanglement of a few mice, the pressure was reduced a lot. During the attack and defense, the magic lizard briefly talked about what he knew to the sick dog and the Bloodhoof. Hearing the words of the second-order wizard, the expressions of the sick dog and the Bloodhoof immediately became more solemn, and the phantom lizard also agreed with the guess about the coat on the old hump. The weather is still hot, and wearing a fur coat under such conditions is a bit weird. The pressure has doubled. Looking at the 3 female beasts who are entangled with the 3, the old hunchback knows that I may not be able to be kind today. Chapter 39, Silver Wire. Bang bang bang, the sound of fighting is endless. As time passed, the 3 female beasts continued to cooperate and the rats began to get a little tired of coping. In the process, the sick dog was even more dependent on the help of the Bloodhoof and the phantom lizard. The speed advantage was close to the old hunchback several times, although in the end it was blocked by the rats, but it did put a lot of pressure on the old hunchback. His face was gloomy, and the old hunchback knew that he should make up his mind. After a period of fighting, he had a certain understanding of the strength of the opposing 3. 1 second tier and 2 first tier, with the singular ability of changing monsters, the strength is counted in the same tier. Not bad. In such a situation it is no longer realistic to rely on the rats to win them. As a Tier 2 wizard who specializes in imperial beasts, the main energy of the old hunchback is focused on the rat technique and the transformation of the rat group. He does not dabble in other witchcraft much, but he also has his own cards. Made up his mind, no longer hesitated, his spirituality surged wildly, and the old hunchback began to activate a certain mark in his body, but at this moment a soil bag suddenly bulged on the ground in front of him. A half-human and half-beast figure jumped up from the soil and suddenly appeared in front of the old hunchback. Sharp claws flashing with metallic cold light were reflected in the grey pupils. Before the old hunchback could react, a sharp claw slammed towards his neck. His pupils suddenly dilated, and there was a hint of horror in the old hunchback's heart, but at this moment the strange thing on him came into play again. Rat fur clothes, second-order strange thing, constant second-order rat transformation technique, can make the wearer incarnate into a rat, constant first-order dark shelter, and can automatically activate a shield to protect the wearer when in danger. The sharp claws were blocked, making a harsh sound like cutting a hard object, which changed the face of Gopher Nkexi, who was waiting for a long time to be ready for a hit. Was fierce in his heart, and his arms suddenly swelled in a circle. In this situation, the dark shelter was eventually cut by Ngxi's claws, but in the process, the old hunchback had already reacted from the surprise attack. The sharp claws rushed forward, and the target was pointed at the old hunchback neck, but at this moment a strange force acted on the Gopher Nkexi, causing his offensive movement to be deformed at the very moment of the shot. Offset, first-order force field witchcraft, can offset the offense of physical objects, and has a good effect on arrows, bullets, etc. The blood was thrown and rolled on the spot, regardless of the possibility of being injured by mistake. The old hunchback once again inspired the fireball technique. S face changed drastically, facing the muddy fireball. The gopher did not dare to pursue it anymore, and could only change into a beast shape to form a ball. Boom! The fireball exploded, the gopher was hit head-on, scorched all over, emitting a burnt smell, and the old hunchback was uncomfortable, because the dark shelter of the rat fur coat was just broken, so this time the protection is poor. A lot of it, but his goal can be considered to have been achieved. Quickly pulled away, ignoring the severe pain from the facial scald, the old hunchback issued a new command to the rats. Squeak! A weird rat sound rang, several rats suddenly left the rat group, and launched a decisive charge on the 3 sick dogs. Faced with such a situation, the 3 sick dogs had no choice but to deal with these mice first. With this gap, the remaining mice retreated like a tide and quickly returned to the old humpback. Brilliant silver light rises from the darkness, and the strands are like blood vessels all over the old humpbacked body. His hands, arms, chest, neck, and face are various, which makes his whole person look like covered with ice. Like cracked porcelain. You are all going to die. The voice was hoarse, like a curse, especially harsh. This was the first word the old hunchback said to the yin beast. Ah! The voice fell, and a painful snorted. The gleaming silver light penetrated from the old hunchback body, like a waving silver wire, unexpectedly beautiful. The silver wire was twisted, like a living thing, and quickly plunged into the rats. Squeaky, painful wailing came from the group of mice, but it was strange that none of the mice escaped. Because no one of the mice resisted, they stood there and let the silver wire pierce into their bodies and swallow them. Of flesh and blood. The color appeared from the silver thread, like a light like a fog. In just a moment, all the rat's flesh and blood were swallowed by the silver thread, leaving only a place of dry rat skin. Roar! Let out a low growl that doesn't sound like a human voice, after devouring the rat group, the appearance of the old humpback quietly changed. His face was elongated, his body grew black hair covering the whole body, his fingers became sharp and slender, and his eyes were shining silver. At this moment, he was more like a mouse than a person. To some extent, the shape of the old hunchback at this moment is similar to that of the animal demon fruit ability, but it is more distorted and even more weird. Seeing the change of the old hunchback, the expressions of Bloodhoof Crom and others became more solemn, and several of them moved closer in silence, not knowing when the scorched gophers all came together with them. Relying on the powerful body of the animal demon fruit ability, he survived the silly fireball art. Boom, there are no extra words. UU reading www.uuganshu.com only has naked killing intent. The body after the alteration gives the old hunchback strong physical quality, the legs are hard, the ground is cracked, and it comes to Yin Beast 4 in an instant. In front of people. With solemn eyes, without any hesitation, watching the menacing old hunchback, Crom directly greeted him, because he was the strongest of the four. Boom, the fists crossed, Crom's expression changed. After eating the devil fruit in the form of the bloodhoof of the animal system, his power greatly increased, and even the second-order Nightmons could compete, but at this moment, he felt invincible. The body flew upside down, and the black mist on his right hand was wrapped like a thread. The flesh and blood melted, and Crom couldn't help letting out a painful snoring. The fog of erosion, the first-order dark witchcraft, the blood of the eclipse rat is activated with the talent of the old hunchback. Seeing such a situation, the other three members of the Yin Beast immediately launched an attack. The sick dog and the phantom lizard rushed to the old hunchback one by one, trying to contain him, while the gopher quietly retreated a few steps. Wanting launched the talent to burrow, looking for opportunities to sneak attack again, but at this moment the old humpback figure disappeared again. A harsh air burst sounded, and at the moment the sound came, the old hunchback appeared in front of the gopher. What? The panic in his eyes magnified, too late to dodge, and unable to resist, the gopher's abdomen was quietly pierced by a strange sharp claw. Hey, let out a cold laugh, let the hamster fall to the ground softly, licking the warm blood on his fingertips, the old hunchback turned his eyes to the sick dog. The third order. Above the tall buildings in the distance, Xiaoen murmured, seeing and hearing colors enveloped the surroundings, and the battle between the Yin Beast and the old hunchback fell in his eyes. Chapter 40, Destroy. Wandering on the verge of life and death, although the sick dog, the phantom lizard, and the bloodhoof cooperated perfectly, it was still useless to face the hard power of the old hunchback. Was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and the three of them did not die by virtue of their strong vitality. Hey, I said you are all going to die. The dazzling silver light in his eyes was dyed with a deep bleak green. When he said this, the old hunchback made a weird voice, and saliva was still flowing out of his mouth. What should I do with you, is it eaten whole or shredded and eaten? Under the hazy moonlight, the old hunchback application was even more hideous, and in the shadow of the garbage dump not far away, a figure stood there silently, watching this scene quietly, but it was strange that whether it was the four evil beasts, the man or the old hunchback didn't notice his existence, as if he was one with him. Day, the footsteps of death approached quietly. Crom wanted to struggle, but he was hurt too badly. Be my food obediently. Was full of ferocious eyes, and even the teeth became sharp beast teeth. At this moment, the old hunchback became a living beast, no longer half human. Boom, a dazzling firelight lit up in the distance, and the old hunchbacked head suddenly flew like a popped watermelon, and Crom's face was scattered, followed by a loud thunder-like noise in the silence. Sounded in the city. The power is really good. Unexpectedly, Tier 3 can also be killed. Checked and accepted his own results, Xiaoen looked at the weapons in his hands that shouldn't have appeared at this time, and smiled with satisfaction on his face. Item, Barret Destroy. Evaluation, a weapon that was lost on the battlefield through the line of fire. Maybe you can use it to hunt. Price, 3 power points. After absorbing 3 strange objects, Sean exchanged this weapon, perhaps because it was a pure technological creation. The exchange price of Barrett destruction was much lower than its value. Sean is still very satisfied with being able to trade for such a weapon with 3 source power points. After all, it is not only powerful and a powerful weapon, but also a template. As long as the conditions are available, it can be reproduced. The situation is completely different at that time. The wide dragon wings cast a huge shadow on the ground. Riding on Smog, Sean came to the previous battlefield, and when Sean fell, a shadow quietly merged into his shadow. Looking at the gophers on the ground who didn't know their life or death and the 3 bloodhoofs who were barely conscious, Sean did not hesitate, and urged the witchcraft to heal naturally on the ring of natural gifts of strange things, and then he deliberately sharpened the minions of the female beast. But there is no idea to let them die in vain. After all, their performance just passed. Among the 4 female beasts, the hamster was the most injured, and an opening was directly opened in the abdomen, so Sean could only barely inspire a 3rd-order natural cure with the state that his spirit, magic, and physical strength had reached the advanced standards. The other 3 people with minor injuries each released a 2nd-order natural cure. Natural healing is very effective as a healing witchcraft. After Sean's treatment of the slightly injured bloodhoof, the 3 people basically recovered their mobility. The most injured gopher also stabilized the vital signs and escaped the danger of life. Lord, we have let you down. Struggling to get up, knelt on one knee in front of Sean, the faces of the 3 bloodhoofs were covered with shame. Get up, I hope you can remember today's shame. There is no blame or relief, Sean's voice is cold. Although the yin beast of this operation had flaws, the main reason for the failure was that the old hunchback was too strong. The 2nd-order orthodox wizard could burst out the 3rd-order combat power. To be honest, if the shadow was not following him, he might not have it. In the mood, watching the yin beast fight with the old hunchback, after all, he just wanted to sharpen his minions, instead of letting people cut off his claws directly. The battle came to an end. After cleaning the battlefield, Sean led the people out of the lower city. The storm brought by this battle also began to blow across the entire Memphis with Sean's departure. Earl's mansion, in the study, listening to the information reported by the butler, Asim Ben Sain's broken golden pupils brewed an edge that was difficult to detect by others. Unknown strange things, suspected firearms, capable of killing Tier 3 and Tier 2 hybrid dragon mounts, and under the 4 decent transcendents, our little golden oak really makes people dare not look down upon it. Expressed a heartfelt sigh. Through the window, Asim Banshin cast his gaze in the direction of the Montreux small manor. Coincidentally, as the specific news of the night's battle spread, many people began to reassess Sean, the first heir to the Montel family. The small manor, 3 days have passed since the old humpback was killed. After achieving his goal, Xiaoan did not rush back to Greenfield Town. One is because the 4 yin beasts need to be cultivated, and the other is because he needs to visit some nobles. It doesn't matter if you come, it's not appropriate to come or not. This is how nobles get along. At night, looking at the 4 strange objects on the desk, Xiaoan's expression was a little puzzled. He really couldn't understand why these 4 tasteless strange objects could attract a 2nd-order wizard to steal. This is really a bit irritating. It's hard to understand. You must know that he was not in vain for these 3 days. Not only did he carefully study these 4 wonders, but also 3 polymaths and an appraiser to read them together. Unfortunately, there was no result. Forget it. Since you can't find any special place www.readaloud.com, just absorb it. Without hesitation, Sean began to absorb the source power of the strange object. The first 3 were okay and provided him with 3 source power points, but the 4th one exceeded Sean's expectation. This is a 4th-order strange thing, muttered to himself, seemingly puzzled and affirmative. Seeing the luster in his hands fade away, like the metal pointer of weathered rock, Xiaoen's face showed an undisguised surprise. When he had just absorbed this strange object, he felt the rapid growth of his own source of strength. After the surprise, it was relieved. The fourth-order strange thing was worth stealing by the second-order wizard, but his mysterious knowledge was too weak to see the true face of the strange thing, but it was not a loss to change the source of power. Spiritually sinking into the door of another world, Shan accurately perceives the total number of source power points he has, 23.5, of which 2 are left. The old hunchback contributes 3.5, the 3 chicken ribs contribute 3, and the unknown 4 tear pointers contributed 15 points. As for the second-order strange objects from the old hunchback and the first-order strange objects, the flame ring Shan stayed temporarily and did not choose to absorb them. After all, these 2 strange objects, the ability is still good. After studying for so long, Shan also has a rough estimate of the source power points provided by strange objects and extraordinary creatures. Among them, the first-order strange objects or extraordinary creatures are about 1 to 2 points, not including 2 points, and the second order is about 4 points, the third order is about 4 to 8 points, the fourth order is about 8 to 16 points, and the fifth order is 50 points upwards. Of course, limited by too few samples, this is just Shan's guess, not accurate. Looked at Yuan Li points, then looked at the body of Baybeard. Shan felt that he should have prepared early. After all, 23.5 is not too far away from 34. Chapter 41, Pure Silver Blood. Endless waters, a hidden place on an unknown island, 6 mysterious people sitting around a long table. Because they were wearing metal masks and silver-patterned black robes, they couldn't see the appearance of these 6 people. The only thing that was special was that these 6 mysterious people had a pair of faint silver eyes. The latest news is that the 11th died in Menfatos, and the sun pointer that was originally acquired fell into the hands of Shan Montier, the eldest son of the Montier family. The speaker's voice is flat, without the slightest ups and downs, just like a perfect narrator. Although the mouse can't get on the stage, it is also a second-order wizard. With its blood, it can burst out of the third-order strength, so it's dead. Monfatos? Did the executioner take it? The Montier family? Is it that golden oak? The discussion echoed in the silent space. Obviously the death of the old hunchback made them uneasy, but this is also normal. After all, the strength of the old hunchback is the lowest among them, but it is absolutely first class in the current environment. Such a person's death in this way really surprised them. A crisp percussion sounded, resounding in everyone's ears, and the discussion stopped abruptly. His eyes shifted, everyone's eyes focused on the first place. The matter on the 11th does not need to be discussed too much. The 9th is not far from Monfatos and has already rushed over. She, will investigate the whole story and make corresponding actions. His voice was hoarse and full of weakness, but no one present dared to despise him. Was silent for a while, and it was a while before someone spoke again. Number 1 and 11 are dead if they die, but the loss of the sun pointer in his hand will cause trouble for our plan and must be recycled as soon as possible. The speaker was tough and made no secret of his killing intent. Eyes rolled, glanced at the person who was talking, and number 1 spoke again. The opening of the ruins is imminent. We must concentrate our strength as much as possible. This will be a further opportunity for our pure silver blood. Although the fourth-order wonder of the sun pointer is good, it is only a substitute in the end. Not long ago, the news was sent to me that he had found a tail feather of the son of the Sunday. As soon as these words came out, the other 5 mysterious people were in shock. Although the organization had long been collecting information on the son of the sun, they did not expect to find a tail feather. You must know that in the legend the son of the sun is 6. For the monarch of beasts, the value of this kind of existence is not to be underestimated, even if it is a dropped tail feather. I found it. Yes. With the tail feathers of the sun, we will definitely be able to open the ruins this time, then. The discussion sounded once again in the silent space. This time number 1 did not speak anymore, and number 6 who had spoken earlier fell into silence at this moment. He was glanced at by number 1 as if he was being stared at by an evil dragon. The same, that kind of unbridled malice made him, the third order transcendent, couldn't help sweating. Menfatos, small manner, after clearing up various things, Sean finally made up his mind to take out a lavender spar from the gift of nature from the storage of wonders. Phantom crystal, a second-order one-time strange object, can communicate with the paired spar holder once, and the time limit is 20 minutes. Spirituality surged, the crystal shattered, turning into a handful of delicate crystal sand floating in front of Xiaoen, changing uncertainly. About 5 minutes later, the shape of the crystal sand changed again, outlining the shape of a round mirror, and a figure was reflected in the mirror. National character face, not anger or prestige, a long-time high position, a pair of maroon hair is naturally slightly curled, a pair of azure eyes and Sean are the same, surprisingly is the contemporary patriarch of the Montier family, Heston Montier. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar figure reflected in the phantom crystal, Sean's azure blue pupils were filled with detailed waves, but they soon disappeared. "Good day, father." Bowed and saluted, at this moment, Sean's every move was impeccable, showing aristocratic temperament. "Good day, my son, is there anything important for you to contact me this time?" After a simple greeting, it was a straightforward approach, without too much greeting, and Sean did not feel the slightest strange about this. This is his father's style of doing things. "I want a drop of the source of life and the inheritance of the night's secret, the forge of flesh." The words were straightforward, and Sean did not hesitate. "You sure?" At this moment, Heston Montel's eyes suddenly widened, just like a awakened lion, revealing an invisible power, and the pressure of people can't breathe, even through the phantom crystal. Sean feel the coercion of this momentum. "I'm sure." Without changing his face, Sean remained calm as before, as if he hadn't felt Heston's change. Was silent, the blue pupils looked at Sean deeply, and after a while, Heston spoke again. "I need a reason." No longer the previous majesty, at this moment Heston's words once again restored the original peace. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. With these two things, the family will soon add a Tier 4 combat power in the new world, and it is expected to be Tier 5. Without too much explanation, Sean gave his promise. Silence spread. Heston and Sean looked at each other through the phantom crystal, and no one flinched. "I see. I don't know how long it took, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, Heston broke the connection between the two after leaving a simple word. "Let the lavender crystal sand fall to the ground." Xiaoen breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Although he was the first heir of the Montel family, he could not easily obtain treasures such as the Fountain of Life and secrets such as the Forge of Flesh, although Heston did not give it to him in the end. Gave a clear answer, but he knew he had agreed. After solving the last worry, Sean didn't have the thought of staying in Monfatos anymore. After instructing Hogg to continue to purchase the strange things, he took the people to leave Monfatos the next day. Bloodhoof Island. After leaving Monfatos, Sean did not return directly to the town of Greenfield. Instead, he wandered on the sea for 2 days before turning to Bloodhoof Island. Coming to Bloodhoof Island again, as a natural wizard, Sean found something strange for the first time. The natural atmosphere here is far beyond the ordinary island. Although it is not as good as the botanical garden he has carefully arranged, it is still far away. Not far away, and the purity of the natural breath is faintly better. Wu, with a low voice, Smog, who was originally happy, seemed to have changed into a dragon after boarding the island, became silent, and walked honestly beside Sean. Through the dense forest at a speed much faster than the first time, Sean once again came to the center of Bloodhoof Island. Chapter 42, Variation of Green Grass. My lord, no human beings have been found. Standing in front of a collapsed wooden house, Sean listened to the sick dog reporting information. After staying in Montfatos for nearly 10 days, the 4 yin beasts had basically returned to normal. Yes. There is no sadness or joy. Xiaoen's voice is faint, making people unable to hear his anger, but everyone who knows him knows that he is already angry. And then sent people to build an observation station here. One is to achieve a nominal occupation of Bloodhoof Island and to monitor the dynamics of Bloodhoof Island, and the other is to draw a detailed map of Bloodhoof Island and prepare for the comprehensive development in the future. And now these people are dead. My lord, the gophers and I surveyed the surrounding situation carefully and found some strange potholes. It is initially suspected that the members of the observation station may have been attacked by some kind of monster that can burrow into the ground. Checking Sean's expression, the sick dog uttered his guess. Can you find the trace of that monster? No nonsense, Sean asked the most important question. This. After hesitating, the sick dog cast his eyes on the gopher. Feeling the sick dog's gaze, the gopher was nervous, but still said, Master, this is basically impossible. The aura left by this unknown monster has almost dissipated. The depth of its burrow is very deep, and the burrowing ability of its subordinates is not comparable. After speaking, the gopher lowered his head. Was silent. Xiaoen stood quietly in front of the dilapidated wooden house. An invisible pressure enveloped everyone around him. Let's go, look elsewhere. Used his knowledge and color to search aggressively, but found nothing, and Sean did not continue to linger. Seeing Xiaoen's departure, the 4 yin beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Wu, walking on the grass, watching the wings converge, walking on the ground, his nose is constantly buzzing like a big dog. Smog, Xiaoen's face is a little weird, since he got on this Bloodhoof Island, Smog has changed. Something is abnormal. Roar, it seems to have discovered. Smog let out a slightly excited roar. Dragon claws are tough, and the soil is easily dug up by Smog like tofu, and a grass with deep roots is uprooted in one fell swoop. Without the slightest hesitation, Smog directly stuffed the grass into his mouth, chewed twice, and Smog slapped his mouth, as if he still hadn't finished. The weird color is stronger, and Sean is no stranger to the grass that Smog dug up. It is the green grass that he found on the island for the first time. It was only strange to him that although green eye grass was a high-quality forage, it was obviously not above the recipe of flying dragons like Smog. This guy was a veritable carnivore. Although he felt strange in his heart, Sean did not stop Smog's actions, but silently followed it and stopped. As a dragon species, it has its own judgment on the advantages and disadvantages of Smog, and it naturally has its own reasons for such behavior. After following and observing all the way, Sean found that Smog was not interested in all the green grasses, but only a small part of it was excavated, but what was the mystery or law in it, Sean had not discovered yet. Turning over a small hill, Xiaoen, who quietly let out the domineering look and feel for a certain distance, suddenly stopped. At the same time, Smog, who had been looking for the special green grass with his head down, also suddenly raised his head. The dragon's head is fierce, the nose is wide open, and Smog is sniffing something fiercely. Woo, it seems that something has been discovered. Smog became a little restless, rubbed his head against Sean's body, asked for Sean's permission, and wanted to fly over directly. Patted Smog's head. Without much thinking, Sean agreed to Smog's request. Roar, with Sean's permission, he let out an excited dragon roar, opened his wings and rolled up a storm. Smog quickly flew forward. Looking at the impatient figure of Smog, Xiaoen shook his head and immediately quickened his pace, and the 4 yin beasts quickly followed. On the grassland, green-eyed grass is dripping with tenderness, and a group of big-horned deer is facing a group of grey wolves. Under normal circumstances, the bighorn deer, which is a herbivore, would not dare to confront the grey wolf head-on, even if the number is dominant. After all, this is natural, but now the situation has changed. Day, digging the soil with their hooves uneasy, the invisible supernatural power is concentrated on the two horns. The deer is already a little unbearable. On the contrary, the formation of the opposite wolves is a little loose, but in fact, they can echo each other. As the supernatural creature, the wolf is hiding in it, constantly changing its position, waiting for the opportunity to come. Rumbling, the sound of hoofs shook the earth, and the patience was exhausted to the limit. The head of deer rushed towards the wolves like a sharp arrow with the deer, with an unstoppable force. Whoops! Facing the impact of the deer, the wolf directed the wolf to greet it, while it quietly fell behind the wolf, and slowly moved closer to the deer without making a sound. With a burst of power, 3 grey wolves flew in a row. Under the blessing of extraordinary power www.readaloud.com, the deer was unstoppable, and when it stabbed the next grey wolf with its sharp, sword-like horns, the wolf that had already lurked by its side launched a long-planned attack, and a game of hunting and being hunted began. Oh, the battle is over! Stopped and looked at the sight not far away. The faces of the 4 yin beasts showed a hint of surprise, while Xiao En was calm as usual. After all, he had seen the whole process of what happened. Although their speed is not slow, they are still a lot worse than the flying Smog. By the time they arrived, Smog had already finished the battle. At this moment, the deer and wolves have dispersed, leaving only dozens of corpses. The wolves and deer are all covered with blood, lying quietly on the ground. Only the occasional undulating chest indicates that they have not yet death. As for Smog, he was lying on the ground with excitement, digging and eating grass frantically. Watching Smog's movements, seeing and hearing more concentrated, Xiao En finally discovered the special features of these green grasses. Although the appearance is the same as the general green-eyed grass, under the perception of seeing, hearing and color, Xiao En found that the green-eyed grass around Smog has a different aura from the general green-eyed grass. Thinking back carefully, Xiao En found that the green-eyed grass that Smog dug up before also had this kind of aura, but because he didn't get together and the aura was too weak, he didn't notice the abnormality either. Is this green grass mutated? Why did it attract Smog's attention? Noticed the abnormality, but the doubt in Shan's heart was not answered. Thinking to no avail, temporarily moved his eyes from the green-eyed grass and landed on the grey wolf and the bighorn deer. Xiao En suspected that their fight was related to the green-eyed grass. After all, there was an example of Smog. Chapter 43, Long Hua. On the grass, all the corpses of the bighorn deer and grey wolf were carefully examined, and Shan fell into contemplation. There is nothing special about the physiological structure of the bighorn deer and the grey wolf, only the body of the two heads has changed slightly. Separating the wolf hair from the neck of the wolf and touching the slightly warm black scales inside, Shan thought about the possibilities. The same scales are also found on the deer, but the tail is red. Is it Long Hua? Murmured to himself, combined with Smog's abnormality, such a thought quietly emerged in Shan's heart. In order to confirm his conjecture, Shan deliberately stayed in Bloodhoof Island for 7 days. During these 7 days, he took the yin beast to sweep the entire Bloodhoof Island and killed 2 extraordinary creatures, namely Bloodhoof and Flower Face. There. Bloodhoof Island does have a strange power that affects the bloodlines of the animals on the island, causing them to become dragons, but unfortunately, there is no source at all. Standing on the beach, thinking about the harvest during this period, Shan finally confirmed his conjecture. Bloodhoof Island is very special. On a small island, 4 extraordinary creatures, or even more, have been born, such as the burrowing extraordinary creatures that have not been found. Although it has been a while since the first demonic wave has recovered, a small island can the birth of so many extraordinary creatures is really incredible, and the most important thing is that these extraordinary creatures have more or less the phenomenon of dragonization. Although dragonized monsters are far from being a dragon species, it is just the performance of their own blood being corroded by dragon blood, and their combat power will not exceed ordinary monsters, but as long as they can deepen dragons and their own blood does not collapse, then these dragonized monsters are good. It is possible to be promoted to dragon species. Peeking into the secret corner of Bloodhoof Island, Sean pays more attention to this island. As for the mutant green grass, Sean changed its name to Dracena. Although accurate medicinal properties have not been tested yet, according to Sean's observation, this kind of grass is very attractive to dragonized beasts, and should be able to deepen their dragonized level. Bloodhoof, Gophers, you two brought a team of men and horses to stay. One is to guard the island and prevent outsiders from discovering the island's anomalies, and the other is to continue to investigate the extraordinary creatures on the island, especially the extraordinary creatures that can only burrow. Understand? Understand, Lord. Stayed on Bloodhoof Island with Sean for 7 days. Although Bloodhoof and Gopher didn't know the secret of Bloodhoof Island, they also noticed the anomaly. Made corresponding arrangements, and Sean boarded the ship with the reluctant Smog, the phantom lizard and the sick dog. It took 2 days to swim upstream, and Sean finally returned to Greenfield Town. Botanical Garden, the devil fruit tree is still there, and it has been almost 20 days since Sean had left here unknowingly. Putting the corpses of the big-horned deer, grey wolf, and flower-faced bear under the tree, Xiaoan quietly watched the 3 devil flowers wither quietly, bearing 3 embryonic devil fruits. Bloodhoof Island and his party, 4 extraordinary creatures, provided Sean with 6 power points, but one of them was Bloodhoof, so only 3 of them could be used as templates in the end. Processed the corpses of the extraordinary creatures, Xiaoan first returned to the Lord's mansion to rest for a few days, relax, and then returned to the Botanical Garden to break through the 3rd step. Liuyi Town Government Affairs Hall. On the 10th day after Sean returned to the Botanical Garden, the clerical officer Ilika, the military chief Faroli, and the sheriff Ilos gathered together in a rare gathering. They were silent with each other, and their faces were not pretty. Eros, didn't you say that you had caught the murderer before? Why is this still happening now? When will this matter be resolved? You always have to give us an explanation. In a low tone, Ilika stared at Ilos's fat face with a sharp gaze and said word by word. Your Excellency, although it is a pity, I have to admit that things are beyond my control. Alos, who had always looked very slippery, was extraordinarily solemn at this moment. Seeing that Ilika and Farol were silent, their faces were still gloomy, and Ilos knew that they were not satisfied with his statement. During the arrest operation yesterday, one of our operations squad members was wiped out and their hearts were taken out. It has been confirmed that the murderer has extraordinary powers, strange movements, and agility, which can no longer be dealt with by ordinary police. After finishing speaking, Ilos once again turned his eyes to Ilika. Damn it! With a slap on the conference table, Irika, a gentleman who graduated from the first university in the kingdom, made a rare swear word. If I let the yin beast cooperate with your actions, how long will you be able to catch the murderer? Feeling the raging anger burning in Ilika's eyes, Ilos groaned a little, and then said, 7 days. 3 days, I only give you 3 days. 10 days ago, Lord had already begun to prepare for the advancement. I hope that Liuyi Town can restore calm before he comes out. Ilika's words are extraordinarily firm, and seem to tolerate opposition from others. Was silent, took a suffocating cigarette in his hand, Ilos finally agreed, or he had no other choice at all. After all, this was a responsibility he couldn't escape. Resolutely, after getting Ilos' answer, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com. Ilika immediately took out a phone bug from the drawer. Brumburu, the phone worm was connected, and the face of the phantom lizard appeared. Ilika asked for the yin beast to cooperate with Ilos. Although Sean had been granted a certain amount of command, Ilika understood that the actual control over the yin beast is basically 0. The meeting dissipated, and with the assistance of the yin beast, Ilos immediately began a large-scale search for the murderer. Although the Public Security Bureau was misled by the murderer and caught the wrong person, it still gained some clues. With the help of the sick dog, it has roughly locked the area where the murderer is located, and I believe there will be gains after careful investigation. The 4th block of Liuyi Town, Poker Clinic. Dr. Pokel, thank you very much. If it weren't for your kindness, my father would really be dead. With tears in the corners of her eyes, a plainly dressed girl with freckles on her face, a 16 or 17-year-old girl was facing the doctor in her white coat and black-rimmed glasses in front of her, expressing her gratitude. It's nothing, I hope your father can recover sooner. With a gentle smile, Dr. Pokel sent the little girl out. As a rare doctor in the town of Greenfield, Poker is respected in this neighborhood, and he is gentle and often helps others, which makes this even more profound. I talked to a few people around as usual, and chatted about the daily routine. Poker looked at the sky and closed the door of the clinic. Well, Dr. Pokel is really a good person. I don't know who will be so lucky to marry him in the future. Watching Pokel's face disappear behind the door, an aunt who was chatting with her friends could not help but express such emotions, which triggered the surrounding friends to agree. Chapter 44, Heart Eater. Dark night falls, but the 4th block of Liuyi Town is brightly lit. At the request of Eros, Farrell mobilized the infantry brigade to block the 4th block. Outsiders can't get in, and people inside can't get out. Is this here? 5 figures walked out of the darkness, headed by the sick dog. I'm not sure, but it has the strongest flavor. Moved his nose, and the sick dog answered the phantom lizard's question. Is that so? Let's do it. If there is any abnormality, it will be solved directly. You don't need to keep your hands. It doesn't matter if you get hurt by mistake. Said, the shadow of the phantom lizard gradually faded, and slowly disappeared in front of the sick dog and others. Seeing the phantom lizard disappeared, the sick dog looked at each other with the newly added horned deer, grey wolf, and flower bear, and rushed directly into the clinic. At the moment the yin beast broke into the clinic, Poker in the basement immediately noticed something was wrong. Do you find me now? Damn, why at this time, I'm almost able to suppress it. Roar, there was a roar in his throat that did not sound like a human voice, full of pain and depression. The clinic was small, and was quickly searched by the yin beast. It was empty, but with the ability of a sick dog, they quickly discovered the hidden entrance to the basement, but before they could break in, the door suddenly opened automatically. NS. Be careful, get away. The grey wolf, the most acutely aware of danger, noticed that it was wrong, and when he drew back, he reminded him, but it was too late. The figure flashed, the blood was spilled, the chest was holed, and the horned deer slowly fell to the ground before he could even say a word. Damn it! Perceiving the strength of the incoming person, the 3 yin beasts did not hesitate, and started to attack. Ho, 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 there was an unconscious roar in his throat, his body was grey, and he was not like a human or a ghost. Poker, who was not like a ghost, faced the siege of the evil beast. He didn't immediately confront him, but instead kept dodges. The faint green pupils flashed with unstoppable desire. Even if Pokel was hit by the female beast, he didn't care, only the steaming heart in his eyes. The mouth was full of sharp teeth and was much larger than the average person's mouth opened, and Pokel eagerly stuffed his heart in. Click, grunt, chew twice at will, and Poker swallowed the heart into his stomach. With my heart down, the dark green in Poker's eyes dimmed a lot and became more agile. During this period of time, he was at a critical moment of advancement, and he needed a lot of heart to eat. Due to the large search by Eros, in order to reduce the risk, he could only suppress his desire to eat, and now he finally couldn't help it. Stretched out his long tongue, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Pokel's twisted face showed a cheerful expression. It tastes really good, better than what I have eaten before, sweet and chewy. As he said, Pokel's faint green pupils stared at the sick dog and the others, making no secret of his naked appetite. S heart was chilly, and didn't say much. The 3 sick dogs attacked again. After the previous fight, they found that the monster in front of them was powerful, but not invincible. Hwaseong relies on superior defense to contain Pokal frontally, while the sick dog and grey wolf attack Pokal with good speed and different positions. Although the tactics are very simple, the effect is good. Pokal has just digested the potion and has advanced from the first order ghoul to the second order heart eater. He is not yet familiar with his own abilities, and this gives the yin beasts a chance. After a fight, he did not hesitate to replace his injury with an injury. Pokal's offensive finally weakened. He seized the opportunity and turned his right hand into a sharp claw. The sick dog left a mark on Pokal's waist. Roar! With a trace of green blood flowing out of the bright red, Pokal let out a painful roar. The dark green in his eyes deepened, his posture changed further, his minions were agitated, and the animal nature overwhelmed the human nature. At this moment, Pokal lost control. The magical potion is super low in entry and fast to advance, but it is easy to lose control, but it is a shortcoming that cannot be ignored. A living example. Rewind, he is out of control. The loss of control of the supernatural is almost an irreversible process. At this moment, it can be said that Pokal is dead, but after losing control, Pokal has no humanity, but his combat power is further. When he discovered the fact that Pokal was out of control, Hwaseong, who was holding him in the front, immediately changed his face. Unfortunately, he was too close to Pokal, and there was no possibility of retreating. Was fierce in his heart, since there is no possibility of retreating, then create the possibility, hitting all the strength, Hwaseong slammed a punch at Pokal. His fist hit Poker's chest impartially, but what made Hwaseong desperate was that Poker's body just shook, and he didn't even take a step back. The corners of his mouth split open, revealing sharp-edged teeth. Pokal, who had grown bigger again, suddenly opened his arms and hugged Hwaseong in his arms. Click, this is the sound of broken bones. The seemingly simple hug makes the powerful Hwaseong like a heavy blow, completely losing the ability to resist. There was an unconscious murmur in his mouth, his eyes were dizzy, and Hwaseong's face was coated with a desperate grey. Flower bear! Go to death, monster! Seeing that Hwaseong was hit hard, the sick dog and grey wolf immediately rushed up, but unfortunately it was still too late. His mouth was wide open, even his cheeks were cracked, and with fishy salivation, Poker bit down at Hwaseong fiercely. At the same time, an invisible attack headed towards the back of Poker's head with the whistling wind. www.readaloud.com seemed to want to stop his movements. The back of his head was attacked, and Pokal staggered a few steps, but what was desperate was that after shaking his head, he continued to bite towards Hwaseong, ignoring the source of the attack. Blood was flowing, and Hwaseong lost half of his face under one mouthful. Wailing of dying, Hwaseong, who had lost consciousness, completely lost his breath at this moment. Monster Yuet! His eyes were about to split. Seeing Hwaseong's body died, the phantom lizard who appeared here let out an angry roar. Sick dog, grey wolf trapped him. Hearing the command of the phantom lizard, the sick dog and the grey wolf looked at each other, and at the same time they transformed into a beast shape, their speed increased sharply, and Poker fell to the ground from left to right. Of course, this is not the end. After the fall, the sick dog and the grey wolf kept moving. Opening wolf kisses and biting Pokal's arms fiercely to prevent him from resisting. Tongue bullet lensu cannon. Seized the opportunity, a hideous color flashed across his face, and the magic lizard issued its strongest attack so far without hesitation. Bang, 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 the sound of vibration was endless, arousing dust, and being attacked like this, Pokal could no longer resist and completely lost consciousness. At the same time, when the horned deer and the flower bear died, a small storm began to appear in this world. In the old world, an apple placed on the dining table in a merchant family quietly changed its appearance. Unknown sea area, a certain coconut floating in the waves completely changed its appearance after being swept by a wave. At the end of Qingping, the devil fruit officially stepped onto the stage of the liberal arts world at this moment. Chapter 45, Nightmare. Botanical Garden, Dawn. Sean officially started his spiritual leap last night, and he has basically succeeded so far. The loose white mist in the sea of consciousness has condensed into red clouds at some point. According to normal circumstances, Sean should be awake at this moment and walk out of the meditation room, but in fact, Sean has not even a trace of awakening. If it weren't for his vital signs, I'm afraid he would have to. It is suspected that he had some kind of accident. At the foot of the mountain, Mons is still meticulous and not slack after 13 days at the door. Where is this? Am I doing a spiritual leap? Did it fail? Consciousness slowly recovered. Xiaoan looked around, but it was completely dark. Ticked, taking a step unintentionally, ripples and water droplets, Sean noticed something strange. He lowered his head, a smooth mirror-like surface of the water caught his eyes. At this moment, he was standing above the water, and what really surprised him was that the black hair and black eyes of the people under the water were exactly what he had before. It's a pity that he can't see his true appearance above the water at this moment. In fact, he still has chestnut hair and blue eyes. You finally came. Ticked, another ripple was lifted from the calm water surface, and a pair of azure blue eyes appeared in front of Sean. His expression changed silently, and he was a little surprised to see this figure, Sean, because this person was him or Sean Montel. Outsiders, is my body easy to use? The weird voice echoed in Xiaoan's ear, and Xiaoan was lost in confusion for a while. Who am I? I am Sean Montel. No, I am Wang Yi. I have crossed? I have taken home? No, I am Sean. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? There seemed to be two people arguing in his head, and Sean only felt a splitting headache and lost consciousness. A weird smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth, and the figure that appeared after that stepped towards Sean, whose eyes were distracted, standing still, and what he reflected under the water at this moment was a distorted, uncertain pale mist. Tick, tick, the two are getting closer and closer. Ticked, the last ripple lifted, and the smile of the figure that appeared afterwards enlarged, giving Sean a big hug. The figure slowly disappeared from bottom to top, turning into wisps of pale mist, but the smile at the corner of his mouth never disappeared. Seemed to be aware of something, Sean's sluggish eyes showed a ray of struggle, but he disappeared soon. The spring weather turned rain, moisturizing things silently. The compatibility of the pale mist and Sean was natural, and Xiaoan's face began to become blurred and distorted without realizing it, making people no longer able to see clearly. No, what is this? Inexplicable language echoed on the water surface, with endless horror. I don't know when the reflection under the water surface of Sean quietly changed. It was a weird door. In the meditation room, Sean opened his eyes. The azure blue eyes contained the vicissitudes of life that made people lose sight of. Fortunately, the vicissitudes of life quickly disappeared. Dark Knight? Blood Wizard? Scarlet Blood? The unfamiliar vocabulary blurted out, and Sean fell into confusion rarely seen. Reaching out, the pale mist appeared, like clouds and mist, drifting at will, seemingly natural and harmless, but as his master, it was him. This pale mist was a living intelligent life, but Xiaoan knew it. The madness and distortion hidden under the mist and calm appearance. In the ancient ages, the nightmare appeared in the Boya world quietly. This kind of creature is mysterious and unusual, with a misty body and no corpse. It is best at parasitizing other life forms. There are some ancient nightmare that can parasitize even gods. Terrible and terrible. In fact, although the talent of parasitism is rare, there are still some races or individuals in the liberal arts world. The real scary thing about nightmare is that his parasitism is actually an erosion of the true spirit of the living body. It is fundamentally replace a living body. Every complete life has its own true spirit. This is true for human beings, and so is Warcraft. but the true spirit is hidden deep and is the foundation of a person. Most people cannot find their true spirit for a lifetime and lose their true spirit. This person is dead conceptually. The fifth order wizard is a legend in the usual sense. Its name is the true spirit wizard. If a fourth order wizard wants to step into the fifth step, he must find his own true spirit and liberate the true spirit's power. This shows the true spirit's power. Important. Hey, his eyes were restored to clarity. Sean squeezed his hand, the pale mist disappeared with the wind. Of course, Sean knew the pale mist or the nightmare had just returned to his body. It was really dangerous this time, I almost died, but the reward was not small. Muttered, Xiaoen's face was not good looking. This nightmare parasitized into his body when he first came into contact with the bones of a baby, or the bones of the blood-stained wings of the sixth order titled wizard, until now. The traces were only revealed today. If it weren't for the gate of another world to exist in his true spirit, he might have died conceptually. www.readaloud.com. After all, this nightmare once made the sixth order wizard helpless. Can only self-seal. The third order is indeed different. Returning to the sea of consciousness, looking at the clouds floating in it, Xiaoen's original heavy heart was relieved a little bit. Anyway, he stepped into the third step and became a red robe wizard. Of course, at this moment, in addition to the blooming red clouds, there is a white cloud in Sean's consciousness, which is particularly conspicuous. This is the pale nightmare. Since his consciousness has been wiped out by the door, he has parasitized on Sean's. In the sea of consciousness. Maybe he is my biggest gain this time. Looking at the pale nightmare floating in the sea of consciousness indistinguishable from the white clouds, Sean's eyes sink slightly. This nightmare once eroded a Tier 6 titled sorcerer and inherited everything from this sorcerer. Although the demonic tide was cut off and polished by time, there are still many memory fragments left behind. These are treasures waiting for him to dig. Of course, the role of this pale nightmare is not only that, he is a treasure in itself, and as long as the opportunity is right, Sean can completely let him erode other life forms. Although the pale nightmare itself does not have any strong fighting power, after he successfully erodes a life form, he can completely replace this life form and obtain everything in this life form. That is to say, as long as Sean allows the pale nightmare to corrode a powerful life form's life form, then he can immediately obtain a powerful combat power. Perhaps I should go to see the devil fruit tree. After thinking about the benefits of pale nightmare, Sean then put it down. These benefits are not urgent for the time being, and they need time to digest. The most important thing for him is to look at the devil fruit tree. After the successful spiritual transition, he vaguely felt the change of the demon fruit tree. Chapter 46, Distressed. Branches and leaves stretched, the devil fruit tree stretched its waist in the sun. Standing under the devil fruit tree, Xiaoen looked at the devil fruit tree, which was obviously a little taller, and his face was astonished. The fruit tree grows up and the devil blooms. These changes are all within Sean's expectation. The increase in the upper limit can breed the legendary species of animal devil fruit. Although it makes him happy, it is not worth his surprise, because he has no template, but the feedback he just got. In addition to these, there is a very important point, and that is the derivation of witchcraft. Before the upgrade, other devil fruits awakened, and Sean could only recover them and then transform them. Now he has one more choice. He can choose not to let the devil fruits metamorphose, but absorb them as fuel wood with his own characteristics. An accumulation derives a witchcraft. To a certain extent, this kind of witchcraft derived from the devil fruit is similar to the talented witchcraft possessed by special talents. It fits oneself and can be easily used. The only pity is that this kind of derived witchcraft has a certain degree of uncertainty. Sean has the most general control, but it is undeniable that this ability is really terrifying. You must know that witchcraft is not so easy to learn. Even if Sean has become a red robe wizard now, let's not say he hadn't even mastered several third-order witchcraft, even second-order witchcraft. It takes time to study knowledge, explore the truth, and make a spiritual leap. It takes time to analyze witchcraft and practice witchcraft, but life is limited. This is a choice that all wizards must face, and now Sean may also break this dilemma. His gaze was erratic, and he looked at the 19 demon flowers blooming on the fruit tree, and Xiao En retracted his gaze. 13 demon fruit trees bloomed at the second level, and 13 more blooms at the third level. At present, it seems to be completely enough, and there are even some extras. Lord's Mansion, long-lost relaxation. Sean closed his eyes and enjoyed Giulia's massage. Are you saying that a wild transcendent came out in Liuyi town during this time, killing not only dozens of civilians, but also 2 yin beasts? After listening to the report from Sheriff Elrose, Sean opened his eyes. At this moment, both Elrose and Ilika lowered their heads. After all, they were a bit ugly about this matter. Although the main responsibility was Ilos, they were not unrelated. The invisible majesty exudes, pressing on everyone's hearts, facing Sean's gaze, Eros Foraduse's sweat. Lord, this time the subordinate is negligent, please punish it. I was uneasy. At this moment, Ilos was really scared. If only a few civilians died, it wouldn't matter if there were more. They could be suppressed, but there were 2 evil beasts among the dead. They were completely different. Yes, this is a direct line of troops directly under the Lord. Tapping on the desk with the fingertips as if tapping on Ilos's heart, making him more uneasy. This incident was caused by a wild transcendent. Is there no other discovery? In no rush to announce Ilos's decision to deal with, Sean asked again. Hearing this, Ilos's face changed immediately, as if grabbing the last life-saving straw. Without waiting for others to answer, he said quickly. Lord, the perpetrator is indeed a wild and extraordinary person, but there are some hidden facts in it. Talking, Ilos took a simple animal skin roll from his pocket and held it in front of Sean. Picked up the animal skin roll, Xiao En looked at his eyes slightly. The animal skin is primitive, there are a few insect-like holes on it, it seems to be a few years old, and the above record is a sequence of potion formulas. Lord, this animal skin roll seems to be old, but the subordinates have asked too many people to identify it, and finally concluded that this animal skin roll was artificially worn. Seeing Sean's gaze fall on the skin of the animal, Ilos continued to speak. Hearing this, there was finally a slight change in Sean's unhappy face. Oh, make it old. The words were light, with a hint of surprise. Sean is not unfamiliar with the old method. This is a commonly used method in counterfeiting. It usually appears in antiques. But what makes Sean a little surprised is that this animal skin scroll that records the potion sequence is actually deliberate. Distressed. This is a bit interesting. Looking at the playful smile at the corner of Sean's mouth, Ilos rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said. Lord, his subordinates suspect that this old animal skin scroll was deliberately done by someone extraordinary. The purpose is likely to be to test the potion, and even this person is likely to be in Greenfield Town. After finishing, wiped the sweat from his forehead, Ilos glanced at Sean with a nervous look. He has done everything he can, and then he can only resign himself to his fate. Although there is no evidence for Ilos's speculation, Sean knows that it must be true. The liberal arts world is vast. It is normal for a new potion formula to be born with the revival of the magic tide, and this new magic it is indispensable to experiment necessary for the formulation of medicines from birth to maturity. This is the end of Ilos, I hope you won't let me down again. After thinking about it, Sean still let Eros lightly. Although the public security performance in this matter is indeed unsatisfactory, there are also objective factors in it. The demonic tide is resurrected, and in the face of extraordinary crimes, read www.uuganshu. The strength of the Com police station is indeed worse. As for the possible behind-the-scenes man, you can pay attention to it, you can catch the best. At the end, Sean seemed a little careless, obviously he didn't have much hope of catching the black hand behind the scenes, and Ilos knew this well. He had made this speculation before just to make Sean feel him not so incompetent. Yes, Lord, your subordinates understand. A big stone fell to the bottom of my heart, and a touch of rosy emerged on Ilos' pale face, and the atmosphere in the conference hall became relaxed at this moment, no longer so depressing. That is, at this moment, Sean's eyes swept across, and his expression suddenly changed. It's solemn. Although this matter is over, everyone, but it also reminds us that the demonic tide has recovered, and the wave of the times has surged. I hope you can pay attention to it and not be eliminated by the times. Yes, Lord. Sean's words fell, and the high-level clerk Ilika, the military director Farrell, the sheriff Ilos, the guardsman Mons, and the head of the evil beast Crom all got up and stood up and agreed in unison. Seeing this, Sean is non-committal. Crom, although you just came back, as the person in charge of the yin beast, you have an unshirkable responsibility. To be honest, I am not satisfied with the performance of the yin beast this time. Next, I will give the yin beast more resources, but I hope this is the yin beast disappointed me for the last time. Sean's voice was faint, neither happy nor angry, but it was in Crom's ears that made him sink in his heart. As a senior in Greenfield Town, he still lacks both in strength and reputation. Now the occurrence of such a thing really increased his pressure. After talking about Crom, Sean turned his gaze to Farrell. Chapter 47, Refurbishment. An unnamed meeting quietly ended, but the insiders understood that this was the prelude to the official arrival of the extraordinary era of the Green Field. After the meeting, invisible changes began to take place, and the yin beast gradually faded out of everyone's sight. Under the tilt of resources, it carried out secret training. Among them, the 6-type iron block became the most basic assessment standard. Farrell began to select elites in the army as candidates for the extraordinary. At the same time, he also conducted a small-scale conscription. The only difference is that this time the age requirement for conscription is much lower than before. The age requirement is between 13 and 18 years old. In between, they will receive cruel training in the next few years, in which the outstanding will get the opportunity to become extraordinary, the qualified will be added to the regular army, and the losers will be eliminated. At this point, Greenfield Town may spend a lot of money. Human and material resources, but it is indispensable and worthwhile. After the meeting was over, Secretary Ilika called a large number of government officials to start a 3-day closed meeting to discuss the future management standards of the extraordinary, the rights of the extraordinary, and the possibility of absorbing the extraordinary from outside. The Sheriff Elrose did not move much after returning. He only warned his subordinates and strengthened the patrol in Greenfield Town. In fact, Elrose did not do much in the matter of transcendence. This is the status of the police station. And functions determined. As for Mons, it's even simpler. After returning, he did nothing and devoted himself to training. After the establishment of the Yin Beast, the members of the Guard were all from the Guards. The Guards have become an empty shell until today. In this regard, Mons, who became the commander of the Polished Rod, has no dissatisfaction. He is a smart man. After the revival of the demonic wave, he understands that the times have changed. In the future, personal strength will be the most important part of power. Therefore, in Yin Beast after the establishment, he didn't want to take charge of the Yin Beast in the past, but seized the rare free time and settled down to polish his strength. And for all of this, Sean sees it in his eyes. In his future plans, the Guard may change its name but the establishment will not be cancelled. The number will be reduced but the strength will increase. The talent and strength of the true Guards are indispensable. The reason why these members of the Guards are now transferred to Yin Beasts is because Sean feels that their potential is limited. In Sean's view, as his Guards, the number of Guards does not need to be large. 3 to 5 are enough, but the strength must be top-notch. Only in this way can they be qualified to be his strongest shield. Underground Laboratory, after a short rest, Sean came here again. Tier 6 title Bloody Wings possesses a huge amount of knowledge. Even if Sean only obtains a part of it, he still needs to spend a lot of effort to successfully turn it into his own, and the underground laboratory is a good place. On the 3rd floor underground, Sean first saw Poker, the heart-eater who caused the tragedy in Greenfield Town. His eyes turned green, his throat roared like a beast, and disgusting saliva dripped from his mouth. After losing control, Poke became a beast. Anything to find? Seeing the disgusting look of the heart-eater, frowning, Sean asked Anas casually. My lord, based on my observations of Poker and research on the formula of that potion, I found that this potion sequence has great flaws. Not only is it unstable and easy to lose control, but more importantly, this potion sequence's people are left behind, and transcendents who follow this sequence are likely to gradually lose themselves and become puppets of others. After finishing talking, Anas fell into silence again, seeming to be thinking about something. That's it. Didn't pay attention to Aneth's expression. When he said this, Sean started witchcraft and killed the heart-eater Pockle. Since there is no value, it would be a waste of food to keep it. Gendi Cage, second-order witchcraft, can kill or trap people. 2.5 source power points were obtained, and Sean had 32 source power points unknowingly, only 2 points away from 34 source power points. Of course, there are more source power points, and more good things, which will never be enough. During this period of time, the gate of the other world contained another item, the devil fruit from the world of One Piece, the natural rockberry fruit. The roots of the tree dissipated, leaving only the corpse of the heart-eater with broken bones. Go back to the 1st floor of the laboratory, put on the lab coat, and Sean is about to start his own experiment. Bloodstained Wings, as a Tier 6 titled wizard, besides being the best at bloodline conditioning, they also have considerable accomplishments in potions and alchemy. Lord, this is the blood of the second-order knight I just prepared. Stepped forward and handed Sean a pure purple potion. Between the words, Aneth was a little nervous. Oh! After receiving the blood of the knight in Aneth's hand, Sean was really surprised. Before, Sean and Anas had carried out a certain scrutiny on the blood of the second-order knight, but he did not expect that he would come up with the finished product today. Have you experimented? After the experiment, the efficacy has reached the second-order standard, but there is still a certain distance from our expectations and further improvement is needed. Looking at Sean's interested gaze, Aneth told the truth about the actual situation of the potion. It's already pretty good, Anas, you are doing well. Sean, this is not a courtesy but a sincere compliment. It is not easy for every new potion to succeed, but it is much easier to improve with the basic model. www.readaloud.com. To some extent the blood of the second-order knight has succeeded. Lord, I want to ask for your help on one thing. Looking at Sean's slightly smiling face, Aneth hesitated for a moment and said this. Oh? Is there anything I can help, you say? Glancing at Aneth in surprise, Sean said, Aneth has performed well during this period of time. He has been honestly staying in the underground laboratory to assist him in various researches, and now he has successfully prepared too. The blood of the rank knight, if the request is not excessive, it is not impossible to consider it. Lord, I want to change to the wizard's secret. After that, Anas, who has always been calm, is a little nervous. A strange brilliance flashed in his azure blue eyes, and Sean stared at Aneth without eager to speak. It is not a simple matter to transfer from one extraordinary path to another extraordinary path. It is not only necessary to consider the rejection of different extraordinary powers, but also to consider the cost of time and material resources. It is very likely that the bamboo basket will be exhausted. Of course, it is also understandable for Anisa seeking to transfer to the wizard Sean. The extraordinary path of beast soul sacrifice in the New World is relatively mature and complete. The top ones can achieve the 5th order legend. Although the Black Bat tribe's beast soul sacrifice inheritance is not top-notch, it can be regarded as first class, and it can achieve fourth order, but the beast soul sacrifice has a flaw that is not a defect. The early stage is fine, but the more you go back, the more you need to use the power of the totem god. Leaving the Black Bat tribe, without the power of totem, there is basically no hope for Anis on the road of beast soul sacrifice. As long as he wants to go further on the road of transcendence, seeking conversion has become a matter of course. Chapter 48, Crimson Blood. Unknown area, in the laboratory, at the moment Pokal was killed by Sean, a bandaged weird suddenly stopped his actions. "Hey, it's a pity that another experiment has died." He said a pity, but the strange man's emotions did not fluctuate too much. After a short pause, he plunged into his experiment again. Behind him, there is a row of huge glass cultivation troughs, 5 of which are inside. Something already exists, and its appearance is exactly the same as the heart-eater that Pokal turned into after he lost control. In the underground laboratory, silence spread. Sean didn't give an answer to Aneth's request for a while, and when Sean didn't speak, Aneth could only wait passively. "Anas, do you know the value of wizard secrets?" After a long silence, Sean said this to Aneth. In fact, Sean had already decided on Aneth's request. The reason for delaying so long was purely intentional. Some people must know about it. It's not easy. "I know, Lord." The voice was a bit dry unconsciously, and Aneth barely maintained his composure. As the most mature and complete transcendent path of the liberal arts world, the wizard is of inestimable value. Even an ordinary wizard secret is more precious than a lot of mystical knowledge, which cannot be seen by ordinary people. For these Anis knows well, but the demonic tide finally recovered. He was unwilling to stop his extraordinary path, so he could only ask Sean. This is the closest to him at present, and the most likely opportunity for him. "Anas, to be honest, I do have the secret wizard secret in my hands, and the rank is not low, but what can you give?" Without going around in circles, Sean asked the most important question. Knowledge is valuable. Although Anas's current performance is good, it is not worthy of a wizard secret. There was a flash of light in his slightly cloudy eyes, and at this moment Aneth saw hope. Lord, I don't have any precious treasures at present, but I will use the rest of my life to repay your kindness." "Are you for the rest of your life?" "It's worth enough, I just hope you don't regret it." Sean's voice was erratic, with an indescribable playfulness. In the lounge, Sean had already been involved in the experiment, and Aneth returned here alone. Recalling the secret of the wizard that he had received from Sean, Aneth showed an unconcealable smile on his face, but thinking of the involuntary pain of the soul being torn apart, the fear from his heart appeared deep in his eyes. From now on he really sold his life to Sean. It's a pity that he didn't know that this was just Sean frightening him. The tearing of the soul was true, but it was only the basic application of the fruit of the soul and soul. What he really lost was only a little lifespan, which was not compared to what he got. Many. Scarlet Blood, the secret biography of the 6th Order Blood Wizard, or the quasi-7th Order secret, although it is not perfect and just a deduction, in theory, this secret may indeed support a wizard to enter the 7th step, and this is also Sean's greatest wealth from the memory fragments of blood-stained wings. Of course, the scarlet blood that Sean gave to Aneth was not complete, only the content of Tier 4 and below, but even so, its value far exceeded the general wizarding secrets. Time is always passing by inadvertently, and it is 3 months in a flash. In the past 3 months, Sean's gains are tremendous. In addition to optimizing the formula of the 2nd Order Knight's blood with Aneth, he has also made considerable progress in alchemy. Of course, the biggest contributor is still the memory fragments of the blood-stained wings. In the laboratory, without distracting thoughts, Sean used his steady right hand to carefully depict between the squares where the bullets were gathered, and every stroke was accurate. First use corrosive liquid to engrave the traces of the inscription on the shell of the bullet, and then fill it with the prepared dragon blood. After a quarter of an hour, when the last drop of dragon blood forms a complete cycle on the inscription traces, Xiaoen breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the explosive bullet is complete, and then he just needs to reinforce it with spirituality. Extend the use time of bullets. Of course, Shan's explosive bullet can only be regarded as an enchanted product, not a real strange thing, but even in this way, its power cannot be underestimated, and its power is even higher when combined with the sniper rifle Barrett destruction. In fact, Shan and I have tried to make real strange things during this period of time, but all have failed. In addition to the reason that Shan's alchemy skills are not enough, the more important reason is that there is not enough resources. Different from natural wonders, as long as the opportunity is right, anything can become a wonder. Unless the alchemist's methods are superb, artificial wonders have higher requirements for basic materials, and at least they must contain extraordinary power. There are not many things that Liu Yi Town has. After completing the enchantment of a bullet, Shan rested for a while and prepared to continue his efforts, but at this time Guria's arrival interrupted his experiment. Lord's mansion, study room, Shan once again saw Sir Link with a face full of weather after half a year. Sir Link, long time no see. Sir Shan, long time no see. After a simple greeting, Lin Kei's expression became more serious. www.readaloud.com Sir Shan, I am offended, please forgive me. Speaking, Sir Link took out a diamond pendant, inspiring extraordinary power. S expression remained unchanged. After sitting at the desk, Xiaoen quietly watched Lin Kei's movements. Invisible fluctuations emanated. After a while, the pendant did not react abnormally, and Link's serious face showed a smile. Sir Shan, I'm sorry, but the matter is too big. The words were much easier, and Link expressed his apologies to Shan. Sir Link, it's nothing. Shan understood that the pendant Link just took out should be a perception like wonder, and seeing him so cautiously, Shan also had some guesses about his purpose. Master Shadow, trouble you? Link's voice fell, the shadow was distorted, and a strange figure emerged from his shadow. Looking at this figure, Xiaoen's eyes narrowed. He hadn't noticed this person before. Young master wore a mask on his head and covered his entire body under a black robe. After the shadow came out, he bowed to Xiaoen as a master and servant. After the ceremony, Shadow took out a grey cloth bag from his chest and a treasure chest from it. The treasure chest is not big, it is made of oak, and the whole body is covered with silver patterns, forming a lifelike oak tree. Looking at the treasure chest that was placed on the desk by the shadow, Shan knew what it was. Blood Deeds Treasure Chest, a first-order strange thing, only the blood of the direct blood of the Montel family can open this treasure chest. The blood slid down, and the wisps of blood spread along the silver silk pattern. When the entire oak tree pattern was stained with blood, the treasure chest opened silently. Chapter 49, Whitebeard the Strongest Hermits. There are not many things in the box, a pale silver book page, and a bottle of medicine. The pale silver page is the knight's secret, the melting pot. The potion is the source of life. Although it was predicted, Shan still felt a joy from the depths of his heart when he saw these two things. After all, his vision has the possibility of being reflected in reality. Botanical Garden, Shan came here alone after sending away the shadows of Link and his father. Of course, Shan did not let them go back empty-handed. He handed the 6-type secret skills and scarlet blood that he had prepared long ago to Shadow, shed the same blood, and he will not be confused if conditions permit. The real meaning of the existence of the bloodline is the request and mutual support. It is a pity that scarlet blood only reaches the 5th level. Although he has the content of the 6th level, he can't write it out. The 5th level is already his current limit. Inside the door of another world, the boundless void remains, and 5 colorful bubbles float and sink in it. After 3 months, in addition to the body of the whitebeard and the natural rockberry fruit, 3 more objects were contained, each of which was a tall fruit tree, but instead of fruit, it was a tuft of barbecued meat. A huge pink gem, exuding a seductive light, and a knife. His eyes drifted lightly over these bubbles, and Xiao En focused his gaze on the body of the whitebeard. It was not that he was not interested in the things in the other bubbles, but that the most important thing now was the body of the whitebeard. Although Shan did not go out for 3 months and was immersed in the exploration of knowledge, he still had some gains from his source power points. From the previous 32 source power points to 40, this is the benefit of being in power. Under the golden oak, the natural realm of the ritual witch formation was reversely urged by Shan, and the natural atmosphere in the entire botanical garden was absorbed. For a while, the emerald green mist around the golden oak was like a fairyland in a dream. Hey, get ready! The 34 source power points quietly disappeared, and the whitebeard's body like a little giant appeared in front of Xiao En. There is a sound when landing, but the whitebeard's body is much taller than the 3-meter golden oak. With a solemn expression, without any hesitation, Shan decisively activated the ability of the soul fruit at the moment the whitebeard body appeared. Tore his own soul, infused the spirit, in one go, without any hindrance. Was pale, and the pain of tearing his soul made Shan's face a cold sweat, but he turned a blind eye to this. What really surprised him was that his soul caused an unexpected change after entering the whitebeard's body. This is the remnant soul of the whitebeard? How is this possible? His mind was turned 100 times, but Xiao En's movements did not stop at all. He had already reached this point, and he could not give up all his previous efforts. Perhaps because of the strangeness of the gate of another world, the remnants of the whitebeard's body have not disappeared for so long, and now as soon as Shan's soul enters the whitebeard's body, these remnants of souls seem to have found the backbone of the main body. Up here, there are pros and cons. These remnants of souls that flowed up not only accelerated the growth of Shan's split soul, but also brought a lot of impact to Shan. All kinds of memories came: joy, excitement, anger, sorrow, sadness, and so on. All kinds of things writhed deep in Xiao En's heart, making him a little hard to restrain himself for a while, and with a happy smile, sorrowful tears flowed out. Barely maintained the last Qing Ming, half an hour Xiao En knew that he had come to the end of his hardship. Released his hand, staggered a few steps, and looked at the half-angrily white-beard body. Xiao En's pale face sketched a smile. It's not finished yet. Suppressed the joy of writhing, the blue eyes looked up at the face of the white-beard, and under the spiritual control a vine got out of the ground with a bottle of medicine and fell into the mouth of the white-beard. Even with the potion bottle chewed, the rich vitality burst out from the body of the white-beard. Flesh and flesh derive, the injury disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the emerald green light, the pierced abdomen of the white-beard was quickly repaired, as if it had never been injured before, and this is not all, it has a role in the source of life. Below, Baybeard's unknowingly many dark wounds in his body were slowly repaired, and finally, Baybeard's face was a little younger. Time passed, it seemed that it had reached the climax, and the vigorous vitality of the whitebeard began to fall crazily. Seeing this, Shan was not in a hurry. He knew that this meant that Whitebeard had truly absorbed the power of the source of life. Hey, the breath of life stabilized, although there were some ups and downs, there were no big fluctuations. Boom, opened his eyes, and an invisible aura was transmitted from the body of the Whitebeard. It was the oppression of the strong against the weak. Father! A deep, majestic voice came, and the uncontained smile on Shan's face suddenly froze there. Well, you can call me young master or lord from now on. After a while, Shan said the first words to the Whitebeard. Hearing this, the soul of the newborn Whitebeard seemed a little ignorant, lowered his head and stared at Xiao En with his pure eyes. Cough, Xiao En felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by such a little giant, but his original idea was finally successful anyway. After seeing the body of the Whitebeard first and then getting the fruit of the soul, Shan wanted to imitate the big mon and use his soul to make hermits like Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Now he has succeeded. Although there are some twists and turns, the result is still good. Boom, boom, boom. The next 3 days there was a huge roar from time to time on the top of the botanical garden, like thunder, which attracted the attention of many people, but there were many people who were curious. People stayed at the foot of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, looking at the ghost-like figure of the white beard, Xiao En's face showed a satisfied smile. In 3 days' time, the soul of the white beard's newborn has been stabilized. Although it is much weaker than the strong body, it has been able to display a lot of strength. In addition, the remnant soul has thousands of combat skills. Xiao En initially estimated that although Baybeard's strength did not reach Tier 5, Tier 4 definitely had it. Of course, this is only a preliminary estimate, because of conditions, but Baybeard has not made a full shot so far. Well, Baybeard, you have done a good job. Now you have initially grasped your own strength, you can proceed to the next step of practice. Okay, father. Oh no, master. Touching his head, Baybeard looked very happy when he heard Shan's praise, like an excited child. Shan felt very awkward about being called his father by Whitebeard at first, but that's it after hearing more. After becoming hermits, Whitebeard's mind is like a child, and his own strength has also dropped a lot, especially in the area of domineering. Domineering and domineering are completely unavailable, and seeing and hearing domineering have also fallen to the middle level, only armed. Good point, there is still an advanced level, but Shan believes that after the body's hidden injuries are repaired, combined with the night secret, the strength of the Whitebeard will soon reach a new level. Chapter 50, Multi-Flavored Barbecue. The Forge of Flesh. The secret biography of the 6th tier knight, the secret of the highest ranking knight in the Montier family. The specific origin is untestable, but the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. Since the acquisition, no one has been able to cultivate to the 4th rank, but this standard or the curse is now broken. In 1 month, Shan saw the rise of a monster. On the first day he stepped into the 1st rank and became a grey knight, on the 3rd day he became a 2nd rank and became a white knight, and on the 10th day he became a 3rd rank and became a red knight. Step into Tier 4 and become a great knight. Although Xiao En knew that Whitebeard had a powerful body comparable to Tier 5 and that the secrets of the training knight were much faster than ordinary people, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Boom! His right hand was covered with a black and red armed color domineering, punches like a dragon. The hillside torn by the Whitebeard finally reached its limit at this moment and collapsed. Stepping on the foot, the huge body of the Whitebeard disappeared instantly, avoiding the billowing smoke and dust. Young Master. After a month of teaching, although Whitebeard is still as childish as a child, it looks like an adult on the surface. The crucible of flesh is a rather strange secret of knights. Generally, the secret of a knight can be separated from the body by the 3rd rank, which greatly enhances the attacking power of the knight, but the crucible of flesh will not. This knight's secret legend is that its standing is basically to use itself as a melting pot, with vindictiveness as a flame, tempering flesh and blood, and forging a strongest body. After a month of tempering in the forge of flesh, the huge body of the Whitebeard has shrunk a lot. Although he is still a little giant, his height is only about 3 meters. Looking at the Whitebeard in front of him, Shan knew that although his body had shrunk, the pressure on his body had become stronger. Whitebeard, let's practice next time. Okay, Master. With a step, Xiao En's figure instantly disappeared in place, and the 6-style shaving was running. Bang, 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 the sound of intensive hitting kept coming. 6-style finger guns, moon steps, squat feet, shaving, paper painting, and iron blocks were used in turns. Although the power of the 6 styles was limited due to physical limitations, their accomplishments were not. It's not low. Before, Shan was hit by the remnant soul of Whitebeard when he was making hermits. Although this caused him trouble at the time, it also allowed him to absorb the fighting skills of Whitebeard. As one of the 4 emperors of the One Piece world, he even has the Whitebeard, who is the world's first person. One of the physical skills has already reached its peak, and he is also proficient in the Navy's 6th formula, but the physical skills have reached the point of Whitebeard, which has long been transformed. From complicated to simple, he integrated the 6 forms into his own system and formed his own physical skills. But for Sean, the Whitebeard Dachin's personal style is too strong and not suitable for him. On the contrary, the Navy Type 6 is more universal and more suitable for him to lay the foundation. An hour later, his physical strength was exhausted, his breath was like cows, and his sweat was like rain. Xiao En had to stop this dual exercise, or unilateral training. Whitebeard, come here today, let's go back. Okay, father. Between words, Whitebeard walked up to Sean and picked up Sean like a chicken. It was obviously not the first time that he was proficient in his movements. Bang bang bang, there was a burst of air. Stepping on the moon step, Whitebeard took Sean towards the town of Liuyi. Because the movement was too loud, for convenience, Sean and Whitebeard specially found an uninhabited wilderness. Lord's mansion, Sean is soaking in the hot springs, sipping wine, enjoying Giulia's massage, alleviating his fatigue, while the Whitebeard is staying in the courtyard outside the hot spring pool, where there is a weird big tree. The tree is 6 meters high, with a tempting aroma overflowing, and pieces of barbecued meat are hung between the branches and leaves like big elbows. Woo, it's spicy. Took off a piece of barbecue, and Whitebeard ate it with big mouthfuls. In addition to staying with Sean, his favorite place is here. This barbecue tree is not a product of the liberal arts world, it was exchanged by Sean from the Gate of Other Worlds. Item, multi-flavored barbecue tree. Evaluation, a barbecue tree from a captive of gourmet food, the taste is not bad. Price, 3 power points. After exchanging the Whitebeard's corpse, Sean still had 6 source points left. After thinking about it, he exchanged this multi-flavored barbecue tree. After all, the barbecue on this tree not only tastes good, but is also very nutritious. Abundance is good for the transcendent on the physique side. Of course, with the physique of the Whitebeard, these barbecues can only satisfy his appetite, and it does not bring any benefits. Hot Spring Courtyard, just walked into the courtyard door, watching the strange barbecue tree and the Whitebeard like a little giant, Mons couldn't help but stop. Although it is not the first time I have seen it, Mons is still surprised, and the Whitebeard is not enough. The liberal arts world has always had the legend of giants, but the tree with the barbecue is unheard of. Woo, Mons, you're here, come, let me eat. Looked up at Mons, Baybeard took a piece of barbecue from the tree and threw it to him. Sir Whitebeard reached out and took the barbecue that was flying over. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Mons said hello to Baybeard very respectfully, and the reason for this was because Sean asked him to practice against Baybeard before. At that time, Baybeard stood there casually, allowing him to attack without a trace of avoidance. In the end, he seemed to be annoyed and gave him a slap, and it was this slap that made him lie on the bed for 10 days. Even today, the feeling of being irresistible and powerless to avoid still permeates his heart. Mons, are you looking for father? Oh, master. Yes. Oh, then you go in and play games with me when you're done. Hearing this, the corners of Mons's mouth twitched involuntarily, he bit his head and nodded, and walked in over the Whitebeard. Lord. With his head down, without squinting, Mons said hello to Sean. Mons, is there anything you are here now? Opened his eyes, Sean's blue eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, without any fluctuations, which made people unable to see clearly. Lord, there is news from the manager of Hag that it is the beginning of the annual big auction of the black market in Memphis. Still lowering his head, Mons said the purpose of this trip. Oh? Is it a market? That's a bit interesting, I hope it will give me some surprises. His eyes changed, and Xiao En's face showed a hint of interest. You two will go with me this time. After thinking about it, Shan said again. Yes, Lord. Okay, Master. For Shan's words, Mons and Giulia naturally have no doubts. Chapter 51, Prelude. The next day, early in the morning, Shan with a white beard, Munins, Guraya and Smog boarded the sailing boat to Memphis. Life on the boat is boring. In order to pass the time, Shan and Mons started a duel exercise. Bang bang bang, without using witchcraft, Shan just relied on physical skills to compete with Mons. Mons is a second-order white knight, with a strong physique, a keen sense of fighting, skilled skills and an increase in vindictiveness. Although Shan has basically mastered the 6 styles, he can still only maintain a draw. Reluctantly, the two took a few steps back, and Shan spoke to end the duel. Well, Mons will stop here. After the pairing exercise was over, as soon as Xiao En sat down, Gulea handed over the towel, the fruits and red wine that had been prepared a long time ago, and then she naturally half-kneeled beside Xiao En to relieve the fatigue of Shan's massage. Enjoying Giulia's service and sipping a sip of red wine, Shan looked at Mons and said. Mons, you have been a tier 2 knight for a while, right? Yes, Lord. Although the meaning of Shan's question was a bit of a guess, Mons remained as calm as ever. Mons, next I will let Anais provide you with 5 second-tier knight's blood every month, in addition to the multi-flavored barbecue will also supply you 2 a day, I hope you don't let me down. In words, Shan had high hopes for Mons, but he was worthy. Not only did he have loyal qualities, outstanding ability to do things, and extraordinary talents, he was only 30 years old, and he became a second-order knight before the demonic wave had recovered. It can be seen. Thank you Lord for your cultivation, Mons will never disappoint your high hopes. Bang, on one knee, Mons paid a solemn knight's allegiance to Shan. The weather was fine and the wind was smooth, and Shan and his party arrived in Monfaucon smoothly. Although there was an episode in the process, it did not affect the result. On the vast sea, Shan and his team encountered a pirate ship, but the pirate ship stayed away from Shan's ship for a period of time after observing, and wisely gave up the idea of hunting, but unfortunately they didn't know. Some people have regarded them as interesting prey. Dragon wings obscured the sky, and the incarnation disaster of Smog, who was aroused by the pirate ship's interest, came to the head of the group of pirates. One side is just an ordinary little pirate ship, and the other is a second-tier top, half-step third-tier dragon species. The result was destined from the moment Smog's interest was raised, and the facts are exactly the same. It didn't take long for the pirate ship to it becomes just a bonfire on the sea, sinking in this ocean forever. After more than 4 months, when he came to Monfaucon again, Shan's behavior was much more low-key. After arriving in Monfaucon, he plunged into the small manor and waited for the black market to start. Monfaucon City Hall, a Simbanchan listened to the secretary reporting the situation with a gentle smile. Did Shan just arrived at the dock? It seems that this year's black market auctions will be even more lively. Although low-key but not deliberately hidden, when Shan arrived in Monfaucon, some caring people had already got the news, but Shan's low-key behavior also made them understand Shan's thoughts, so no one came to disturb Shan. As if he hadn't come to Monfaucon. 2 days later, the 3-day black market shooting kicked off, and Shan and his party boarded the black market island together with Sir Link. Sir Link, I still remember the way you took me the first time I came here. Looking at the black market island, which is far more lively than before, Shan talked casually with Link beside him. Yes, but I'm still the same, but Sir Shan is already very different. Between the words, Link couldn't help showing a hint of sorrow. He was a tier 3 transcendent at first, but now he is still a tier 3 transcendent, while Shan has changed from tier 1 to tier 3, catching up with him or surpassing him. After all, Shan is a wizard and he is just a potion extraordinary. Sir Link, Do you know any precious treasures in this black market auction? Hearing the meaning of Link's words, Sean changed the subject. He still has a good impression of Link himself. If possible, he would also reach out to him, but there is no need to say this kind of thing now. A precious thing? There is some news. Hearing Sean's words, Link immediately covered up the sigh in his heart, thought a little, and gave the answer. I heard that a true dragon egg will appear in this black market auction. Oh! A trace of surprise flashed through the azure blue pupils. Originally it was only a subsequent question, and Sean had no idea that he would get such an answer. Are you sure? Real dragon eggs are not simple things. Not all dragon eggs are called true dragon eggs. Only hybrid dragon eggs can be named as true dragons. Variety dragons are completely unqualified. As for pure blood dragons, there is no dragon egg. Sir Sean, although it's a little unbelievable, this news is very likely to be true. Every year, the organizers of the black market will deliberately release some news about auction items www.readaloud.com in order to attract more people. Come. Really? That's really interesting. I have to admit that Sean was really interested in the black market at this moment. If there is a dragon egg, even if he pays a high price, Sean also wants to put it in his pocket, which represents a future dragon knight or an animal as a legendary devil fruit, and in this process, Sean doesn't mind using force. In the age of legend, with a white beard, the average tier 4 is not his opponent at all. Looking at the sparks in Sean's eyes, Link knew that he was thinking about the real dragon egg. He expressed his silence about this. The real dragon egg is very good. Everyone wants it with legendary blood. Even though Sean is Montel, the first in line of the family heir is only the heir, not the head of the Montel family, and his power is much worse than some people. Let's go shopping. When there is interest, there is motivation, and Sean takes the lead in shopping in the black market. Perhaps because it is only once a year, so even if today is the first day, the flow of people in the black market is much larger than before, and under such circumstances the frequency of extraordinary items has greatly increased. Just wandering around the periphery, Sean harvested 5 extraordinary items, 3 of which were strange objects, all of the first order, and 2 were extraordinary materials, both of which were extraordinary organs of warcraft. With the harvest, Sean is naturally happy. The autumn tax in Liuyi town has just been paid, and the market for chocolate is gradually opening up. Now he really does not lack small money. 2 pieces of extraordinary materials are left, and Sean is going to go back and try to make strange things. The 3 first-order strange things, Sean, are directly converted into source power points. The source force point has 7 points. Chapter 52, Real Dragon Egg. Black Market Auctions. There is an auction every night inside the black market for 3 days. The auction items are provided by the black market controller except for the auction. In the black market for 2 days, as Jin Jialong spent out like running water, Xiaoen had a good harvest. In addition to a large number of extraordinary materials, he also harvested 5 pieces of strange things, 1 of which was second order, and 1 of 4 pieces, all belong to the kind of strange objects that are not very practical, but even so, the price that Sean spends is not small. With a curious mind. Of course, although the price is a little higher, Sean does not regret it. After all, there are not so many strange objects in the same place at ordinary times. Another 8 source power points have been harvested, plus the 7 before, and there are 15 in total. After absorbing the 5 strange objects, the smile on Sean's face grew warmer. If this black market is robbed, I should be able to redeem the rockberry. Inexplicably, such a thought popped out of Sean's head. 2 days passed in a flash. In everyone's expectation, the 3rd day of the most grand black market auction has arrived. The dark room is mixed with people, there are all kinds of people, there are pirates, mercenaries, criminals, merchants, and nobles, but unexpectedly, the auction still maintains good order under such circumstances. There is no harsh noise, and the reason for this is completely because there is a 2-meter-tall man with thick lion hair and a black iron mask standing on the auction stage, exuding power. Breath can calm the scene, although there are some people who come to participate in the auction and are not here to pick things up. The strong man is still undeniable. The third-order potion supernatural person just doesn't know which way he passed. It is most likely to be a soldier. It seems that this black market cannot be underestimated. Became a third-order red-robe wizard, seeing and hearing color further enhanced, Xiao En roughly saw the details of the brawny man. Everyone, welcome to the black market, I am today's auctioneer. An old man with grey hair and one-sided eyes came out from the background. He was a pure human, not the grey dwarf that Sean had seen before. The auctioneer came to the stage, and the brawny lion-haired man took a few steps back, but did not leave there. He stayed on the stage as if he was intimidated by something, and he seemed to be guarding against something. Compared with the previous 2 days, the quality of the auction on the third day is much higher. The first auction item is a second-order strange object, a talisman of the waver. The wearer can swim in the sea and increase physical fitness. There is a certain increase in the extraordinary power of the water system. Menfatos is a port city. At this moment, many people in the Black Hall are discussing life on the sea, so such an extraordinary item is naturally sought after by everyone. The price went up all the way, and Sean gave up decisively after making a trial offer. After all, although he has small assets, he can't squander it arbitrarily. Everyone, the auction is coming to an end, and the main event is about to appear. I believe many people can't wait. 3 hours have passed, most of the items in the auction have been sold, and the most critical moment has finally arrived. As the auctioneer's passionate voice fell, many people's expressions became solemn. Oh, it's finally here, I hope I don't make me wait for so long in vain. In the previous 3 hours, Sean had nothing to gain except for a second-order wonder of ordinary quality. Everyone, please see our first finale today, the real dragon egg. The auctioneer's voice fell, and a secret box was sent up. Inside it was a human head-sized, densely patterned monster egg made of delicate scales. Seeing this, Sean frowned. The real dragon egg is indeed a real dragon egg, but this dragon egg is grey-white as a whole, full of the meaning of death, and obviously has lost its vitality. In other words, this egg is a dead egg. The brawny man with lion hair picked up the dragon egg and showed it to the surrounding area. The auctioneer said, "As you can see, this is a true dragon egg. According to our identification, it should be a certain poisonous dragon species. Of course, due to the long age, most of the activity of this dragon egg has passed away, but it has not died. It has an active existence. As long as the method is suitable, it can still hatch. It is not impossible to become a dragon knight. Please bid now. The starting price is 3,000 gold gallons. In terms of the purchasing power of Jin Jialong, 3,000 is indeed not a small number, but compared to the value of the real dragon egg, the price is already extremely low. Under normal circumstances, the auction price of a real dragon egg is at least 10,000. As a unit. There was no sound. After the beginning of the excitement, the Black Hall fell silent, and for a while, no one even offered to bid. Naturally, the auctioneer did not lie. The true dragon egg did not die, and there was aliveness, but what he didn't say was that this vitality was deeply hidden. www.readaloud.com was already on the verge of extinction. None of the people present are fools, especially those who can afford dragon eggs, and more or less have some means to detect the situation of dragon eggs. 3,000 gold gallons. About 5 minutes later, the first person to bid appeared, and then a few more people made bids one after another. Most of these people were wealthy businessmen or nobles. They bought real dragon eggs not to hatch them, but to hatch, buy it back and become a collectible. There were a few people asking prices. The auction price of the real dragon egg has grown from 3,000 gold gallons to 3,500 gold gallons, but the frequency of its bids has obviously reached its limit. 3,600 Jin Jialong. Under the sign of Shan, Guria participated in the auction of real dragon eggs. 3 minutes later, the dark hall was still quiet, and the real dragon egg was bought by Shan at the price of 3,600 gold gallons. In the case of this true dragon egg, it is basically impossible to hatch successfully. Even if it succeeds, the price paid may not be lower than that of a true dragon egg, but for Shan, if the hatch is not successful, it may not be impossible to do it. Devil Fruit Template. Although this is only a possibility, it is worth trying. As long as he succeeds, he will be able to harvest a legendary animal devil fruit. Even if he is unsuccessful, Shan will have a way to sell this true dragon egg again, and lose some money at most. It's nothing more than Jin Jialong. After all, the real dragon egg is a rare thing, a good collection, and many people will like it. Everyone, let us look at the second finale, I believe it will satisfy you. There was a hearty smile on the face of the auctioneer, and he was obviously confident of the next lot. Chapter 53, Legendary Pirate. Crunching, crunching, the sound of hinges turning, a huge aquarium appeared on the auction platform through the lifting platform. The sea is blue and clear, and a sea beast about 2 meters in the shape of a shark wanders freely in it. Its beautiful figure attracts everyone's attention as soon as it appears. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. The auctioneer did not leave in a hurry to introduce the lot, but waited for everyone to observe carefully for a while before speaking. Everyone, this is our second lot, the cub of the third order sea monster orca. Wow! Hearing the introduction of the auctioneer, the dark room suddenly became lively. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a cub of a tier 3 sea monster orca. There was a blazing fire in his eyes. As a captain, Link really knew the greatness of sea monsters, not to mention the orca shark. What? Sir Link is interested in orca sharks. Perceiving Sir Link's anomaly, Shan turned his head and spoke to him. Well, interest is interest, but the value of this kind of thing. With a sigh, Link looked a little helpless. As a vassal of the Monter family, in charge of a trading fleet, Link had some wealth, but he wanted to win the 3 fighting shark on this occasion. The level sea monster cub is still a bit worse. Everyone, I believe some people here have some understanding of orca sharks. I will briefly introduce them here. The orca shark, a tier 3 sea monster, can reach an adult size of up to 20 meters, has a talent for extreme speed and great power, and is a veritable sea warship. In addition, for the convenience of everyone, we will also take out a sea monster contract and auction it with the orca. As soon as he said this, the eyes of many people in the dark hall lit up. Sea monster cubs are indeed good things, but apart from the third order Red Knight who has activated the Mark of Life, they can conclude a contract with them. Other transcendents who want to use it for their own use must rely on external forces, and the sea monster contracted is definitely a good choice. Feeling the warm atmosphere that has been exaggerated in the audience, the auctioneer did not hesitate, and immediately started the auction. The sea monster cubs even brought the sea monster contract with the starting price of 1,000 gold gallons. Under normal circumstances, the price of an ordinary tier 3 strange thing is around 500 gold gallons. Living creatures like sea monster cubs are naturally a lot more expensive, not to mention that this is a coastal area, and the value will naturally rise, plus the Shanghai strange contract. If it is, 1,000 Jin Jialong is really not expensive, but unfortunately this is only the starting price. 1,300 Jin Jialong. 1,500 gold gallons. 1,800 Jin Jialong. 2,000 Jin Jialong. The bidding prices kept rising one after another, and it was far more lively than the big cats and kittens that were auctioned off for real dragon eggs. Perhaps because he still couldn't bear to give up, Sir Link gave an auction price of 2,200 gold gallons as soon as he gritted his teeth, but it was a pity that he was overwhelmed by latecomers after a while. Looking at the orca shark that had been called 2500 Jin Jialong, Shan paused his eyes and said to Sir Link. Sir Link, if you really want sea monster cubs, I can lend you some Jin Jialong. Upon hearing this, Sir Link hesitated for a while, struggled for a while, thinking about it, and refused. It takes a lot of money for the orca cub to grow up quickly. Even if he borrowed money to buy this cub, the cubs can't afford it, and the gains outweigh the losses. When Link refused, Shan didn't say anything. Although he was personally interested in inverse shark, he was not very interested. You can try to buy it at a low price. It is not necessary for the price to be too high. Although Whitebeard has no contract to ride a beast, but the quality of the orca shark is a bit poor. 3,000 gold gallons. As soon as this price came out, the lively battle for the young orca shark finally came to an end. Everyone, next is the last lot of this black market auction. As the auctioneer spoke, Shan keenly felt a sense of murder in the dark room. The hidden treasure of the pirate king Barbarossa. The auctioneer's smooth tone suddenly raised, and suddenly ignited the atmosphere in the dark room. At this time, several men dressed as pirates in the dark room sat upright. Barbarossa, the former pirate king, is also known as the most legendary pirate king. Some people even think that he is the son of the sea, because he is the only pirate who can confront the navies of various countries in the era of downturn. It is an integrated fleet that once destroyed the kingdom of Sifos by oneself. The treasure left by such a legendary pirate is naturally coveted by everyone, and Shan is no exception. The broken picture is old and shabby, but it attracts everyone's hearts. Everyone, the last auction starts, and the starting price is 5,000 gold gallons. The auctioneer's voice fell, and the bidding sound appeared immediately. Is it Barbarossa's treasure map? I want the Iron Fist Pirates, 5,500 Jin Jialong, I hope everyone will give me a face. 6,000 gold gallons. 6,300 Jin Jialong. There was no pause and the subsequent bidding sound immediately sounded. Captain, they don't give us Iron Fist face at all, do you give them some color? In the corner, the captain of the Iron Fist Pirates said to his captain, but when he finished speaking, he found that his captain was staring at him with a weird look, as if he was looking at a fool. www.readaloud.com. It's just to make our pirate group famous, don't think too much. After finishing speaking, the captain of the Iron Fist pirate group ignored his sailor and continued to turn his attention to the auction platform. 8,000 gold gallons. Unknowingly, the price of Barbarossa's hidden treasure map has approached the 10,000 mark. You must know that this is just a broken map. This shows the status of the legendary pirate Barbarossa in the hearts of everyone, or how attractive is his treasure to everyone. Well, it seems we are in trouble. There was no quotation, and Shan, who had been watching the excitement, suddenly noticed something. Boom, 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 Xiaoen's voice just fell, and the sound of shelling like thunder burst into everyone's ears. What happened? The shelling from there. The moment the artillery sounded, Sir Link and Guriah changed their colors at the same time, only the Whitebeard still sat there honestly, without any change. It is not that he did not react. In fact, he is better than everyone else. First noticed the coming of the shelling, but he was fearless in his heart. Bang bang bang, the cannonballs fell like raindrops, and the black hall was shaken. At this moment, most people panicked, and chaos followed. Looking for death. With an angry shout, the lion-haired brawny man in the black market swelled in a circle, and the turbulent killing intent was wrapped around him as if it were materialized, causing him to tear a male supernatural person in half in an instant. It turned out that someone just thought fish in chaos and muddy waters. There are one or two. There are not many people who have the same idea. I don't know if it's a coincidence or a long time to prepare. At the same time, several extraordinary people rushed to the auction platform from all corners of the dark room, aiming directly at the treasure of Barbarossa. Remnant picture. Chapter 54, Butcher. Is it a butcher? No wonder the murderous intent on his body is so strong. Sitting steadily in the stands, Sean didn't panic at all. He watched the battle on the auction stand with great interest. After observing for a while, he finally discovered the extraordinary path of the strong man with lion hair, a rare branch of the soldier. Tier 3 Butcher, kills with killing, cultivates with war, cultivates the killing intent in the heart. The fluctuation of killing intent during the battle can cause spiritual damage to the enemy, and at the same time, it can wrap around his body to resist the enemy's attack. The fighting power of this branch is indeed not weak, but it is a pity that the Montel family does not collect it. Appropriately, Sean seemed to be completely immersed in the theatre. Sir Sean, the scene is too chaotic now, let's get out of here first. Seeing Sean's appearance, Sir Link called up a bit. Sir Link, don't worry, now is not a good time to leave. Seeing and hearing the color cover, Xiao En knew that at this moment more than 10 pirate ships were carrying out violent shelling on the Black Market Island on the sea. At this time, they went out to serve as their targets, which was completely unnecessary. Although he was a little confused about Sean's words, Link still endured it forcibly. As a Tier 3 hipster, it was not difficult for Link to escape from the Black Market Island, but he could not leave Sean alone to escape. Fighting in blood, the fighting spirit of the lion-haired brawny became more and more turbulent. Facts have proved that wolves are wolves, and even if they form a pack, they are not rivals for lions. On the auction stage, if it hadn't been for 2 Tier 2 transcendents with good skills to resist most of the pressure, the other 4 Tier 1 transcendents would have returned to the spirit world long ago. As for the auctioneer, Barbarossa had already been brought along. The picture of the hidden treasure slipped away. Under the cover of seeing and hearing, the auctioneer's small movements are naturally not hidden from Sean, but Sean did not cut him off after thinking about it. Barbarossa's treasure map was touched by someone, and he could not unlock it. The water behind it seems a bit deep. I am afraid it will add a lot of trouble after taking it. In a luxurious manner in the center of Black Market Island. Trash, it's all trash, even pirates can't stop it. The precious antique vase slammed on the ground fiercely, making a crisp sound, and the black market merchant Frogon, the master of the Black Market Island, swayed his anger wantonly. Blood Lion. Blood Lion Lord is fighting the extraordinary people who fish in troubled waters in the dark room. Pop, anger surged, Frogon used his right hand, which was covered with gemstones, to slam the auctioneer's old face fiercely. Then what are you doing back? Hey, venting his anger, Frogon barely calmed down. Fink. Hearing the call, a figure walked in from outside. Looking at his right-hand man, Frogon took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Have you notified the Royal Navy? Notified. But they said it will take some time to come over, let us hold on. Anger can no longer be suppressed, Frogon slapped the table severely. These big rats in the granary are so greedy. I feed them so much Jin Jialong every year, and even perfuse me like this at a critical moment. Don't they know who the people behind the black market are? How dare they, how dare they? Incompetent furious, this is the most true portrayal of the black market businessman Frogon at this time. In the dark room, the shelling became more and more intense. The latest shell was only 10 meters away from Sean. By this time, Sir Link was completely unable to sit still. Sir Sean, we must leave. With a solemn look and firm attitude, Link has already decided that even if he is tied up, he will take Sean away. Well, I see, Sir Link, it's almost time. Feeling Link's attitude, Sean replied. At the same time, the original anxious battle on the auction stage has become clear. 2 of the transcendents who fished in troubled waters have completely lost their combat effectiveness, and only 4 of them are still struggling to support. The balance of victory and defeat has been tilted. Not surprisingly, it won't be long before the lion-haired brawny can beat the 4 of them one by one. Whitebeard, I'll leave it to you next. A strange brilliance flashed through his azure blue pupils, and Xiao En's eyes were still condensed on the auction stage. Those were all living source points. The same mind as Shan understood his meaning as soon as he opened his white beard, and when he stepped on it, he left a pit on the ground, and his figure disappeared in an instant. What? Eyes flickered, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the brawny man with lion hair was suddenly startled. One style Beng Chuan. The thick and powerful voice sounded in the ears of the brawny lion-haired man, like the murmur of death, making him chill all over. Crossed his arms and hugged him in front of his chest. At the critical moment, the body of the strong lion-haired man reacted instinctively. Click, throw away, hit the wall heavily, the bones on the chest are broken, the hole is sunken, the strong man with lion hair is obviously not alive. This is... Monster, run away! Knowing that at this time, the four transcendents who fished in troubled water realized what had happened. In the face of death, the desire to survive broke out. The four people quickly separated and fled. They had no plans to fight with the Whitebeard. In their eyes, the Whitebeard and the lion-haired strong man are different. Although the lion-haired strong man is very strong, he is still the same. People, the Whitebeard is also a monster through and through. It's a pity that they want to escape at this time. Witchcraft Candy Cage. After becoming a red robe wizard, the power of the second order witchcraft of Kennedy's cage became more powerful. In an instant, hundreds of sturdy tree roots broke through the ground and woven into a huge cage, trapping the four people in battle. Inside, then there was no more, unable to escape, but the second order four-person group was just a punch for Baybeard. 16 Power points not bad. Whitebeard is a Hormise made by Shan with his own soul. After he kills the extraordinary, Shan can also get the source power point. Feeling the source of rapid growth, Xiao En's face showed a gentle smile, but it made people shudder under such a background. Sir Shan, this. Seeing Whitebeard returning to his side, Sir Link was a little surprised for a while. As a third-order transcendent, he could barely see clearly what happened just now, but because of this, he couldn't believe it. What I saw. Sir Link, formally introduce, this is Whitebeard, my guard, a fourth-order knight. Seeing Link's doubts, Shan explained. Let's go out and have a look. Cleaned the battlefield, harvested 4 strange objects, 1 second order and 3 first order, Xiao En and his party left the Black Hall. The harvest is really not small, I hope there will be more in the future. After absorbing the auction second order wonders and 4 loot, Shan once again gained 11 source power points, bringing the total to 42. Seeing this number, Shan's thoughts of leaving the Black Market Island quickly faded away. This is about to become his hunting ground. Chapter 55, Hunter and Prey. On the sea, 10 pirate ships lined up, dense artillery burst into bright fireworks in the dark, and there were many pirate ships roaming the sea in the distance. Guru, a figure emerged from under the water and boarded the largest pirate ship, the Maniac, without any hindrance. Master Madman, Master Viper asked me to inform you that the landing is possible, and the coastal defense fort on Black Market Island has been taken down. Really? The speed of the Viper is very fast, so let's start. Although the navy is dragged by the boss, it will not be good for a long time. Said, a bald guy who was more than 2 meters tall and wrapped in chains stood up from his seat. Looking at the back of the bald man leaving, a trace of awe flashed in the eyes of the man who came to report the letter. This is the second in command of the evil ghost pirate group, a vicious pirate known as a fanatic. A thick fog fills the sea near Memphis, which is indistinct, and the shadow of the sails can be seen vaguely. Damn it, where is it? I saw it, northwest, 45 degrees Celsius angle, 100 meters, firing, firing. There was a loud shout. Although the target was invisible, the quality of the professional navy allowed them to quickly complete the artillery aiming. Bang bang bang, the artillery keeps on fire, forming a war song, but the effect is not obvious, there is no other gain besides arousing huge splashes. The second branch of the Storm Fleet, the only fully orchestrated navy of the Kingdom of Sudilt in the New World, has 1 second-tier battleship, 2 third-tier battleships, and 3 fourth-tier battleships, but it is such a powerful navy. The fleet was blocked by a strange fog and a ghostly sea monster at this moment, making it difficult to move. Knight's Sword, a second-class battleship, the flagship of the Storm Fleet Squadron. Earl, what should I do now? On deck, the fleet commander Burns's face was a bit heavy. Although the fleet has not suffered any major losses, the purpose of this trip has been difficult to accomplish. Hearing what he said, Asimbencian, who was wearing a military uniform, should have been in Monfautos but appeared here for some reason, retracted his gaze into the distance. What else can we do? This time we have lost. I underestimated the ghost hand. I didn't expect that his contract sea monster Minotaur Ghost Python was promoted to Tier 4 and there is also a war wonder. As the order continues, the fleet shrinks its formation to guard against the sneak attack by the bullhead ghost pythons, and wait for the thick fog to disperse. After finishing speaking, Asimbencian stopped speaking, his face was calm, and his whole body exuded a heart-pounding chill. He did not expect that he, an old hunter, would become the prey of others today. In the original plan, he first instigated a pirate group under his control to attack the caravan, and then mobilized the Storm Fleet on this ground, creating the illusion of the emptiness of the Memphis Navy, and then used the black market to throw it out. Barbarossa's hidden treasure picture is a decoy, seduce the evil ghost pirate group to the bait. The early stage of this plan went smoothly, but the result was completely different. According to the plan, he would take the fleet to clean up the evil ghost pirate group, remove a tumor for the kingdom, and harvest the remnants of the Barbarossa treasure in the hands of the ghost hand. In fact, on the contrary, he was like a clown, played in the palm of his hand by a ghost hand. Thinking of this, even with the cultivation of Asimbencian, he couldn't help being angry, but he was more patient than the black market businessman Frogon. Is there a ghost? Looking at the thick fog in the distance, Asimbencian's broken golden pupils flashed with icy brilliance. Although the plan this time is not perfect, it is not so easy to be targeted. Now the ghosts can advance in advance. Prepare the means and just stop yourself here, it is very likely that you have received the news in advance. On the edge of the thick fog, a pirate ship with black sails is cruising here. This is the wailing of the ship ghost of the captain of the evil ghost pirate group Ghost Hand. On the deck, through the Minotaur Ghost Python, he noticed the movement of the Storm Fleet, wearing a horned hat, half of his face was burned by the fire, and the ghost-shaped ghost hand showed a mocking smile. Black Market Island, Sean and his team walked on the island unhurriedly or slowly, seeing the surrounding chaos as nothing. No one, whether it was a pirate or a person involved in the black market shooting, approached them, because those who did so were already dead. Seeing and hearing the color opened. It seemed that something interesting had been discovered, and Sean changed the direction. Upon seeing this scene, Sir Link didn't say anything, and followed directly. In the age when the legend of Tier 5 was not available, Tier 4 was the extraordinary top layer with a white beard. Even if the Black Market Island was captured by the pirates, they wanted to leave. It is not difficult either, because although the Third Order is only one step away from the Fourth Order, the Transcendents are already inhuman to a certain extent by the Fourth Order, and the number of people has basically lost its meaning to them. Are you ready? I'm going to go, I don't know who will die this time. A weird, shrill voice came from all directions. The big businessman Graf's face was pale, cold sweat, even under the heavy protection of his men, he did not have the slightest sense of security. Darkness struck, and the light seemed to be distorted at this moment. After looking back, Graf felt that his neck seemed to be licked by something wet. Reached out and touched it, it was sticky, not sweat, more like a body fluid secreted by a certain creature, and beside him, a first-order transcendent who protected him had fallen to the ground for some time, his complexion turned purple. The death is silent. This lord, what do you want? Is it a cub of an orca shark or something else? As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Knowing that his safety is no longer guaranteed www.readaloud.com from the other side's teasing behavior, Groff accurately grasped a trace of life. Hi, it seems that you are still a sensible person. The strange voice sounded again, a pale skin, a little abnormally white, leaning back, as if a figure without bones appeared not far from Groff. Viper, you are the poisonous snake of the evil spirit pirate group. Seeing this strange figure, someone in Groff's team recognized its identity. Groff, we will talk about you later. As he spoke, his neck twisted, and the third-hand viper of the evil ghost pirate group used his dark yellow vertical pupil to tighten the dark area not far away. It seems we have been discovered. Did not deliberately hide, Xiao En and his party walked directly out of the shadows. Hi, who are you? Are you also interested in sea monster cubs? There was no immediate action. The poisonous snake smelled a dangerous aura from Shan and his group. The other party is not a fish like Groff, so you can let him play with it. Did not answer the words of the poisonous snake, looked up and down the look of the poisonous snake. Xiao En's face showed a trace of undisguised disgust. Seeing this appearance of Xiao En, the venomous snake's gaze slowly cooled. After becoming a Tier 3 snake spirit guard, he gained powerful strength while also losing some important things. His whole body changed, and his life habits were like snakes. Having been like a human being, what he usually taboo most is that someone talks about his appearance. You look really ugly like this. People are not like ghosts or humans, especially those eyes. Hi, now I am not interested in your identity, because the identity of a dead person is meaningless. The feeling of coldness permeated, murderously overflowing. Chapter 56, Sick. His body twisted strangely, and the silhouette of the poisonous snake slowly disappeared in front of everyone, as if it had been melted into the darkness. Secret skills darkness sneaking. Hissing, a cold feeling rushed over his face, and the poisonous snake had already arrived near Xiao En when he appeared again. Hi, secret technique snake limbs. The arms stretched like a snake, and they slammed fiercely. The target pointed directly at Shan's eyes. Obviously, this was the snake's response to Shan's words. The faint green nails were in front of him, and Xiao En had a slight smile on his face. Go to hell. Seeing Shan's reaction, the corner of Viper's mouth showed a sick smile. Snap, the smile freezes. How is it possible? Looking at his grasped arm, the poisonous snake couldn't believe his eyes. The most powerful part of the secret technique and snake limbs is to soften the arm, which is as fast as a poisonous snake hunting. Before today, no one can directly grasp it. His snake limbs. In response to the indifferent gaze of the white beard, the poisonous snake's heart was cold, like a man's back, as if he would die in the next moment. No longer hesitated, his heart was ruthless, his arm was broken to survive. The viper once again merged into the darkness. Pulled a distance and escaped from the dark sneak. The viper was not in a hurry to be happy to escape from the danger. His body froze, because he suddenly realized that the sense of danger like a light on his back had never gone away. The shadow was covered, and when he turned his head, the viper found that the white beard was standing behind him, as if he had thrown himself into the trap. Secret skill dark stealth is good, but in essence it only distorts vision with the help of darkness, and can't hide the domineering look of the white beard at all. The white beard smashed out with a punch, and the poisonous snake flew out like a rag doll, leaving a line of pits on the ground. When he walked to the front, he looked at the poisonous snake lying on the ground like a dead snake. Pale fog filled Xiao En's body. He specially made Baybeard's men be merciful and did not kill the poisonous snake for this moment. 3 minutes later, the venomous snake that had fainted opened his eyes again, but his eyes were very different from before. Not far away, watching the poisonous snake with only one arm standing respectfully behind Sean, Groff shuddered inexplicably. Although he is not an extraordinary person himself, as a successful businessman he has insights that ordinary people do not possess. He can see everything that just happened. He is sure that this poisonous snake is definitely no longer the poisonous snake before. Sir Sean, Groff Raxa sends greetings to you, and may the glory of the Golden Oak endure forever. Seeing that Sean had dealt with the matter and suppressed the chill in his heart, Groff was greeted with a smile on his face respectfully. Once he left, it was impossible. Actively expressing his sincerity was the only correct answer. "Oh, do you know me?" Let go of his frowning brows inadvertently, and Sean looked at the respectful Groff in front of him. "Yes, Sir Sean, I met you at the Earl of Asim's banquet, and there were some collaborations between the Raxa family and the Montel family in the Old World." "Oh, is that right? Is there anything you are looking for me now?" As he said, Xiao En's mouth wore a playful smile. Feeling that his mind has been seen through, Groff continued to speak. "Sir Sean, like this. I bought a sea monster cub at auction, but after I bought it, I found out that it seemed to be sick. I knew that the Montel family was very accomplished in healing, so I thought give it to you. I hope you can pity this little guy." "Oh, is it so?" Looking at the young orca shark swimming happily in the aquarium, the playfulness on Sean's face became more and more intense. "In that case, I will accept it. Anyway, this is a small life." When these words came out, Groff felt relieved, and the whole person seemed to relax a bit. In this way, the team of Sean and his party has expanded a bit. With the addition of Groff and his team, Sean naturally agreed to this. Since Groff is acquainted, he also minded giving him a little asylum. The protection fee is the same. Of course, things can be done, but the words cannot be said. After all, both sides have to face. Walking on the road, seeing and hearing the colors spread out looking for the prey, Sean and Groff talked casually. "Groff, does your Raxa family have a business in the New World?" "I still know something about Raxa family, Sean, otherwise Groff might not be alive. Raxa family is a new business family with a large steel plant and several mines under its name. In terms of Sudelt steel smelting have a certain influence." "Yes, Sir Sean, Monfatos is about to build a large steel plant. Our Raxa family has some investment in it." After hesitating, Groff chose to tell the truth. Although this matter is still a secret so far www.readaloud.com, it is not impossible to know as Sean. "Is it a steel plant?" Hearing Groff's words, Sean's face flashed with thought. For some reason, the countries that developed in the New World were very tacitly aware that they did not establish heavy industries in the New World, but regarded it as a source of raw materials. Now the situation seems to have changed. "Is that so? Maybe we still have a chance to cooperate in the future. Sir Sean is willing to give his strength if he needs it." As a successful businessman, Groff knows who can offend and what to indulge in. Although he doesn't know how strong the little giant named Whitebeard is, it can be seen that the third-order transcendent of the Viper is not his enemy of one. Its strength can be seen, this is a strong thick thigh. Since the revival of the Demon Tide, the Raxa family has been seeking transformation. The contemporary patriarch of the Raxa family is a visionary man. After realizing the influence of the Demon Tide, he knew that money would not be enough to protect the Raxa family in the future. Extraordinary power is necessary, otherwise the Raxa family with huge assets will eventually become a coveted piece of fat. It is precisely because of this that Groff Raxa will spend a lot of money on the black market to buy the Orca Cub and Sea Monster contract. Of course, these are already Sean's now, but if you can really hug Sean's thigh, Groff thinks it is a very good choice, and when Sean is hunting leisurely, the pirates have already boarded the Black Market Island. The killing was prosperous for a time. In this era, pirates are not a good pronoun. Burning, killing, looting is their instinct, but the people on the Black Market Island are not lambs to be slaughtered. Although they are scattered sand, many of them are not weak in combat power. Chapter 57, Dispute? Go ahead, don't let the fat sheep run away. Haha, that's mine. The killing was going on, shouts and wailing sounded into one piece, blood and fire intertwined and dyed half the sky. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Sean, because the power in his hand was really too strong. Grumbling, seeing two more extraordinary pirates falling under Whitebeard's fist, he couldn't even struggle. Although Groff had watched it several times, he was still shocked. After all, this extraordinary is not a cat or puppy. Feeling the addition of 4 additional power points, the smile on Sean's face has become more intense. The recovery of the magic tide is not long, and the number of transcendents is actually not that many. The surrounding transcendents were attracted, and the pirates invaded, so it created the illusion of many transcendents. Let's go to the next place. The opportunity is rare, and Sean doesn't want to waste time. Under normal circumstances, there would not be so many transcendents gathered together, and it would not give Sean a chance to slaughter. After all, transcendents are not fools. Run, and now the sea traffic is cut off by pirates. The Black Market Island has become an isolated island. In fact, at this moment, with the exception of a small number of people on the Black Market Island, the people who remain on the Black Market Island are fighting against the trapped beasts, desperately delaying time and hoping for the arrival of the Navy. Under such circumstances, everyone is likely to die. As long as it's not too obvious, Sean doesn't need to consider the forces behind these transcendents. Of course, Sean is not a lunatic who kills everybody. Under his guidance, pirates are the main hunters. The target, of course, if someone is looking for death, Sean will not stop him. Followed Sean step by step. The awe in Graf's eyes grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, he realized that his previous actions were a wise move. Although 3,000 Jin Jialong is a lot, his life is far more than this price, at least in his opinion. In the center of the Black Market Island, the begging and crying for mercy in the luxurious manner rang. The second in command of the evil ghost pirate group, Zheng de Majindao, sat in the living room, while the original owner of the manor, the black market merchant Frogon, had fallen in a pool of blood. The snake hasn't come over yet. Breathing out a breath of smoke slowly, the fanatic asked at will. According to the original plan, the Viper should have joined him to attack Flogon's manor and took down the remains of Barbarossa's treasure, but now he is done. The poisonous snake has not yet appeared. Yes, Master Madman, Master Viper has not come over yet. Forget it, don't worry about him, I'm probably going to have fun again. Speaking of this, the madman's face showed undisguised disgust. Although he also killed countless people, the Viper guy was completely abnormal. Hey, the things are already in hand, let the brothers search carefully and withdraw it. It will not be good if you delay it for too long, let alone, the taste of this silver cigar is good. I see, my madman. The goal was clear. After going to the island, the fanatics did not join in the peripheral killings, but took the elite men and horses directly into Flogon's manor under the lead of the eyeliner. Now that the goal is achieved, it is natural to run away. Although the most powerful navy is blocked, it is not that there are no other forces in Monfatos. Whether it is aristocrats, churches, or other mysterious organizations, they have enough power. Even if part of these forces were separated, these pirates would not be able to resist it, but these forces had their own careful thinking, no one was unified, and they were still waiting and watching, and the facts were exactly the same. Memphis, City Hall, Noble House. The existence of the black market is not a secret in the upper layers of Memphis. Such a big movement on the black market island naturally attracted the attention of the nobles. Brigadier General Mossel, can you mobilize the city guards to clear the pirates? Viscount Sikamo, the main duty of the city guard is to protect the safety of Memphis. If you want to transfer outside, you must have the order of Count Asim. Hearing this, Viscount Sescomo, who was dressed in a gentleman's outfit and had a fat body, looked like a ball and immediately changed his face. "Brigadier General Mossel, don't forget that there are still many citizens of the kingdom on the Black Market Island at this moment. Are you going to sit and watch them die in the hands of humble pirates? What is your honor as a kingdom soldier? You deserve to be a soldier." "Soldier?" With a loud voice, Sescomo severely accused Mosser's expression remained unchanged. Mosser sat there as if he hadn't heard such accusations by Sescomo. "Hey, it is the duty of soldiers to obey orders. Without orders, how could the city guard be mobilized? What's more, if pirates attack Memphis and cause huge losses, who will bear the responsibility? Are you? Viscount Sescomo?" At this time, another man in uniform sitting next to Brigadier General Mosser spoke up. "That's right, Viscount Sescomo, you can't make fun of us all because you have a share in the black market business." As soon as the man in military uniform fell off, another person opened his mouth to help www.readaloud.com. His face flushed, and his small eyes stared at the person who had just spoken. Viscount Sescomo gritted his teeth and said, "There are some things Baron Jalisai said without evidence. Don't you really know who is behind the black market?" Sescomo's voice was not loud, but he was extraordinarily powerful. When he said this, neither the Baron Gornis nor the man in uniform did not speak again. "Well, everyone, there is no point in arguing anymore. Let's vote. In accordance with the emergency agreement, in the absence of Countessimo Bansane, our noble house can propose a dangerous treatment plan and decide whether to implement it by voting." Was silent for a while. A nobleman broke the silence and gave both Viscount Sescomo and Brigadier General Mossel a step. The voting ended quickly, and the results were not unexpected. More than 2/3 of the nobles agreed to mobilize the city guards. After all, everyone here has a certain interest in the black market, and the real controller behind the black market, they also knew it well. Brigadier General Mosser silently accepted this result and did not raise any objections. "I will mobilize the 1st Regiment of the City Guard to rescue the Black Market Island." After finishing speaking, Mosser picked up the big-brimmed military hat on the table and put it on his head, got up and left the meeting room. In fact, from the very beginning, Mosser was not opposed to the mobilization of the City Guard. The reason why he expressed his opposition at the meeting was because he did not want to bear the relevant responsibilities. War is not a trifle. There are wins and losses. Although the city guards of Montfatos have undergone certain naval battle training, they are not professional after all. There is a certain risk in going to sea to fight pirates without naval escort. In this way, under the circumstances, Mosser is naturally unwilling to make a strong push. Chapter 58, I'm Not Strong Enough. On the Black Market Island, the killing continued, and many pirates had been fascinated by wealth, so that they did not notice that the main personnel of the ghost pirate group, the caller of the operation, had quietly retreated. "Are you all ready?" Standing on the splint, looking at the Black Market Island where blood and fire are intertwined, there is a sarcasm on the face of the fanatic. "Master Madman, almost everyone else is back, but Master Viper hasn't shown up yet." "What, that guy hasn't come back yet?" Turned his head, under the reflection of the fire, the fanatic's face became more gloomy. Yes, Lord Madman." "Hey, what the is that guy doing? Isn't it dead?" For this, the little pirate around the fanatic naturally didn't dare to take it. "Forget it, wait a minute." Even though he hates the Viper guy, he still recognizes his strength. According to the information of their evil ghost and pirate group, there is only one blood lion, the poisonous snake, in Tier 3 on the Black Market Island. Even if he can't beat the blood lion to save his life, there is no problem, not to mention that he doesn't think that the poisonous snake can't beat the blood lion. In such a situation, he can't leave the poisonous snake alone. Some Tier 3 combat power. On the sea, while the Goblin pirate group was waiting for the return of the poisonous snakes, a fleet of warships and armed merchant ships set sail from the Memphis naval port, targeting the Black Market Island. 3 huge scarlet fireworks exploded over the port of Memphis, which immediately attracted the attention of the observers of the Goblin pirate group. "My madman, the spies from Monfatos sent a signal that the city guards have been dispatched, and the level of danger is high." "Yes." Looking back at Monfatos hidden in the darkness, the fanatic looked a little dignified. Although his nickname is a fanatic, he is actually a cautious man. "Perhaps we should go." Although the operation went smoothly, he never dared to underestimate the official power of the kingdom. "What about the poisonous snake Sama?" Bit the bullet, the little pirate still asked this sentence. "Everyone must be responsible for their actions, like a poisonous snake. Our mission on this trip has been completed. If we leave it unintentionally, we can report truthfully after returning. I will bear any responsibilities." "Yes, madman. Let's tell each ship to lift the anchor." Following the orders of the fanatics, all the ships belonging to the evil ghost pirate group moved, but at this moment, the pirate who was standing on the observation deck and was responsible for observing the surrounding situation suddenly discovered that a small black spot was flying from the Black Market Island. "Come over." "What is that?" "Yes, it's a person." There was a cry of exclamation, and the watcher realized that the little black spot was alone. Jingle bell, the warning bell was rang, and all the pirates were alarmed. Bang, 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 air bursts came, and at this time the pirates found a figure stepping on the air, walking towards them step by step at a seemingly fast speed. Bang bang bang, gunshots sounded, and islands continued to shoot people in the air. Unfortunately, the accuracy of the head was too poor and the distance was a little far away. There was a sound when landing, and the tall white-beard body appeared on the maniac. His eyes are like electricity, and the invisible pressure diffuses from Baybeard's body. "You should be a fanatic." As soon as his eyes rolled, Whitebeard locked the fanatic. "Who are you?" The fanatic looked solemn, and his whole body quietly mentioned his strength. He felt a serious threat from the Whitebeard, and he might die if he fought against him. "It seems that you are the one, then please go to death. This is the father." "Oh no, it is the request of the young master." The Whitebeard's voice is still thick, but invisibly reveals a sense of indifference, as if what he wanted to do was not to kill a person, but to trample an ant to death. "What a joke, although you are very strong, but I..." Before the words fell, the body of the madman flew upside down. "Ah, so fast!" Clutching his stomach, coughing up blood at the corner of his mouth, barely got up from the deck, the fanatic looked at the Whitebeard figure not far away, and his eyes flashed an imperceptible madness. "It's really powerful, it's worth it to die against a guy like you." The deep words fell, and a strange breath came out of the fanatic, which made people feel terrified unconsciously. "Go, the mad boss is going crazy." After seeing the state of the fanatics, the experienced pirates immediately moved away from this area. Once they entered this state, the fanatics would slaughter wildly. "Will be killed." Voila! Jingle bells, inexplicable metal collision sounds, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rises centered on the fanatic. Is the power of 30% too weak? Ignoring the change of the fanatic, Baybeard stared at his right fist with a pair of eyes, and fell into self-doubt. "Go to hell!" The outer clothes turned into fly ash silently, and the madman was wrapped in red chains, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes exposed. "This time I will use my full strength." Watching the high temperature all over, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com, a fanatic who even twisted the surrounding air, Baybeard said seriously. With a strong footstep, the fanatic launched an attack. Crazy triumphs over reason. At this moment, the fanatics have only one idea, and that is to kill. The fanatics who enter the crazy state are the strongest. Both the speed and the power are much stronger than normal, not to mention the weird high temperature. The figure is like electricity, and a heat wave is set off, and the figure of the fanatic appears in front of the Whitebeard in an instant. Wow, jingle bells, The inexplicable metal sound rang again, the chains grew, and the fanatic's right hand formed a red iron fist the size of a basketball. S expression remained unchanged, the domineering arrogance emerged after being compatible with the furnace vindictiveness, and hardened, saying that with full strength, the Whitebeard would not keep his hands. Coming first, one big and one small, one red and one dark red, two fists slammed together. Click! The strong wave of air that was set off after the collision spread from the surroundings of the Whitebeard and the madman, and even the mast was destroyed. As for the misfortune to be affected by the pirate, he could only take the last breath without knowing it. After a short stalemate, the fanatic was unable to sustain himself, and Baybeard fisted and flew out. Crashed heavily on the side of the ship, the madman motionless, as if he was dead, but the scarlet in his eyes was not dimmed. "Isn't you dead yet?" Frowned, Baybeard couldn't help but look at his fist again. "Just like my father said, I really wasn't strong enough, I needed to work hard, work harder." Wow, jingle bell, just at this moment, the inexplicable metal sound rang again. The internal organs were shattered in the collision just now, and the lunatic who had no idea how many bones were broken actually stood up again. Chapter 59, Windfall. There was a low beast roar in his throat, and the fanatic attacked again like a okay person. S expression was serious, his invisible aura was not exposed. At this moment the Whitebeard moved. The Whitebeard's figure disappeared instantly, far beyond the capture limit of the naked eye. The body was thrown away, the originally aggressive fanatic suddenly seemed to have collided with the train head-on, and flew back, but this is not the end. The quality is not enough and the quantity is not enough to get together. After knowing that he is not strong enough, the Whitebeard knocked the madman into the air with a punch, shaved and used the moon step together, and instantly chased it up. Saving his strength, he didn't keep his hands and the Whitebeard caught up with the body thrown by the madman, hit him high in the air with a punch, and then his body disappeared again. The sturdy and powerful right leg is raised high, the dark red armed color domineering exudes an ominous aura in the dim night, appearing above the fanatic, and the Whitebeard's right leg is raised high like a battle axe. Hacked it down. The waves swept across, and the madman who was smashed by a tomahawk by the Whitebeard slammed on the deck of the madman like a human-shaped cannonball. Although it is said that the madman has undergone special treatment and is far more robust than ordinary sailboats, it still cannot withstand such a fierce attack. I saw the bow sinking, the ship was tilted high, the deck was broken in a large area, and the sea water began to invert. The crunching sound came from all parts of the maniac, just like the patient's painful moan, and the maniac came to the edge of understanding in a short moment. Stood in the air, glanced at the situation below, thinking of Sean's order, the Whitebeard's figure disappeared again. Full of strength, landed on the stern with great strength, and the ship's position of the maniac originally tilted back down again. Shattered, the sea was surging, and in an instant Whitebeard dragged the frantic back from the edge of its overturn. Of course, fundamentally speaking, this did not change the final fate of the frantic. The heavy blow just now had already been taken by the frantic. Because of the strength he couldn't bear, the hull was severely damaged, and it was about to disintegrate. The Whitebeard's current movements only pushed back this time a little bit. Puff, puff, the pirates who survived on the maniac are not fools. They seize the opportunity to jump off the ship like dumplings. Although they also know that jumping off the ship is dangerous when the ship is about to sink, they have no other choice. Woo-woo, the horn kept sounding, and seeing that the maniac was about to sink, the surrounding pirate ships lifted their anchors and moved away from this place. Seeing and hearing the domineering sweep, Whitebeard quickly found the fanatic. This time he could not stand up again. The scarlet chain was dim in color and shrank quietly, leaving only a black chain with the thickness of a little finger wrapped around the fanatic's left arm. The iron chain shrank, and the face of the fanatic was revealed, but at this moment, he had become a pile of rotten meat. Not only was his bones shattered, but even his muscles became minced meat, and he couldn't see the shape he had before. Reached out and stirred in a pile of rotten meat, Whitebeard found 2 items, a piece of worn parchment, and a black iron chain as thick as a thumb. Boom, time passed, and the overwhelmed maniac finally couldn't hold on. At this time, Whitebeard stepped on the moon step, carrying 3 treasure chests tied with rope, and left the maniac. The sinking of the sea ship caused a great vortex, madly pulling everything around it. Fortunately, the pirates saw that the situation was not good, and they had already lifted their anchors and stayed away. Standing in the air, he looked at the treasure chest he was carrying, and then at the pirate ship that was escaping. Baybeard was a bit tangled for a while, but after thinking about Sean's instructions, he raised his right leg again. Lanjiao ship soared. As the Whitebeard's right leg fell, a huge light blue air blade whizzed out. Damn, what is that? Monster, real monster. Was always paying attention to the pirates in the rear. Naturally, they noticed the Whitebeard's movements for the first time, but it was a pity that they couldn't do anything. The light blue air blade came in an instant, the pirate ship that ran at the end was hit accurately, and then there was no more. Divided into 2, like a knife cutting butter, this brig pirate ship was easily split by the light blue air blade. Seeing this horrible scene, the pirates on other pirate ships were rejoicing at the same time. They did not dare to stay the slightest. They only hated that their ship had 2 legs. As for revenge, at this moment they didn't dare to have any ideas. That kind of monsters were simply not something they could deal with. Glanced at his masterpiece, and then at the pirates running frantically, Whitebeard paused for a while and didn't do anything else. On Xiaojiapo, seeing the Whitebeard returning with a full load, Xiaoen's face showed a smile. This time, the money spent on the trip to the Black Market Island was not only repaid, but also a lot more. All 3 treasure chests had gold coins. There are more than 10,000 pieces. People are not rich without windfall. www.readaloud.com. Horses without night and grass are not fat, which is really a wise saying. But when Sean saw the black scars on Whitebeard's right hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. Whitebeard, is that fanatic very strong? Oh, it's very resistant. I hit him with all my strength and beat him to death. The chain on his body is also very hard, the temperature is also very high, and I was scalded with armed domineering. Said, Baybeard raised his fist again. Yes. Touched the storage strange thing on his finger as a natural gift. According to the description of Baybeard just now, the chain strange thing of the madman is really different. Master, in my memory, the strange thing of the fanatic is called the blazing chain. It is not only strong in defense, can emit high temperature, but also can make the fanatic into a state of madness, and the strength increases greatly. It is precisely because of this that it can crush me. On the one hand, he became the second in command of the evil spirit pirate group. Seeing Xiaoen's slightly interested look, Viper spoke up. After a period of time, his broken right arm grew out again, but compared with the left arm, the newly grown right arm was not only small, the colors are much deeper, and they are not coordinated, but even so, it is surprising enough. Regeneration of limbs is not a method that ordinary third-order transcendents can master. This shows that the extraordinary path of venomous snake is unusual. Bulu bulu, the voice of the phone bug rang, interrupting Sean's thinking. Master, our boat has arrived. Ask us if we want to come by. Hanging up the phone worm, Gulea asked Sean for instructions. Since they are here, let them come. As early as when Black Market Island was besieged by pirates, he asked Gulea to inform the people in the small manor and asked them to send a boat to pick him up, but now it has arrived. Chapter 60, Sniper. Roar, the majestic dragon chant echoes in his ears, and the elegant dragon's body dashes across the sea against the backdrop of the fire. Dragon? A living dragon. Looking at the falling smog, Groff really feels that he has seen a lot today. After a period of time, Smog's body size was once again bigger, and his body length was already 5 meters. From a distance, he already had the shadow of a real dragon. Wow, Smog stretched out his rough tongue to make a love with Sean, but was a little bit aggrieved after being rejected. "Well, Smog, now is not the time to play, let's do business first." Hoo! The dragon wings spread out, and Smog once again grew up and flew with Sean effortlessly. Although the main force of the evil ghost pirate group has begun to flee, due to the special hydrological situation of the Black Market Island and other small pirates, it is not easy for Sean's ship to approach, and it will inevitably conflict with other pirates. Under the circumstances, Xiao and Yunyan took the initiative to clear a safer channel. Of course, it is reasonable to harvest a wave of source power points smoothly. With the help of wind, the speed of the pirate ship is not slow, but compared with Smog, it is not even worse. "Hey!" the wind screamed, and soon a pirate ship appeared within the range of Sean's attack. With the same mind, Smog opened his wings wide and started to stabilize his figure. On the back of the dragon, Xiaoen's expression is serious, and the powerful sight and hearing began to concentrate slowly, locking on the target. "Hey!" The cold gun body exudes a cold metal matte, and the radiating fins on both sides make people feel that this murder weapon is not a dead thing but a living thing. The vision of destruction in the sniper scope opened, and Sean quickly locked the target. Wild Dog, one of the leaders of the evil ghost pirate group, the Second Order Extraordinary, at this time he is fleeing frantically. "Captain, the dragon seems to be eyeing us, what should I do?" "Don't worry, it's just a blood dragon, but it can't help us." The hands holding the railing unconsciously squeezed tightly. Although the wild dog looked at the faintly visible dragon shadow in the sky, although he was a little uneasy, he had no choice but to comfort his men in this way and maintain morale. After all, they had just become a monster. Men escaped. His head shattered, gunfire sounded, facing Barrett destruction, the second-order transcendent wild dog was unable to resist. Easily solve a second-order transcendent, Sean's expression remains unchanged, without sadness or joy, and slowly moves the muzzle again. Because his own experience has the characteristics of 3D imaging, the pirate ship in his sniper scope basically has no secrets to him, and the ammunition warehouse is easily locked. Bang! Boom! A huge firelight burst on the sea, illuminating the surrounding waters. This time it was no longer an ordinary sniper bullet but an explosive fire bullet enchanted by Sean. The ammunition depot was detonated by explosive bullets, and a pirate ship was destroyed by Sean on the surface of the sea, relaxed and freely. Of course, this was just the beginning. Bang! Half an hour later, when the fifth pirate ship turned into a ball of fire, Sean rubbed his sore right shoulder, put the destruction away, and stopped his hunting action. Reality is not a game. Although Barrett destroys power is considerable, the recoil is not so easy to bear. With the extraordinary body of Sean's second-order body, it is a bit unbearable to fire so many shots continuously in a short time. Of course, the most important thing is that his goal of combing the route has been achieved. The surrounding pirates have long since escaped. It takes a lot of effort to pursue it, and there is no need. Brigadier General Mosser, that seems to be a ship of the Montier family. On the deck, watching the three-masted sailing ship with the golden oak flag passing by his fleet, an adjutant said in a puzzled tone. Montel. Looking at the boat shadow that was going away, Brigadier General Mossel showed a dignified look on his hard face. If he had not read it wrong, there seemed to be a dragon on the boat. In the port of Memphis, after sending Groff and Sir Link off the ship, Sean directly issued the order to return to the town of Greenfield. It can be foreseen that the next Memphis will be violent and there is no need for him to lie down. This trip to muddy water. Of course, since the number of phone worms in Greenfield town has increased a lot during this period, in order to facilitate contact, Sean gave Groff and Link a phone worm. In addition to the third-order sea monster cub and the strange contract was also presented to Link by Sean. Compared to him, the family fleet traveling through the old and new continents needs this power more. 3 days later, Monfautos, City Hall. Under the shining of the sun, with a gentle smile as before, Asim Ben-Sain listened to the information gathered by his secretary. Fourth order transcendence? Are you sure? Putting down the quill in his hand, with a gentle smile, Asim Ben-Sain looked at his secretary seriously. Today, when the legend is unsuccessful, the fourth order transcendents are the top powers of the major forces. The 1,000-year-old Montiel, the golden oak bathed in glory, naturally has the fourth order transcendence, and there may even be more than one, but this kind of combat power is the truth should not appear in the new world. After all, although the old world is currently peaceful on the surface, undercurrents are surging in the dark, and chaos has been revealed. In order to ensure their own interests and safety, the Montel family should not transfer important Tier 4 forces to the new world. That's right. It is basically certain that our eyeliner in the evil ghost pirate group can confirm that the fanatic died in this and that hand www.readaloud.com the fanatic was also sunk by him. The most important thing is that many people have seen it. That being used an unknown secret technique to cut a pirate ship in half with one blow from a long distance. Slash the ship with one blow? It's really an exaggeration. It seems that it should be a Tier 4 transcendent. It's really unexpected. After listening to the secretary's words, Asim's eyes couldn't help but feel a little erratic. As a powerful Tier 3 knight, Asim was more aware of the power of Tier 4 and yearned for it, although with a strong heritage, peculiar secret skills and strange things. The blessing has given him the ability to fight fourth order transcendence in a short time, but he knows that he is still a lot worse than the real fourth order. Generally, the magical potion is extraordinary, but if it is a knight and wizard, it is not at all. Comparability. Has our intelligence department collected information related to this fourth order transcendent? After pondering for a while, Asim asked again. No, Lord Earl, this Tier 4 seems to have appeared out of thin air. Hearing what the secretary said, Asim was not surprised. Once Transcendent reached the fourth order, he was already inhuman. This kind of existence wanted to hide his whereabouts, and most people couldn't find it. Writing to write a document, in the name of the governor of the New World Development, proposed to the royal court of the kingdom to assign Sean Montel as the Baron of Greenfield Town. The reason is written in recognition of Sean Montel for destroying pirates and protecting the kingdom's interests in the New World. An authority. Yes, Lord Earl. After hesitating, the secretary quickly agreed. With the development of industry and commerce and the rise of the merchant class, the kingdom of Sudild has given more noble titles over the years, but these are all honorary nobles, and there are very few real fief nobles.